Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to the very first episode of the Telepathy Tapes, where we venture into claims of widespread telepathy via a group who is systematically dismissed, non-speakers who often have autism. For decades, parents of non-speakers have been told by doctors, educators, and scientists that their kids are not in there. They are not capable of communication or competent of learning. Imagine being one of those parents and discovering that everybody has been wrong about your child. They are in there, they are competent, and they can communicate, but then also discovering that your child can read your mind. Would you expect to be believed? We're going to meet people who experience this phenomenon from every corner of the world. We'll travel to Georgia, Wisconsin, Oregon, New Jersey, and so many places in between. We'll also hear from families in England, Israel, Mexico, and India. I find it very difficult to figure out how to bring anyone into this world due to the natural skeptic in all of us. So I think it makes sense to start at the very beginning and how I tumbled into this world 4 years ago when I heard a podcast featuring Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell.
Welcome to the Cosmos in You podcast.
So today we have Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell, who is a Johns Hopkins trained neuropsychiatrist, speaker, researcher, and author. In this episode, we discuss the research she's currently working on to study autistic savants and their telepathic abilities.
I had never heard of something like telepathy being talked about from a neuroscientist, and I went back to the intro just to learn a little bit more about Dr. Powell's background.
I applied to medical school and went to Johns Hopkins. And while there, I continued to do neuroscience research and work with some of the greatest minds in neuroscience. And instead of staying on to Hopkins for faculty, I joined the faculty at Harvard.
So, as much as someone can be, she's a legitimate academic. And she goes on to talk about her background in research. She started by studying savant skills. For a quick refresher, savants have exceptional aptitude in something like math or language or art, without having any formal training or exposure to the skill. So, like someone who can play piano expertly without one lesson, or someone who has a brain injury and suddenly understands calculus. So Dr. Diane Powell is studying savant skills in autistic children, and somewhere along the way, enough parents had said, look, I'm actually not sure if they are a savant. I think they might just be reading my mind. Dr. Powell's primary subjects are non-speakers who are usually diagnosed with autism. Her subjects to date communicate by pointing to a letterboard or typing into an iPad or some sort of other speaking device. She explained doing experiments with some of these non-speakers where she'll put them in a room and put the parent or teacher or whoever they're telepathic with in another room or on the other side of a partition. Then Dr. Powell will generate random numbers or random pictures, and the non-speaker will try to type out what they believe the parent or their teacher or whoever is looking at from the other side of the room. And here's the host, Suzanne Scully, asking her how accurate the children were.
And the time that they are correct is statistically significant.
Oh, it's like over 95%.
Over 95% of the time?
Yes.
I'm a science nerd, and that part of my brain just could not compute what I was hearing. However, I'm also a documentary filmmaker, and that part of me was totally fascinated. So I had to call her up.
Oh, you're frozen.
Can you see me? Hear me now? Diane? I'm going to try this 1 second here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay if I record this just because you never know what I...
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'd love to hear it from you just in a nutshell. Explain the work you're doing right now.
I'm working with children who have been reported by a parent to be able to read their mind.
I'd love to hear, as a scientist, what has made you believe that this is not just a whoopee type thing, but this is actual science.
I started testing them, and I found that they were exceedingly accurate. We were capturing it. I mean, usually I try to have like 3 cameras.
Oh, for sure. She gave an incredible overview of all the research she's done to date. And we also talked about the amount of parents reaching out to her about telepathy in their non-speaking children from all over the globe.
And then today I got an email from someone who says, I just discovered that my child's reading my mind. And he says, so he wants to talk to me. It's kind of nice to have these different cases that they're at different stages and also demonstrate it in different ways. And so even if you can't get the perfect experimental setup, you have to look at the cumulative evidence to date.
And that made me ask about the perfect experimental setup. If she could have anything, what would it be?
Ideally, you would get some kind of brain imaging of both the transmitter and the receiver. And the simplest way to do that would be to do it with a quantified EEG.
I was totally impressed, not just with Diane, but with the earnestness in which these families were approaching her, desperate for answers. And I understood for the first time that if what the families were saying was true, there was a possibility that this research could completely shift our paradigm, how humanity sees itself in consciousness. And I knew I had to document all of this research immediately. What I would love is to get to wherever you are and sit down with you and maybe come up there for a day or two. And
you mentioned Washington, but I live actually in Oregon.
Oh, okay.
And
after talking through some of the logistics, she said yes. And I also asked her if she could please send me the drive of all of her former tests.
Thanks,
all right, thanks, Diane.
Okay.
All right, take care. All right, bye.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
So I did get a hard drive in the mail from the camera guy who had previously filmed Diane's telepathy tests with various kids. And the drive had tons of information, lots of folders, lots of files. So I called up the camera guy who sent me the drive for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to understand what I was looking at on the hard drive and how all the footage went together. And more importantly, I wanted his take on the legitimacy of the tests before spending my own money and heading up to Oregon.
Scroll down to where it says telepathy selects.
Okay, so I'm in the folder right now.
In the room, I had several GoPros set up.
All right.
There should be views from cameras A, B, C, D, and we also in that room had some large face display clocks.
All right. So just to jump in and set the scene here, when I pulled up the footage, there were 5 cameras, and this was an experiment with a young girl named Haley and her therapist that worked with her often and said that Haley could read her mind. So Diane went to conduct a telepathy experiment, and this is what the cameraman captured. So what I'm seeing in this experiment is the therapist who's in a different room will look at a flashcard or a random number through a random number generator. And then Haley will proceed to try to identify that word or that number accurately via telepathy. So is that a partition on the table between Diane and Haley?
Yes. We wanted to block the area so there would be no visual cues. And then I believe that microphone there so you could hear if there were any auditory cues given.
Got it.
So therapist is in the other room. She'd look at these cards, hold them in her mind, and then Diane would ask Haley, what do you see? And then Haley would proceed to type out letters and numbers and then hit play, and the talker would pronounce the word or the phrase.
Like, what was the takeaway that you observed from being there as a neutral outsider,
Haley wasn't 100%. But she was up in the 90% accuracy, and it just blew me away. It was pretty amazing. And seeing it actually take place and reviewing the footage afterwards, it was just a little jaw-dropping. And I was convinced that it's very real. Seeing how careful Diane was to set up the experiment, made sure that there was a total separation. I did have an IFB that I was listening and monitoring what was going on in the experiment room. So I can attest that there was no deception going on.
This is really good overview. And it's good to know, too, that you felt really blown away by it.
Yeah, I believe each of us through our lives have had some similar personal experiences where, it is when you're thinking about someone and say, boy, I want to talk to them, and then boom, the phone rings and it's them. Those situations, that knowingness, tapping into the conscious collective.
My conversation with Kent, the camera guy, convinced me it was totally worth it to go up to Oregon and meet Dr. Powell in person. A flight on a new budget line and a rental car later, I ended up at her beautiful historic house. It has this huge, beautiful brick driveway and rolling green lawns around it.
People joke about it being Hogwarts West.
And that's actually a really great description. The house feels as though it's been there forever, and it has beautiful woodwork and artwork, tapestries and rugs from all over the world, and there's Dutch doors with pane glass separating various small rooms. There seem to be books and diplomas and pictures everywhere. And it just feels iconic, historic, and full of knowledge.
This is my home office, and I get a lot of emails from people who've heard me in a podcast or seen one of my lectures inquiring about research on savants and telepathy.
So yeah, could you maybe even read me some emails of what parents might say when they reach out to you for the first time?
This email is from a medical doctor. He wrote, "As much as I have been trained to think otherwise, I believe that I am the guardian of a non-speaking autistic child who I had thought was a savant, but now it is inescapable to believe that he can easily read my mind. He can write down any number of words of which I am thinking, as insane as that sounds. Please call me."
She took me through an array of emails.
We have made her multiple tests, and he would answer correctly every time. Then I made up a number in my head, and she wrote it. He was writing the answers from my thoughts. She can read other people's minds besides me. Looking forward to hearing from you. Take care.
What surprised me was that all of these people from various corners of the world were all saying a version of the same thing. They had a child diagnosed with non-speaking autism. Doctors and or educators had told the parents their children would never communicate or perceive the world beyond the level of a toddler. However, through a leap of faith or a twist of fate, these parents discovered their kids were in there. And in these cases, the kids learned to communicate via an iPad or a letterboard. And once the kids were communicating, the parents discovered through various means their children could read their minds. And they would test this unbelievable assertion over and over again, only to find that it was true. Many of these parents were not believed and felt alone, and they all had the same concerns. They had concerns about educating their children. They didn't know how to hide birthday presents or candy without it being found. They didn't know how to protect their private conversations or thoughts. And what touched me the most is these parents were grappling with something that they believed to be absolutely impossible. But here they were. They were watching something unfold that had no rational explanation. And they literally had nowhere to turn but this email inbox.
So this is an email that I received from Sophia, and this is her first contact with me. "Hi, Dr. Powell. I am from Mexico. I have a cousin, Mia. She is 12. She can't talk and didn't communicate with us before. Recently, she got an iPad and started typing things. We thought she could read books in seconds and had photographic memory. My aunt read her some paragraphs and she could finish the sentence or said on what page it was. And this may sound silly, but she is reading my aunt's mind. We have made her multiple tests, not professionally, and that's what she really does. Just her mom's mind, so far no one else's. We don't know what to do now. I greatly appreciate your time reading this. I hope you could answer me. Thank you, Sophia."
I asked Diane about the career implications of her following this line of research.
I knew that a lot of people would think, boy, Diane's gone off the deep end. But that's the risk any scientist takes when they challenge the current paradigm. The data was so compelling and accurate that I had to follow it, even though I knew I was risking my scientific reputation.
After spending the weekend with Diane, I headed back to Burbank, feeling like my brain was being bent into a new shape. I was grappling with a collision of facts. Dr. Powell seemed smart and ethical and clearly wanted to conduct sound research on this topic. She also felt a strong sense of responsibility to take seriously the numerous emails that she was receiving from concerned and bewildered parents. During my time with Dr. Powell, I also learned how hard it was for her to get research funded, and I got the feeling she was just tired of hitting brick wall after brick wall. And it's a good moment to note why this is. The reigning philosophy in science is something called materialism. This notion says all things in our world are the result of interactions between physical matter, right? Like things we can measure and observe. And research into telepathy falls way outside of the materialism lane. And thus, there's just not a lot of support for scientists like Dr. Powell who are thinking outside of the box. So I was wrestling with all of this, and I just kept coming back to the families. I just couldn't believe that parents of non-speaking kids who don't know each other from all over the world are in on a mass conspiracy theory to trick the world into believing in telepathy. That's just impossible. These families don't know each other. In fact, most of them reaching out to Dr. Powell felt utterly alone. They weren't sure if they were the only ones in the world that this was happening to. So from my point of view, there was something big and something real going on. And as a documentarian, I was pretty sure this was going to be my next big project. But in order to fully commit and dive in, I needed to see it with my own eyes. I thought about that family in Mexico from the email. Mia and her family had never met Dr. Powell. And it occurred to me that if I could get Dr. Powell and the family to Los Angeles, I could document a killer test for Diane with cameras from every angle, with mics on every single person. So I pitched this to Diane, and she was gracious and open to the idea. But she wanted to Zoom with Mia's family first, and they were open to her filming this first Zoom meeting.
This is Mia.
Hi, Mia. Nice to meet you.
Yes, she's waving.
Is this the mother over here on the right?
That's right.
Yes. Nice to meet you. What is your name?
Ileana.
In the Zoom image, we see Sophia, who's Mia's adult cousin, and her mother, Ileana. Sophia is the only one in the family who feels comfortable speaking English, so she's doing most of the translating. There are some other family members in the room who don't introduce themselves. I think one might be Mia's brother and her father, and you can just tell that everyone's excited to be there and eager to be taken seriously.
Ileana. So I'd like to hear from her when she first started realizing that maybe this is what was going on with Mia.
Sí, ¿quieres saber cuándo fue como la primera vez que te diste cuenta que tal vez eso es lo que podía estar?
Just recently,
November.
October, November.
At this point, the adult cousin, Sophia, grabs off of the table an acrylic letterboard. It looks like a piece of paper about 8.5 by 11 inches. It's clear with letters and numbers in black written upon it.
Mia uses this board to communicate. She doesn't speak. And now with the pandemic, she's been like homeschooling. So she recently discovered that she can type like on the iPad and like that.
Dile que Mia me escribió que ella podía leer la mente.
And Mia typed her that she could read her mind. She's aware she can do that.
Do you know how long she's been doing that?
She recalls having memories even since she was in her mom's womb. Mm-hmm. That's what she says, and that she can read her mind ever since.
And so was she developing normally and then regressed?
She was diagnosed when she was 2.5 years.
So she never developed language. She never was able to speak.
Nunca ha podido hablar. No, never.
And what is she most interested in?
The música.
Music. She likes music. Water. She likes water. Just
swimming. What kind of music does she like?
Mexican music.
Oh, okay.
Like Selena. Do you know Selena?
At this point, Mia walks into frame and grabs the letterboard. And then she types something that seems out of left field. Mia very deliberately writes out Monterey, where she's from.
Her mom asked her in her mind to tell her where is she from, and she says Monterey, our hometown.
So you're asking her these questions, and then she's answering them. Mm-hmm. I see.
When I watched this for the first time, this moment was monumentally weird to me because Ileana, the mother, will ask Mia questions with only her mind, to which Mia will answer with the letterboard. So we will not hear Ileana asking a question. But just like any mother will be like, come on, tell them where you're from, or, come on, participate. Ileana was doing that in her mind, encouraging Mia to start writing.
I noticed it looks like she's not even looking at the board. Is that true, that she oftentimes is just kind of pointing like this without even looking?
Yes.
I wonder how she does that.
She wrote in her diary that when she reads, she sees different colors.
Mia says she can see colors around numbers and letters, which is scientifically referred to as synesthesia.
So does she see colors around different letters? A is always blue, or, and C is always green?
Yes, like that. Sometimes she sees the reflection of the colors, and that's why she doesn't need to see the
I see.
The letter.
Yeah.
She sees the colors.
Mia's mom explains that Mia keeps a diary in the form of an ongoing Word document where she'll enter her thoughts and memories.
Have you ever tried doing something like thinking of a number and then she can give you the number?
At this point, Dr. Diane and the family exchange WhatsApp information because Diane is about to start a test.
So I'm gonna give you a number.
And she proceeds to send a number to Ileana, who looks at it, then turns over the phone, and Mia, who's far away on the other side of the room, but we can see her, is clearly not seeing the number that's sent. And now Mia is walking from the far corner of the room where we've had eyes on her to her mother so she can begin to type what number was just sent. Mia has a huge smile on her face. It looks like she's loving this moment, and she types in the correct number.
Very good. Okay. Let me try sending a word.
No, that's how it's translated, okay?
Dr. Diane sends the family a word. Mia comes over again, a huge, huge smile on her face, and she correctly types in the word.
She's got a beautiful smile. Yeah, that's good. So is she pretty much 100% accurate? I mean, is she always accurate, or does she sometimes make mistakes?
She's 100% accurate so far.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And does she like doing the telepathy?
She said that she prefers to talk with her mom, like telepathy instead of speak.
So tell me a little bit more about your reaction to this when you discovered that she could read your mind. Did she think that it was impossible?
At the beginning, she thought it was impossible. And the next day that when she went to wake her up, she had a word in her mind. And Mia, as soon as she woke up, she typed
Mochila morada, me acuerdo.
Purple school bag. That's what she was thinking. And Mia wrote that in the iPad.
If that was hard to hear, when Mia first said to the family, "I can read your mind," they thought it was impossible. However, the day after that admission occurred, Ileana, Mia's mother, walked into the bedroom, woke her up for the day, and said, "What am I thinking about?" And Mia wrote on her iPad, "purple bag." And Ileana was thinking about her purple bag. So that moment won her over. They go on to talk a lot about Mia's interests, her health profile, whether or not she's eaten gluten, certain things that might impact Mia's body. The conversation ensues, and it's fascinating.
Is it hard to keep things hidden from her?
Her mom, she hides things, not only secrets, but things like objects. And Mia always finds them.
This one girl, she liked to eat potato chips. And when her parents would try to say, "Oh, we don't have any chips left," she knew exactly how many chips were left.
Mia says that she remembers also her first appointment with a neurologist.
What did she say about that?
That she went when she was 6 months old, and that the doctor mistaken her diagnosis because he said that she had
Microcefalia.
and that he was wrong. Her diary, where she types things like that.
As if telepathy weren't enough to process, Mia has also journaled about memories which go back to her earliest weeks of life. And you'll discover, as I did, as we meet more and more families, that telepathy is just the tip of the iceberg. But then the conversation took another unexpected turn. And you'll hear Mia's brother talk here for the first time.
That ever since they discovered that she had telepathy skills, she can't sleep with the lights off. We don't know why.
And sometimes when she's in her room, I see her like looking around and she starts laughing as well.
Do you ever ask her what she sees when she's looking around?
People. She says she sees people.
I realize that this seems way off topic, but the family didn't think it was. And they certainly aren't the only family who will say their kids can see things that they simply can't.
Really appreciate meeting all of you and appreciate you taking the time. And I really want to help. I feel that these children, they're not getting their educational needs met. Yeah,
you appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I appreciate it too.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bye.
Dr. Diane got what she needed to believe it was worth having Mia's family come up to America for some formal tests. So now it's game on. We're going to rent a house in Glendale to set up tests ourselves. This will be a place Dr. Diane has never been, the family's never been. And at this point, I trust Diane deeply, and I trust that she really is concerned with upholding the scientific method. But I just wanted to be in charge of buying all the cues, all the props, the blindfold, booking all the crew, booking the home, just so that it was bulletproof. I understand the high degree of skepticism that, of course, will surround this and all the tests and all this information. And I needed to make sure that I handled one test without Diane or the family bringing or providing anything. Back at home, I went on a telepathy test shopping spree.
Okay, she went shopping again. No, these are for the test for next week.
I've been married for 12 years. We have 2 little kids, and my family thinks it's hilarious to make fun of me by documenting 3 things. 1, all the tape I leave around the house. And 2, they think it's funny to take photos of me taking photos. And 3, they love to document all the things I buy on Amazon because apparently it's more often than I like to believe.
So these are just Amazon things. I believe the family's 100%. I just want to help appease any skeptic.
This is me trying to justify everything I'm pulling out of the box when the night before I had said we have to scale back on ordering out.
I don't want Dr. Powell to bring this stuff. I don't want the families to bring this stuff. I just want to be the layer for the skeptics where it's get this up on Amazon. I'm not even going to open it until the day of. I just think that's the way to go. So, you can turn that off.
And the next step was finding an Airbnb that was affordable, booking a small crew who could handle 5 cameras, the audio feeds to each one of the people there, and getting the family and Dr. Powell to Los Angeles. It was a huge lift, but if we want to categorize worth in terms of things that positively and permanently change your life for the better, then this was worth every penny. It took about 6 weeks of effort, and I called in a ton of favors, but now it's testing time. Various professional crew members from all over LA were doing me a solid. One of my close friends and a cinematographer, Michael Agnesanti, came in from Chicago with all of his equipment. I wanted him to make the trip for 2 reasons. 1, we worked together a lot, and I knew that he'd be able to capture everything happening in that room with integrity. But 2, he's a huge skeptic. He doesn't really believe in anything out of the norm. He's a materialist, which I love about him, but meaning anything supernatural or having to do with ESP, he raises his eyebrows at. And I also needed someone in Los Angeles who can translate for the family. And I wanted to make sure it wasn't someone that was part of the family or someone Dr. Powell knew, and someone that I could trust. My friend Rebecca is a total outsider to this world. She's an animator. She animates Disney films and Pixar films, and so she felt like a completely safe bet, and she speaks Spanish fluently. So I asked her if she would volunteer her time to be a Spanish-English translator during the tests. Prior to the testing day, I sent Mia various questions so I could get to know her better. And here are some of Mia's thoughts in her own words. I am Mia, and I have autism. I can't speak. I communicate by writing. I'm not sick. I like mathematics. I'm very intelligent. I don't like earrings, and I don't like dresses. They are uncomfortable. It would be nice to be me without dresses. My mom asks me how I feel about having autism. I feel good. We are all good at something. I can't imagine being any other way. I am happy. When I grow up, I'm going to sell my book. With the money, I'm going to go on vacation to Japan. I like Japan because it's so developed. On Monday, I start high school and I don't want to. My mom says I'm a good student and I'm going to do well. I don't like the teacher. I feel like she thinks I don't know things. I like the kids. I don't even know if they will like me. Imagine not being able to talk. Sometimes it hurts like hell. Autistic people can do anything. It's a lie that we can't. We find it more difficult, but we can. It would be possible if they believed in us more. No one knows what life is worth, but don't tell me it doesn't matter. Today we are on trial. Only the good memories will remain. The good memories. Let's record thousands of memories. Okay, it's testing day, and there's a lot going on. Mia, her father, her mother, and her cousin Sophia, who originally reached out, are all at the house. And so is a crew of about 6 people. The house is a mid-century ranch in Glendale. It's on a beautiful wide street with lots of lawns and trees. Because there's almost nothing in the cabinets, I make the assumption that the house is mostly used for Airbnb and film rentals. There's a large living room, and that's where we've set up. We've removed almost all the furniture from the room, except for a gray fabric couch where we will position Mia and her mother for the tests. Before we get going, I do a little meeting with the crew and Dr. Powell.
So just technically, we have a camera here. This is going to be a wide shot on the family. This will be a kind of a close-up that will rove between the 3 of you. We need to make sure the GoPro can see over her shoulder so we can see the number. And then every time that you have your cue, I'll just bring a divider in and put it between Ileana and Mia. The flashcards that I had, the numbers only go up to 10, which that's not statistically probably that great. So we were talking about is using a random number generator. So Dr. Powell, what numbers do you want to put in there?
I would like to try 3-digit numbers, so there'll be numbers between 100 and 999.
I'm putting all of this in here just to make sure people understand that the crew and myself went through great pains to make sure that there could be no cheating. We provided the iPad. In this room, I downloaded the number generator, and we set up the parameters 100 to 999. There was always someone generating the cue that was given to Dr. Powell, which then she would give to the parent.
That's a reflective surface there, the TV, so we need to cover that.
Okay.
And this one too.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a mirror there.
And there's a mirror there? Yes, that's got to be covered up as well. Or taken down.
All right, so
Probably
TV covered up, and then that mirror is going to come down. And then, Brian, maybe if you wanted to do like a 360 of the room really quick.
I'm going to put all of this raw footage on the website, telepathytapes.com. The crew, myself, and Dr. Powell were meticulous about making sure this test was bulletproof.
Hang on a sec, let me get that again.
So there'll be a blindfold on Mia. The other thing we're going to do is put a divider up every time that she sees the cue. So as far as blindfold goes...
Let me just try this on and see. Yeah, I can't...
You can't see anything?
Can't see anything, no. Mm-mm.
Hey, does anyone else want to try out this blindfold to make sure that you can't see anything?
Sure.
This is Michael. Can you see anything?
Oh, no. Like, not, it's an abyss.
All right, cool.
Legit.
That blindfold, by the way, is something called the Mindfold, which, as you now know, you can buy it on Amazon, and it is really intense and very dark. And I was so happy it was Michael who decided to try it on in addition to Dr. Powell, because as I noted previously, he's my resident skeptic, and had he not tried it on, I think he always would have been questioning about the efficacy of the tests. So we were about to start the test, but first, I just wanted to recap what the family was hoping for.
We want answers like what's the origin of what she's doing, where does it comes from, if it's something that she will develop in time or it's something that's like as good as it gets, and what should we do from now. We just want her to be happy, and there's so many things that we don't understand and we can't help her.
Okay, so our goals are pretty much set. We're going to start testing this, and the family just wants validation. They have experienced this in their own home. They think Mia is telepathic, and they need to know, is she? Just to set the scene here, Dr. Powell hit a random number into the random number generator. Then we asked her to hit it again and again, so we made sure it was super random.
So we're going to go for this number?
Okay, and then show Michael's camera. And then show Ileana. And Ileana stare at it for a while.
There's a blindfold on Mia, and she's on the other side of a partition from her mother. I got frustrated with myself when I rewatched this for injecting myself too much in this moment, because I was concerned that if Ileana didn't see the number for long enough, maybe the telepathy wouldn't work.
Let her stare at it for just another second, maybe.
Míralo un poquito.
The number that was generated was 698. Dr. Powell has just shown all the cameras in the room, and she shows Ileana. Dr. Powell is putting the iPad face down. We're taking away the partition, and Mia is going to take off her mindfold, the blindfold, so she can type.
Okay. All right, and if she wants to take it off now, she can.
¿Se puede quitar? Pointing at 6. 9, 8.
That was it? Very good.
So Mia got the number correct, and everyone was acting so calm, like this was normal, and I think everyone was just feeding off of each other and acting calm. But I was freaking out inside, and I wanted to go again and again and again. Mia was smiling and laughing. We all kept checking in with her and the family, and everyone wanted to keep going, which I was very happy about.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's the number.
Okay. When it's clear to put the board, let me know.
Okay.
Is okay?
Yep.
Ahora se sube.
We generated another number, and the number was 956. Mia has her mindfold, which is a very intense blindfold on, and she's behind a partition. Dr. Powell shows the number to the cameras and to her mother, and now she's putting the iPad face down, and we're about to pull away the partition and remove the mindfold.
956.
Was that it?
That was it.
Wow.
The room felt electric. Mia got that one right too, and you could tell the family was so relieved that Mia had the same accuracy here in front of the neuroscientist that she had at home. We check in with Mia. Everyone wants to continue going. We continue to do well over 20 tests with Mia and her mother, and she was correct every single time. And now we're going to do a different test with Mia. We have 6 different color popsicle sticks: yellow, purple, blue, green, etc. We're spreading the sticks out on a round end table that we grabbed from the living room. We have placed different color popsicle sticks about 6 inches apart from one another in 2 rows of 3. Then one by one, we will hand Mia different color popsicle sticks, and while blindfolded, she needs to put each one in the appropriate colored pile. So if we hand her a yellow stick, for example, she'll need to put it in the yellow pile, all while having the mindfold on. All of this is so mind-blowing. I'm not even sure what we're testing here, but it seems to me that we're testing, can she just see through the mindfold?
Okay.
And she's going to hand her the popsicle stick. Ponlo donde van los colores.
Mia was just handed a green popsicle stick, and she put it into the green pile.
¿Dónde va? Muy bien, Mia. Suelto. Okay.
We start doing the test, and Mia accurately puts sticks into the various piles. However, we notice that our piles are so spread apart that she's having a difficult time moving her body in such a way to reach the far yellow pile. So we move the piles a bit closer together, and she continues with her accuracy. In fact, what you see on the footage is that she put the green sticks where the green sticks go, the red sticks where the red sticks go, the purple sticks where the purple sticks go, etc., as though she can see through her blindfold. When the test was done, I was in complete shock and didn't even know the correct question to ask. So I asked, can she see through her mother's eyes? And they asked her that, and she said, no, I can see everywhere. After the room had seen Mia accurately display her mind-reading abilities again and again with random numbers and random pictures, that now feels commonplace. But this popsicle stick test feels like a new frontier.
Okay, Mia. Muy bien.
I look at Michael, who's behind the camera, and he looks shaken up. So I ask him what he's thinking.
Have you seen it? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I wouldn't do it as a skeptic. I'm generally a skeptic in my life for most things. But through seeing this, it's hard for me to not believe this is authentic. I'm looking at everything. I'm watching her. I'm watching the mom. I'm watching everything. And for me, in my perspective, it's real.
Yeah.
I mean...
And Rebecca, you came today, an animator by trade. You just came as a friend because you speak Spanish and as a complete outsider. Like, what did you take away?
That there is something at play that we as humans don't see because we're busy with our senses, like we're busy with the tactile world. This is proof. It's just proof of that. She spelled out horse in Spanish. Like, that's out of this world, because if someone's blindfolded, there's something else happening there.
So I want to ask the mom a question while we're rolling.
I also asked the family what they believed about telepathy or ESP before Mia revealed that she could read minds. And this is how Sophia answered.
We have never read nothing about telepathy or psychic skills, or we don't know anything about it. I think we still know very little. We started looking up information after we saw that she does it. I think before that we didn't even believe that could be possible. But it's so clear what she does that there's no doubt that she can do it.
My favorite tests had to do with a book I brought from home, something she'd never seen. And to me, this was just remarkable.
So Ileana, close the book.
What you see on screen is Ileana, who's got the book toward the camera, and Mia is facing the opposite direction.
Okay, and then just open up to any page.
When Ileana landed on a page, we'd ask Mia the page number, and she would correctly state the page number that she'd flipped to. Sometimes we'd point to a word on a page that we'd just opened to, and she would correctly spell out the word. We did this a few times, with both Ileana opening up the book and some of the crew opening up the book.
And now with the number, the numeral on the page.
Ahora hazlo con el número que tiene.
¿Qué página tengo aquí? 1, 3.
Which one was?
Muy bien, Mia.
Uno más.
One more. En la página 26 hay un personaje. En la página 26. ¿Me puedes decir?
Ileana was flipping through this book, and again, it's a book I brought from home, and there is a picture of a pirate on page 26. And so she stops there and gets excited and is asking Mia, what picture are we looking at on page 26? Again, the book is facing clearly away from Mia. She cannot see it at all.
¿Qué personaje es? Who, I, R, A, Tu, A.
She clearly types Pirata, which spells pirate in Spanish. I love this moment because the crowd just goes wild. At this point, everyone in the room had their mind blown. If someone on the crew wasn't won over by the random flashcards or the random number generator or the popsicle stick test, they were by this book test. We decided to start pushing the envelope, and we tried to see if Mia could do telepathy tests with her father. We tried random number generators, random picture generators.
Okay, so there's the number.
Okay, let Daddy look at it. Okay, Mia, you can take off the blindfold.
¿Le pueden quitar?
And she could absolutely not tell us what her dad was looking at. Sometimes we'd show her dad a flashcard or a number, and Mia would start typing and then stop. And sometimes she wouldn't even type at all.
Vamos a tratarlo con Ileana. A ver.
Because maybe it's just that she's best at reading Ileana's mind. I mean, that's
what I think maybe.
The test with her dad wore Mia out. She wanted some snacks, and so while she left the room, we asked her mom some casual questions. Her mom had mentioned that the family was deeply Catholic. I asked her mother about her gut reaction when Mia first revealed this, especially in light of her faith. You'll hear Rebecca, our translator, often in this conversation.
So when she said that she could read her mind, she did feel afraid.
Miedo porque no sabía cómo la gente la iba a ver.
She doesn't understand even how to speak to their friends about her abilities.
Que la vean como algo así oscuro, como
that people
algo.
would see her
Pero
something dark.
That got stepped on there, but what Ileana was expressing is a fear that people might see Mia as something dark or be scared of her gift.
So now that she's experienced it, slowly she's been less and less afraid because she's starting to understand it more and more. So Mia says the fact that they don't communicate verbally, communicate mentally is a gift.
Gustar le gusta mucho.
She loves it. So Mia says that it's more beautiful for her to communicate with her mom in that way.
With telepathy.
With telepathy.
Es muy importante.
She feels like a mother of someone really important.
Como alguien que no es común.
Someone who's not common. She knows that Mia is going to change a lot of minds and hearts. She wrote in her diary that she can read everybody's mind, but you have to believe in her for her to do it.
We did more tests that afternoon and the following day, including a QEEG test where we did a brain scan between Mia and her mother.
My name is Dr. Jeff Tarrant. I'm a psychologist and then have been studying and working with neurofeedback and quantitative EEG analysis for about the last 25 years.
If you remember my first call with Diane, she said she wanted to do a QEEG brain scan during a telepathy experiment. Dr. Tarrant volunteered to do this for us. He put tight caps on both Mia and her mother, filled the holes with some sort of gel, clipped something on the ears, and hooked all of this up to a computer. Mia did not like the clip on her ear, but she was a trooper and able to sit still long enough to do some telepathy experiments so Jeff could get good data.
The biggest overall finding is really this increase of activation across all the brain waves. If there was no change, I would definitely be skeptical.
This won't be the only QEEG test that Jeff volunteers to do for us, so we'll dive more into his findings and research in future episodes. After our 2 days of filming together, I had more questions than answers, and I was fixated on finding out how and why this is possible and how widespread it was. When we were leaving the shoot, I said to Dr. Powell, "That seemed so easy to demonstrate and so unbelievable. How is this not everywhere?" And in so many words, she said, "You haven't seen anything yet." And then she relayed in a gentle way that all of the tests we'd done over the past 2 days would not be accepted by her scientific peers. That was difficult for me to compute because what I saw in that room twisted my mind and my heart and my soul into a pretzel. My entire worldview was shifted in one afternoon. And here's Diane Powell telling me she was good, but none of the tests that we did today would be accepted by her scientific peers. And I felt crestfallen and confused. We were so careful. There was no cheating. Every mirror was covered. All the glass was covered. Mia was never even looking in the direction of the cues. We tested the blindfolds. We had partitions. People were looking at this from every angle. We had 5 cameras. Everyone in that room saw with their own eyes that Mia consistently, somehow, could read her mother's mind. Even Jeff Tarrant, the QEEG guy, said, "I've never seen anything like this." I couldn't understand what Dr. Powell was telling me, that all the tests we'd done over the past few days would be thrown out by science. And we will get into that. We'll get into why that is. But at that moment, I looked at Dr. Powell and said, who could be better than this? And she said I should go test one of the children she tested before. She suggested that I go meet a boy named Akil and his mother, Manisha. A few weeks later, I got on a plane and went to New Jersey with Michael, my skeptical, yet partially softened, cinematographer. I was on a journey to figure out what could possibly make a candidate better for testing than Mia, who seemed so accurate and so completely telepathic. Without knowing it, I was walking straight into a decades-long battle over truth and perception, ableism and greed, skepticism and gatekeeping. And in the center of it all, our parents, who are working so hard, every day, invisible, against all odds, and they know exactly what is happening under their own roofs.
So if you open this book right now and you looked at a picture and said, what am I looking at? What would he say?
He will tell me what I'm looking at.
Like, do you have to be in even a room?
No, it's in my mind and it just goes there.
In the next episode, our universe expands exponentially, and we're faced with the possibility that scientists, educators, the media, doctors, and critics have gotten everything completely wrong. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as this world expands and deepens. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to the second episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Today we explore if something far greater than telepathy is happening amongst our subjects. The phenomenon around telepathy and non-speaking individuals extends well beyond correctly naming flashcards or numbers from behind a partition. It's bigger, and it reveals something more mysterious and complex about the origins and potential of consciousness. We're on our way to New Jersey to meet a mother named Manisha, who says that whatever is happening, shared consciousness is a better term for it than telepathy. Manisha and her husband immigrated to the United States from India after they got married. And their only son, named Akil, was diagnosed with autism as a toddler.
He regressed after his first birthday. And he was diagnosed at 18 months. And I had no clue what autism was.
None of the doctor ever gave us a hope that you have an intellect child, you have a smart child. Doctor said he will never speak.
Manisha is a lightning bolt of a mother. She has gone to the ends of the earth to help her son, Akil, be successful. Akil is now in college and wants to study plant medicine. Akil is someone that Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell, the neuroscientist studying telepathy in non-speaking individuals, has tested before. Dr. Diane felt the last telepathy test we witnessed in the first episode wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. She urged me to meet Akil and his mother in order to get a clearer picture of the phenomenon. Now that I've become committed to exploring and understanding this, I've become very aware of two worldviews that are complementary but also sometimes competing. One is that of a committed scientist, Dr. Diane, who needs incredibly controlled and rigorous scientific tests in order to explore whether or not telepathy is happening. The other is that of the parents, who just want answers. They need to know how and why this is happening, what it all means, and how to best empower their kids who seemingly have the ability to read their minds. And the conundrum is that research needs to be funded in order to give the parents these answers. And there's not much money pouring into this because the topic is kind of taboo. So Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell almost needs to prove to the scientific community that there is a there. Here's Diane and I talking about this.
I did an extensive review of the literature that already existed by other scientists on these things that I was told were impossible. So I didn't fall for that trap of thinking, the science is settled on that telepathy is impossible. It became a goal of mine to explore it, to have the opportunity to actually test it under controlled trials.
So what was your goal? Was it to prove telepathy exists or just to legitimize it to science?
My goal was to try to advance science by expanding our way of approaching these things, but also I've been wanting to come up with a theory for how the brain and consciousness might even have anything to do with one another.
By the end of the episode, I promise that I'll explain why Mia's tests don't hold up under scientific rigor, but I think it's imperative for you to get to know Akil first. This trip is more or less just for me to better understand this and understand what Diane's looking for. So she did not come with us to New Jersey. Okay, that's definitely the house. She said to look for the sign. Here, pull in here. Hey! Hi, Manisha. I'm Ky. I arrive at Akil's house with Michael, who's my camera guy, and a small crew. Okay, is it okay to put things right here? And we'll take our shoes off.
Okay, Ky is here.
Oh my gosh, Akil. It's so nice to finally meet you in person. When we arrive, Akil's just getting ready for his day. While the crew brings in equipment, I sit down with Akil in the hallway near his kitchen. We're on the floor, and he's draped himself in a blanket.
So, Ky, I want to show you some stuff.
Show your app. Where is your app?
Manisha hands an iPad over to Akil and encourages him to show me the app that he uses for communicating.
This will be the best thing for you to directly communicate with him.
We have we have to
Akil is typing into an app where every letter or word that he types is spoken out loud. The software also uses a predictive text tool that offers likely next words. So sometimes you'll hear letters being called out and other times an entire word. We have to show
show how the mind works.
Akil just wrote on his speaking device, we have to show how the mind works.
Akil, do you like it better if I type to you on this or when I talk to you with words?
Manisha demonstrates for me that using his app to type directly to him is sometimes the best way to get into the flow with Akil, better than talking to him verbally.
Let's say if Akil, Ky is here, they are going to film you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Akil just wrote, Ky spend time with friends and film interviews.
This will be the best thing for you to directly communicate with him. Akil, go take shower.
While Akil goes and showers and gets dressed, we spend a little time chatting with Manisha at her kitchen table.
You said up until age 11 he was nonverbal, but he was understanding everything.
He was comprehending everything, but he did not have a way to show us. So he goes to this new school and they introduced him to something called supported typing. It's very controversial and I had no clue. And they had 40 children already typing in the school. He goes for his first typing session. So they just gave him a little bit of support from here. And with that support, he typed 4 lines.
Manisha is showing me how the teacher would support the bottom of Akil's wrist when he first started typing.
So the school teacher called me next day and said, you know what, we are doing the supported typing program with Akil. But I said, he doesn't know his letters. She said, of course he'll know his letters.
So by 11, Akil had already been through 2 different schools, and this new school started to teach Akil to communicate via typing. Manisha didn't believe it. She didn't think it was possible because for a decade, all the other schools had told her that he doesn't know any numbers or letters.
The school teacher called and said, why don't you come and check it out? I said, okay. So I go there. She shows me how to do it. I see it and I'm still unsure about it. So almost a month or 2 months passed. Akil was typing in school with the teacher. We just had 2 choices. Should we believe in this communication or should we not believe in this communication?
And she hedged a bet and she tried typing with him alone at their house. And something clicked
I had to literally look into his eyes and told him that I trust you.
She went against every professional opinion in her life and made the choice to presume competence. And everything changed between them.
I don't know what happened, but things clicked between me and Akil. And we started our journey. And then I would ask him many questions.
So you knew he was typing for real?
Yes, but if you go and search about supported typing, it would be all very controversial.
Okay, because supported typing, maybe you could just explain it again. It's when you have the help and support of a therapist, but from what I understand it, the controversy is, oh, well, the therapist is pushing their hand.
Correct. It starts from here, then support comes here, then support comes here.
Manisha is showing me that when Akil first started typing, pressure was put on his wrist, then it was moved to his forearm, then to his elbow, and then to his shoulder. Though Akil learned to converse via supported typing, there are various methods of typing to communicate. The original method was called facilitated communication, and that received the most criticism due to the amount of touch involved. There's also rapid prompting method and spelling to communicate. Many in this world just simply say spelling to keep things easy, and it's common to refer to individuals who communicate this way as spellers. And the reason spelling works is because you're using your body to point to a letter, and that's a gross motor skill, versus verbally speaking, which is a fine motor skill.
And we believe in him. And we said, you know what, we are going to presume competence.
And thank God they presumed competence, because now Akil can type totally on his own into an iPad or computer without anyone touching him. Once Akil could communicate, Manisha and her husband got to learn about Akil in a whole new and intimate way. And one of the most shocking but helpful things he told them was that he didn't realize he had a body.
But Akil was not aware of his body. He made a statement, I cannot see my body in my mind.
And how did you teach him to see his body?
And we started touching him. When I started touching each finger, he realized, oh, I have hands and fingers and they move.
I love this visual of Manisha rubbing his hands and fingers, and then Akil realizing, oh, I have hands and fingers and they move. There's just no way he could have conveyed this type of disconnect without being able to communicate.
And then he started saying, oh, I have a body, but the body in my mind doesn't move.
Akil talks a lot about the mind-body disconnect, and this was how he articulated it for the first time, that the body he sees in his mind doesn't move when he asks it to do so.
And so when did everything start with telepathy? Like, when did you realize he could read your mind?
I could feel that he is reading my thoughts. Mm-hmm. He has a capacity to read my mind. But like one day he was in school and he typed with me and said, oh, you had gone out today. And then he started typing everything he knew. I went to Walmart. I didn't get things there. Then I went to Target. So everything, like my life was like an open book.
So you were like, where did I go today? And he said Target, Walmart.
Yeah, he knew everything. I didn't even tell him anything, but and that's why then I was like, oh my God, I called my husband and said, what is this? My life is an open book. And that's why I got convinced that this is telepathy. And then I started reading more about it. It was very hard to find answers for this.
This has become a familiar refrain by parents who discover their kids have telepathy. There's just not much information about this out there. So Manisha turned to people within the community, others who she'd met through the spelling world.
So people who are from the supported typing world, I went and I asked, what is happening when I'm near Akil? What is my field and what is Akil's field? Why do my thoughts and his thoughts become identical?
The specificity of her question is important. What is his field versus what is my field? She's not asking what's his body and what's my body, or his thoughts or my thoughts. It's more about how are they merging.
And she said, it's like these kids are using your blackboard. So they use your mental space. So this is a dimension which is beyond science for me.
Trying to make sense of this was totally beyond me as well. And in future episodes, we will dig into this with many experts. But what I can say right now is that Manisha is one of many, many parents and teachers who say that there seems to be some sort of energetic transfer or something going on. One mom said to me, in order for my son's software to work, he needs to use my hardware. It's very clear that non-speakers have thoughts of their own and they can communicate independently and they are extremely capable of thriving in school. But what many non-speakers are saying is that they have the ability to merge in some way. And parents and teachers will tell you that at times, you can't tell where one consciousness begins and the other one ends.
So how did you meet Dr. Powell?
So it was 2015.
And I approached her saying, Dr. Diane, my son is telepathic, and how could you help us to understand him, or what we can do? And that's how then first time Dr. Diane came to our house. She did a part 1 study.
This first telepathy test that Dr. Diane did with Manisha and Akil was on that drive she sent me when I first met her. The other amazing thing about this test was that the famous author and New Age guru Deepak Chopra tagged along. And apparently he was so amazed by what he saw that he left his briefcase and glasses and I think even his phone at Manisha's house because he was so flustered by what he just witnessed. Akil resurfaces and he's dressed and ready for the day, but you can tell he's distracted and a little concerned about all the lights and the people.
Akil, do you think we should show them how you boil the eggs? We use Instapot, we use electric gadgets so that he can cook for himself. So now he can boil eggs for himself.
Manisha has done an incredible job equipping Akil with his independent living skills. And while she's showing me around the kitchen, Akil leaves the room and he hides in the closet.
Do you want to go check on Akil?
Akil!
You know?
Come out, Akil. Yes, I'll give you YouTube. Come out.
Manisha is promising Akil that he can have YouTube once he comes out. This is a negotiation I feel very familiar with from my own household.
Come, I'll give you YouTube. Come. He's overwhelmed today. He wants YouTube and I've hidden all of them.
Knowing that Akil can seemingly read Manisha's mind, I find it very cute that we're whispering. But more than anything, I want to make sure he's comfortable.
You don't have to ask him right now if he needs alone time, but does he want to do an interview first, go walk around outside for a little bit?
Check with
does he
him.
want to show telepathy?
I can check with him.
When Manisha comes back into the room, she suggests that we take some of the lights down. There's a lot of commotion, a lot of newness, and it's simply and understandably overwhelming.
This is overwhelming him.
We'll take the light down.
Now we are going to get rid of it.
Right, yeah. I mean, we'll be in here the most, so probably...
So I asked the crew to please take down all the lights and for them to go stand outside. The weather was beautiful, thankfully. I wanted to meet Akil where he was at, and with his permission, I went and sat with him in silence in the closet for a little bit. And with Manisha's prompting and the safety of his blanket, he settled in at the dining room table.
So it's better now. So no one's up here now. It's just Michael and your mom and me, okay?
Okay, so I want you to see how Akil's mind and my mind are connected.
Okay.
Whatever you call it, as a telepathy or you call whatever. Okay, I'm just going to tear paper from here and I'm going to fold it.
Remember that we don't have Dr. Diane here, so we're kind of winging it. Manisha grabs a spiral notebook and sheets of white computer paper. Manisha's kind of spearheading this test, and I'm a little confused as to what's happening.
You're going to make 8 of them. If you want to do it more, just make more.
She's folding the white paper and making deep creases so we can easily tear them into little white cue cards.
And then I want you to write one word here.
She hands me the notebook, and I like what's happening because she's suggesting using it as a partition. I'll be able to write a word on one of the cue cards inside the notebook, blocking the view of it by holding up the cover.
Okay, write it. So you decide which words you want.
Okay.
And hold on to them.
I'm going to have my camera guy write a word too. This way it's...
Yeah, anybody.
Okay.
Michael, let's write these over here so there's no way anyone can see. Okay, and then we'll put these in the paper bag and...
Just give me one in my hand.
Okay.
Michael has made a black backing out of foam core to put behind each slip of paper, so there's no possible way Akil could see the paper.
Okay. So Akil cannot see this. This is the first one.
The first one was written by Michael, and the word he chose was onion, O-N-I-O-N.
Okay, now, Manisha, I'll give it to you.
We're at a dining room table. Akil is sitting at the head of the table, and I'm standing with Manisha perpendicular to Akil on the long side of the table. When we start the test, Akil is just looking down at the table, and then he grabs his iPad in order to communicate.
Onion. That's awesome, Akil.
Michael's eyes become huge.
That's so cool.
See his eye? He's like, what?
Now I'm going to give you another one. Okay, so Manisha, come stand here.
I've taken a step back and changed my body position slightly, just in case. I reach into the paper bag, and the new word is tiger.
This one.
Okay.
Okay.
Go, buddy.
T-I-G-E-R.
Tiger. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah. Amazing. Akil, can you do it if your mama's farther away?
Yeah.
She could be here, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah? Should we
He
try?
can give verbally. He can give verbal also.
Okay.
So we'll do one verbally.
This is exciting because we haven't done this before. Akil is minimally verbal, and though it's difficult for him to string together a sentence verbally, he's great at calling out letters. Akil's pronunciation might sound different from yours or mine. He can't form words or sounds effortlessly. But we go ahead and try this test.
So here.
Akil has moved over to the sofa in the living room, and Manisha is still sitting at the dining room table, which is about 15 feet away. And she's going to basically show us how Akil's telepathy works in real time. So for every letter she writes, he will speak it. She writes the first letter M. Next, she writes letter O. And she writes the letter V.
Jeez.
Manisha was barely even done writing the word movie when Akil was yelling it from across the room. It was pretty unbelievable.
This is a book that my father-in-law wrote about an uncle, so you can't buy this book on Amazon. You can't find it anywhere. So if you open this book right now and you looked at a picture and said, what am I looking at? What would he say?
He will tell me what I'm looking at. He will tell me what I'm looking at.
Do you have to be even in the room?
No, I don't have to be in the room. So one day I was watching a movie of an athlete whose leg was amputated, and he got into Special Olympics.
The family lives in a house with multiple floors. So one day, Manisha was watching a film downstairs in the basement about an Olympian who had his leg amputated.
And I went upstairs to tell Akil, come, look, I want to show you the story. See how people overcome their difficulties and challenges. He said, yes, I know he doesn't have a leg and he is in Olympics.
Because he was watching a show or something?
Because I was watching and he was upstairs. So those thoughts can get transferred.
Wow.
So Manisha had gone upstairs to tell Akil, I want you to see this movie. It could be inspirational for you. And Akil revealed he already knew the plot line and what it was about, even though Akil was upstairs in his room. Manisha shared a few stories like this. Another amazing one was that she could be reading a book in a different room and later ask Akil a question about the book she was reading. For instance, where was the main character from? And he could correctly tell her the answer from a book she was reading while she was alone in a different part of the house.
If I'm sitting here, okay, and I'm reading something in my mind, and if I ask him a question in my mind, he will answer.
This absolutely blew my mind. It's something I think about a lot. And this will be one of many stories you hear like this. One of the subjects we meet later in Georgia knew all about Harry Potter, even though he'd never read the books. When his mom asked him how, he noted that his sister had read all of the books, and that's why he could answer any question about it. But he wasn't in the room with her when she was reading them. So this onion will just keep peeling back and back and back. Akil has walked away. He's in the living room, sitting on a couch, watching his iPad. The iPad is a bit of a reward for having so much patience with the test this morning.
Akil, you can probably tell me yes or no. I know you're watching YouTube, but is telepathy how we're meant to communicate?
That's what he had explained in the past.
What did he say?
He had said that in my world, people don't talk. People just close their eyes and that's how we communicate.
In his world, they don't talk, but they still communicate. What do you think he meant by that?
So once he came home and he was upset and I typed with him. So I said, okay, why are you upset? And he said that I am telling hi to the person, but the person is not replying me back.
Okay, wait. So Akil is saying hi with his mind, but the other child isn't responding to him because he didn't say it out loud.
Yes. So he thinks, why do I have to use my mouth and my body to answer the question when I'm answering in my mind? He doesn't get it.
And he thinks everyone should be using telepathy.
Yeah. He literally tells me that teach people how to read my mind. And I said, I cannot. He said, I have to read people's mind.
Despite that, I was confused because Akil said, in my world, this is how we communicate. And I just kept wondering, well, who is the we? Communication takes two people doing something back and forth. And what I've learned from talking to so many spellers is they do not misspeak. The words they choose are precise and thoughtful, often poetic. So who is the we in his world that he's referring to? We take a break for lunch, and when we return from lunch, I suggest doing more formal tests with Akil using his speaking device.
I wonder if there's like a random picture generator. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
A random word generator.
Oh, yeah. Random word generator. Aha. Okay. Oh, look at this. Weird words, fake words. Holy, look how weird that word is.
Yeah, perfect.
I I'm trying my best to channel Dr. Powell. We download a brand new random word generator in front of the camera on the spot, and then we set up the room to get various angles with our cameras.
I'm going to start the shot right here. So there's nothing back here. We just have an empty room, a table, no mirrors.
With my camera, I did a 360-degree sweep of the room so people could see that there's no one in front of Akil giving him clues or mirrors or any reflective devices. In fact, Akil was often just looking down at the ground, looking at his hands.
What should I press?
You got to hit the blue one.
This?
Exactly. Hit that one. Or do another random word
So
here.
when you do the random again, just do it again.
Yeah.
Maybe just tell like...
Even though the software probably makes the word very random, we have decided to always hit the button twice or 3 times to make the word super, super random.
Is this okay?
Yep.
The word she selects is Izzard, I-Z-A-R-D. Manisha is sitting next to Akil on the couch, and Manisha is closest to me. And my iPad, which now has the random word generator on it, is facing away from Akil toward my camera. There's no way that Akil could see what's on the iPad because it's facing in the complete opposite direction of him.
Z A R D.
Good, and then show us. Nice, Akil.
I didn't touch at all.
Manisha just said, I didn't touch it all. And this is because at the beginning of the day, I asked her to never touch him during any of the tests. And this is the first test that we've done where they're sitting right next to each other, side by side.
Let's do another one.
Another one?
Yeah.
Akil is leaning on the couch, his safety blanket draped around his shoulders and the back of his head. We can see where his eyes are. And once again, there's no way he can see the iPad. It is facing in the complete opposite direction of him.
Random word.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Okay, ready. You're doing great, Akil.
The word Manisha has pulled up is kith, K-I-T-H. Akil's typing device is sitting casually on the couch, facing up, and she hands it to him so he can start.
P. You talk.
Yes.
Akil types 2 of the wrong letters here, something you don't see very often, and he kind of looks at his mom. And then he confirms with Manisha that he can watch YouTube when he's done with all of the testing. And she says yes. And then suddenly, it's like he's back in action.
K-I-T-H. K.
Awesome, Akil. Can we please do one more?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, random word generator, go for it.
The word generated is P-A-T-T-E.
P-A-T-T-E. Pat.
Good. Nice.
We continue to do many more tests with random word generators, random number generators, and Akil continues to be accurate. But this is where things got fun. Okay, so I'm going to see if there's a random picture generator. One of the things Manisha continually says is that this is not sheer telepathy. The second information enters her mind, it goes into his mind. She says it's like they share a consciousness, and sometimes she's not sure if a thought is hers, or his, or theirs together. I'm thinking that a random picture generator is one of the best ways to test this because the picture that's generated, it often isn't obvious or clear what it is to Manisha or me or any of the crew looking at it. And so if telepathy involves sending a signal to someone or sending a picture and they receive it, then what we're about to do is beyond just testing sheer telepathy because she won't be sending a signal because she sometimes doesn't know what she's looking at.
There is a random picture generator.
Okay, good.
Some of them are pretty dumb. I mean, look at this. It's so abstract.
Yeah, but see, it's interesting.
Manisha is sitting on the couch, but Akil has gone back into this little nook off the dining room. It's a small room that we haven't been in yet today. And as Manisha's pulling up the image, I'm asking Michael to please try to go film Akil in the room where he's at.
But I think I want him here.
Let's just please try one with him in there.
Okay.
Michael, can you please go film Akil and I'll cover this. Manisha hits the button that says generate and an image of red phone booths, the type you see in London, enter the frame.
Akil, what is this?
Yeah.
Left?
Hey, Michael, can you go over here and get
Telephone.
where
He said telephone. And what is the color?
Michael, I have this. Do you want to get him?
Red. You want me to go there with him?
Just so we know where he is.
Akil sounds out telephone and then sounds out the word red. For most of this test, I'm distracted because I really want Michael to be in the other room with Akil so we could prove that he was far, far in another room. I've played back this test many times, and I encourage you to do the same. Because yes, Manisha is echoing or repeating the sounds that Akil is making. And when you play it back, you'll see that he is always making the sound first, and she is echoing it or validating what's being said.
You want me to go there with him?
No, this is good.
She offered to go sit with Akil, but I wanted to capture another test like this with them in totally different rooms. However, at that moment, Akil walks back and sits on the couch.
Oops.
Okay, he's here. He's here. He'll do it.
We are in the same setup as before, where Manisha is sitting closest to my camera. She's holding her iPad toward me, and there's no possible way Akil can see it.
Okay, random picture generator. Ready? What is this?
The picture that was generated was weird. You can tell by Manisha's reaction that she isn't sure what it is. To me, it looks like the remnants of a food fight, like mustard and relish and ketchup on the ground.
Okay, Akil, go. What is that? What do you see, Akil?
P. A. I. N. T. Paint.
Akil had typed paint.
And show it up to us, Akil?
Can we accept it?
It's amazing.
We did a few tests like this. Akil would state what he was seeing, even though often Manisha had no clue what the picture was. This felt similar to the popsicle stick test that we did with Mia in the last episode. This was different than just telepathy. I thought about this test a lot, and after the shoot, I talked with Michael, my cinematographer, about it. And here's a snippet from our conversation.
I would love to get your take on the random picture generator. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, that was cool. Yeah, there were moments where he's interpreting images differently than we are. But then once he says it or he does it and you look at it and it makes sense, you can tell that he's thinking about these things as a metaphor.
One of the things that Manisha said to me early on was it's not just sheer telepathy. It's almost like sharing of a consciousness. And she's like, I don't know what that means. Does it mean consciousness is coming to us from somewhere else and we're both tapping into the same like signal, or what? And so that was the thing for me watching the random picture generator. It's like, okay, if it's possible, like that my phone can send you a text or my phone can send you a picture, why couldn't that happen with the brain? Maybe she's sending him a word or a number or a picture, right? But then when it came to like looking at a random picture, like you said, having to interpret this metaphorically, then I was like, she doesn't know what she's even sending him, because she doesn't even know what she's looking at sometimes. So what does this mean? Is he looking through her eyes? Like
well,
that's to me.
Yeah, that's the difference is like, is he just using her eyes as an instrument, like you said? The idea that like he sees something or he's interpreting something that she's not even interpreting is more just like he's bypassing her brain and just using her eyes.
Our afternoon of testing left us with more questions than answers. From another room, Akil could describe exactly what his mom was looking at. When Manisha wrote a word and then crossed it out, Akil could name the first word and then the second word. He even interpreted pictures his mother viewed from across the room. Was Akil somehow seeing through his mother's eyes? Were they sharing a consciousness, or was something entirely different happening? We took a break to see Akil's college setup in the office. There he types independently with a large computer keyboard, and we saw him do some lessons in computer graphics and coding.
If you want to animate a single shape in GameLab, you can quickly end up with a lot of variables to manage.
Akil demonstrates his academic prowess. He's taking college-level classes, and the software program that Manisha has just pulled up teaches animation and coding.
You can control a sprite's properties in your program by using dot notation.
Then we went back to the living room so Akil could work on building robots on the floor. We stayed there for the remainder of the evening, and it felt very intimate and close. We did more telepathy tests, in fact, some of my favorite ones. But we did them in between some meaningful conversation.
Akil, what do you think about the parents who say, oh, my child doesn't understand, they're not in there?
N. O. T. Not.
Not?
T.
Go ahead.
T. O. T.
Not to.
T. H. I. N. K. Okay, yeah.
Not to think.
Da. T. H. A. T.
Akil's sitting next to his mom, typing into the speaking device. And this is how he ended up answering my question about what he'd say to parents who think their kids aren't in there.
Not to think they have to show, but this is not easy.
The software leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to punctuation. But what he wrote was, not to think that. They have to show, but this is not easy.
Yeah, I know it's not easy. You make yourself understood so well.
Yeah.
I also asked Manisha what she wants most for Akil. Though telepathy is a fascinating and perplexing development in her life, and she definitely wants answers, she's got much heavier and bigger concerns.
The kids like Akil should be accepted, and instead of trying to fix them, see what their capabilities are, what their skills are, and work on the strengths. Everybody is busy either trying to understand them, research them, make judgments about them, and trying to get them to come in our world and do things what we do.
And this is the crux of everything. Non-speakers have been judged by their behaviors for decades. Schools, doctors, really society at large, makes judgments on what their body is doing. But this isn't an accurate reflection of their intelligence. It's a beguiling trap. How does society celebrate neurodiversity when we do little to fit them into our world?
Like the blanket which he has. Can he take the blanket all over the place? No, the teachers think that's not appropriate and he should not. But this is house, we cannot take the blanket away from him. So there has to be an agreement and a mutual understanding between both the worlds. And both the worlds and both the community have to bring into a balance.
Akil operates best when he has a blanket around him. Why can't we allow this in schools or a workplace?
If they need to be touched, they need to be touched.
Many non-speakers feel more grounded and better able to regulate their bodies when they're being touched. But when it comes to communicating via spelling, so often their words are discounted as not even being their own if they aren't typing independently into a keyboard. And it took Akil years to get to that point. And some people never do. Should their words and thoughts be discounted along the way because of this? And another way we're not meeting them, or even trying, is by not looking into this. The idea that non-speakers might have abilities with their minds that the rest of us have either forgotten how to use or just simply can't access.
Have you ever asked him, does he see through your eyes, or does he just know what's in your mind?
It's just automatic. He gets it automatically at that time.
And to dig into this further, I came up with a new test on the spot, which ended up actually being one of my favorites. Akil is under his blanket, busy with his iPad.
All right, I'm just going to do something.
I took out my phone calculator. Akil will have to tell us the answer to the equation that we just typed into the calculator in real time. Okay, I'm going to type in the first equation. I type in 11031,597 times 4. I certainly don't know the answer to that. The answer that pops up is long.
Whoa, is that too long?
No, it's fine.
As noted, we're sitting on the floor. Manisha is next to Akil, and I'm sitting in front of her, holding the calculator away from Akil and toward Michael's camera. So again, there's no way Akil can see this number. Akil picks up his speaking device off the ground and goes for it. The answer is 44,126,388.
4, 1, 2, 6, 3, 8. 8.
That's what the number was. Akil, it's so unbelievable. I'm going to have your mom do it, so I'm out of the shot. Okay, so
I hand the calculator to Manisha. She keeps it turned away from Akil.
Look at me for a second, Akil. You ready for another one?
Yeah.
Let's please multiply two numbers and see if he gets it.
Manisha types in 25 times 36, and as the answer pops up, she points to her head and says, the moment it comes here, and then she points to Akil and says, it goes there.
The moment it comes here, it goes there.
Can you see it already in your mom's head?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
The calculator is pointed totally away from Akil, right up in Michael's camera, and Akil is under his blanket and his speaking device is on the ground in front of him. By the way, 25 times 36 equals 900.
Okay, what is it?
9, 0, 0.
Unbelievable.
We do multiple calculator tests with longer numbers, shorter numbers, and Akil is right every time. And the reality of what we're seeing, there really aren't words for it.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
The desperation in Manisha's voice is now something that I've heard echoed over and over again over the course of 4 years. Can someone please just explain this? And it's hard for scientists to get research funded in this realm because, as we talked about in episode 1, much of our scientific paradigm is materialism, which more or less says the only things that can be real are things that can be observed and measured. So scientists who earnestly want to research and look into ESP and telepathy have historically not been given much respect and certainly not money. And Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell has been trying, but there needs to be a ton of research looking into this. And what Manisha says next is Classic.
Whoever is asking for data, Akil is a data.
Whoever is looking for data, Akil is the data. Michael had signaled to me that he needed another battery.
Oh, you need a battery? Run down and get it, because I have to get something too.
When I got to the camera room, Michael had his head in his hands. And if you remember from the first episode, Michael often approaches things skeptically. I would say, and I think Michael would agree, that he doesn't believe in much that can't be measured or explained. And he certainly doesn't put much stock in religion. When he looked up, he said, "Do I have to believe in God now?" Coming from Michael, this was totally out of character. I was actually shocked to hear that question come out of his mouth. And we couldn't really dig into this or talk about it because we were working. So I called him afterward.
And I was like trying to find an explanation for these things happening. I'm seeing this with my own eyes, but what does it mean? And it's like, okay, does this open up the possibility that there is something bigger than us happening, whether it's like some spiritual thing or something metaphysical? When you see it, that's an easy road to go down.
The spiritual aspect of this cannot be understated. And most people who enter this world have their thoughts on science and spirituality shift, including the parents and teachers who are intimately involved with the non-speakers. But when I asked Michael his thoughts on God after having some time to consider everything, he said,
"The more I think about it, though, for me, it doesn't actually prove the existence of God.
You know, we used to think God made rainbows."
His reference is a great one. In fact, John Keats, the poet, once said that Isaac Newton was destroying the poetry and wonder of the rainbow by reducing it to just being a prism of colors. In fact, it's not abnormal for scientific breakthroughs to be met with skepticism. That happened to Galileo when he proposed that the sun and not the earth was the center of our universe. It happened to Gregor Mendel when he proposed his theory of genetics. Many scientific breakthroughs that are rejected or ignored by academics and the public when introduced eventually become accepted as empirical truths about our world.
But I saw these things with my eyes and I believe that they're happening. So now what I'm thinking about is not whether it's happening, but what's the explanation for it.
When he was saying this, it made me think of this Nikola Tesla quote: "The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in one decade than in all the previous centuries of its existence." But for now, back to our visit with Akil. The entire reason that we are here, standing in this basement, is because the telepathy tests we did with Mia in episode 1 wouldn't pass scientific muster. And here's Dr. Diane Powell explaining why.
So someone who really knows nothing about these children and their abilities, the testing with Mia was really problematic because the mother was touching her. It's problematic because there's this concern that she could be somehow transmitting the information to me. Akil is a much better test subject because he's been able to go on and type at a computer.
As a refresher, Mia had just learned to communicate via pointing to a letterboard or typing into a speaking device within the past year. When Mia first started typing on her own, she needed support near her typing hand or wrist. And slowly, her mom started putting less pressure on Mia, moving her hand up to Mia's elbow, and then to her shoulder, then to her upper back, and eventually up to her neck. And now she barely touches Mia with a single fingertip on her forehead. When I met Mia's family in person, none of this felt suspect to me. And if I'm being honest, it still doesn't. It was part and parcel of helping her learn to communicate. And it reminded me of when my dad taught me to ride my bike. I wanted him to hold the handles firmly, squeezing my body between both of his arms. And slowly, when I got more confident, he moved his hands up to my shoulders. And then eventually, he was holding the back of the seat. And then at some point, he just touched me slightly on my back. I was balancing on my own, but I needed to know he was there to catch me. Many of us need emotional or physical support when learning something new. And this is especially true for someone who has difficulty with motor planning or controlling their body. The idea that Mia's mom was passing messages regarding detailed words and numbers through a slight touch of a single fingertip that was not visibly moving seemed unlikely to me. But as Michael is always looking through the camera, often with a much tighter view than I have, I called him up to get his thoughts.
Do you think that Mia's mom was transferring words and numbers and information through the fingertip on her head?
No, definitely not. The idea that's like some kind of Morse code thing. I mean, it's just, her finger was just on her head.
It's not moving.
But regardless of how unlikely we felt it was that entire words and messages were being passed through a finger, we came to New Jersey to witness telepathy without any touching. And though I understand why Dr. Diane and other scientists doing this work need to focus on this type of criteria in order for their research to be considered thorough and solid, when it comes to day-to-day communication, it feels kind of ableist and silly for anyone else to dictate how someone else should be communicating in order to have their words counted. We go back upstairs to wrap things up, and my head is full of questions. I'm wondering about the origins of consciousness and if it's limited at all by time or space or even death. And I'm wondering how widespread this phenomenon could be. So, Manisha, I know Akil's not in the room right now. And when he gets back, I do want to talk to him about this as well. But has he talked to you about, like God or spirituality?
We had some episodes, and that was shocking to us.
And what were the episodes?
There were some ancestors who had passed away, and Akil started giving messages from them.
So when you would get these messages from people who's passed on, would you go look into them? Like, were they usually correct?
Yeah. But then we didn't want to encourage all these things, so I kept it very limited.
And she told me some stories about ancestors who had died 20 to 30 years ago. And Akil passed along messages from them. And when she went back to India, that's when she confirmed that the messages were correct. And then I brought up Mia, who we met in episode 1.
Mia sees people all the time that other people can't see.
Akil used to. But then when Akil used to see, like when my mom passed away, and I used to sit down and study with him, he would say that your mom wants to play with me. And I said, where is she? She said, she's sitting beside me. I said, okay, tell her not to play right now. And I kept it very limited, and I didn't want him to get connected with the other world.
As a parent myself, I get this entirely. I would not want my child connected to another world that I couldn't see or be a part of or control. Akil came back into the room, and I was excited to see him because I felt only he could truly answer this next question.
Akil, have you been around other people who have a difficult time speaking where you get a sense you can read their mind? Like, do you think for most non-speaking people, they can read minds?
Y-E-S. Yes.
There was no hesitancy. Y-E-S. When contemplating telepathy as part of the human experience, the most plausible connection is between a mother and a child. A mother's intuition is undeniable, and for the survival of a family unit, it almost makes sense. But Akil is saying that non-speakers can communicate with each other telepathically. And this is what we will explore next.
Everyone with non-speaking and unreliably speaking autism have this ability.
John Paul is in his bedroom, and he is telepathically talking to his other friends. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
I mean, I'm talking tens of thousands of kids. Every single one of them has been telepathic.
Every non-speaker has the ability to communicate telepathically.
In the next episode, we head down to Georgia, where we learn that telepathy in non-speakers knows absolutely no bounds. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as this world expands and deepens. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to the third episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Today we'll delve into how prevalent this phenomenon is and whether telepathy extends beyond a parent and child connection. After meeting Akil, my questions started changing. I was no longer asking if telepathy was possible, but started asking how it was possible. I was reading stacks of books and digesting dozens of articles, and I was fascinated to learn that people have been researching and testing telepathy in earnest ever since the 1880s. And when radio waves were first sent across the Atlantic Ocean in 1901,
Marconi amazed the world by sending and receiving wireless messages 3,000 miles across the Atlantic.
the idea that telepathy might be a type of radio signal started to seep into the ether. The acclaimed author Upton Sinclair even wrote the book Mental Radio, showcasing telepathy experiments he's done with his wife. And while researching radio waves one night, I stumbled across this amazing story.
I had some dental work to be done. You know, they put in temporary fillings.
This is beloved starlet Lucille Ball sharing a story from around the time of World War II, when she had to get several temporary fillings put in the upper and lower parts of her mouth.
This particular night was about 1:15, and I was driving alone. And all of a sudden, I heard music. And I looked down to turn off my radio, and it wasn't on. I turned around and looked to see if there's anyone behind me. And the music was getting louder and louder and louder. And I realized it was in my mouth. And it was beating in my ears. I could hear the tune and everything. I recognized the tune. And then it started to fade out. So the next day, I mentioned it at the studio to Buster Keaton. And he said, what street were you on, Moore Park? And I said, yes. He said, you went by the radio station. You picked it up. Well, you got any fillings? I said, yes. He said, you picked it up in your teeth.
Though she tried to hear the music again over the next few nights, she never did. However, about 5 nights later,
I was going up another street. I heard, and I'm picking it up with my teeth. And I backed the car up, and it got stronger and stronger, and I kept on backing it up until it really got strong, and my whole jaw was vibrating.
she had picked up a Morse code transmission from an underground Japanese station.
Honest to God.
And Lucille Ball wasn't the only person who claimed this had happened to them. In fact, there's many accounts out there. Andrea Puharich, a researcher, medical inventor, and physician who was studying ESP in the mid-1900s, found a man who had been admitted to a psychiatric ward for hearing voices.
That Babe Ruth meant to it. A newspaper man approached.
The man had worked in a machine shop. When they analyzed his metal fillings, they were coated with carborundum dust, a semiconductor. He was picking up radio signals. The man's teeth were cleaned, and the voices stopped. These stories simply suggest that under the right conditions, our brain can act as a receiver of radio signals, which leads the curious among us to wonder, well, what else can the brain do? And one of these curious people is the mother I meet next. Her name is Katie, and she's based in Georgia. Dr. Diane received her first email from Katie a few weeks after I had returned home from meeting Akil. Katie said telepathy is a shared reality amongst many in their Atlanta-based community. They're open about it. Not only this, but Katie noted that she's met dozens of parents who say their kids telepathically communicate with each other. I asked Dr. Diane if she could set up a phone call with Katie so I could meet her and her son, Houston.
How are you? Hi, Houston. Hi, Katie.
On the Zoom, Houston is sitting next to his mom, Katie. We talk for well over an hour, getting to know each other. And Katie's transparent about the fact that many spellers and their parents are reticent to share their stories and let in outsiders, because there have been so many gotcha moments collectively throughout the past 40 years. Houston starts to write something on his letterboard. During the Zoom call, he's been patiently sitting next to his mom, Katie. When he communicates, Katie holds the letterboard perfectly still, and Houston points to letters with his finger.
Having my story told and how I want to tell it is so important to me.
We talk about the importance of Houston sharing his unfiltered truth. And by the end of the call, we are all excited about the prospect of Dr. Diane Powell and myself heading down to Georgia to do some telepathy tests. I asked Katie and Houston if they'd be okay if I brought a small camera crew, and they said that was fine. And before we get off the call, I sheepishly ask about Katie's letter to Diane. So Houston, your mom communicated something to Dr. Powell, and I'm just wondering if you can read your friends' minds. Katie picks up the letterboard for Houston, and he writes,
Definitely all of us talk to each other. It's called the talk on the hill. It's called the talk on the hill. They all talk to each other. Think of it like a channel. Like they all turn to this channel at a certain time and they all communicate.
And they don't have to be in the same room at all?
They don't have to be in this same zip code.
This felt like an astounding breakthrough in the unraveling mystery of telepathy that was starting to consume my life. And I wanted to get down to Georgia immediately to understand this more. I talked to Dr. Diane, and she did a separate Zoom call with Houston to do some remote telepathy tests to make sure it would be worthwhile for her to go down and test Houston. After both of our separate Zoom conversations, we were both in agreement that visiting Katie and Houston would be worthwhile and circumstantial in our quest to understand this better. Beyond that, Houston has buddies in Georgia that he telepathically communicates with on the Hill, and Katie was excited to introduce us to some of those families as well. Dr. Diane thought we should also bring Dr. Jeff Tarrant with us down to Atlanta. Dr. Tarrant is the QEEG specialist who conducted Mia's brain scan in episode 1. However, we learned something in the last episode, which is this might not just be sheer telepathy. It might be more of a merging of a consciousness. And if that's true, we need Jeff to ideally scan both Katie and Houston's mind at the same time to understand the phenomenon in a more concrete way. I hopped on the phone with Jeff to find out if there was equipment like this out there and if it's something that we could make happen.
I've got a friend who builds EEG equipment and software. I've been talking with him about hyperscanning.
Hyperscanning is a technique that allows the simultaneous recording of brain activity in different subjects. Jeff's friend is able to build a hyperscanner that we can bring with to Atlanta.
So we will be able to simultaneously record 2 people. In the future, we'll be able to do a whole group.
Before showing up on her doorstep, I want you to start to get a picture of who Katie is. Katie can best be described as a resilient, steadfast warrior. She married a handsome jock who turned out to be horribly abusive. 5 kids later, she escaped him and was left to fend for herself as a single mom. The trauma and struggle she endured was made even more difficult because her oldest son, Houston, started slipping away around 10 months.
Every day there was less and less and less of him until the point where he didn't seem to be with us. Back then, it took a very long time to get a diagnosis. And when you finally got a diagnosis, it was a death sentence. It was labeled as severe autism, completely non-speaking. And they tell you that there is no hope.
Katie lived through years of loneliness and turbulence and hopelessness. And though it's hard, I want to immerse you in it because it makes the reality that she's living today that much more magnificent.
Houston was always running when he was young. You could hardly catch him. He never stopped moving. He seemed tortured. And yet there would be these moments where you would see him finding delight, like the movie Flubber. He would put his hands on his belly and throw himself back and laugh. And I'm like, you can't have that much joy and not be in there, as they told me. And yet every year there's a whole nother set of psychology tests and exams and evaluations to reinforce that if you haven't already given up, you need to.
And beyond the logistical frustrations that Katie felt navigating Houston's diagnosis, everything was compounded by a shrinking social reality.
It's so isolating because we have to essentially live our lives in a way where we don't bother other people. And it's not just you, it's all your kids are living this outcast life. You're not included in any part of society, not in school, not in church, not out in the community. Even in the grocery store, you're a nuisance. There's nowhere for you to go. It took me a very long time to give up hope. A part of me breaks inside to give up.
And though it broke her to her core to do it, she gave up on Houston. But what happened next is profound. Houston did not let her.
Houston was 17 years old. I was working 3 jobs at the time, and I came home the night before Thanksgiving, and I was so tired that my body was literally vibrating. And I was laying there, and I just wanted to nap. Houston came downstairs and sat at my feet, which he had never done before in his life. And he sat there completely still. And this is someone who's in literally 24 hours a day motion. And then all of a sudden he reached over and very intentionally tugged at the blanket just like you would to get someone's attention. And he said, "Mama." And I was shocked because I had never, ever heard my son say my name. He was 17. And I opened my eyes and he was looking directly into my eyes, which he had also never done. And he said, "I love you." I was speechless. And so I was essentially given this opportunity. I could keep not believing that there was any hope, or I could believe in a miracle. And so I decided in that moment I was going to believe in a miracle.
When we arrive in Atlanta, there was a big grip truck with film equipment on it and lots of crew members milling about outside of Houston and Katie's house. And I'm instantly worried about how this is going to impact Houston. I rush into the house and try to find him. And Katie and Houston are by the door greeting people. They are effusively loving and joyful and calm amidst the chaos of a crew descending on their home. Katie shows me around their house, and Houston heads upstairs. After a minute, Katie and I go up there to find him. Houston's bedroom has rocks and stones and crystals everywhere. Wow, Houston, this is incredible. I asked Katie how his passion for collecting stones started.
A friend of mine gave me 3 stones, and when she gave them to me, she said she had prayed over them. So this was very strange to me. I'm an evangelical Christian, and this was just not part of my practice in my faith. So I really didn't know what to make of this. I took them home, and I was in my bathroom, and I heard the bedroom door slam open, and then the bathroom door slammed open, and Houston started shouting, "Stones, stones, stones," and he wouldn't stop. And so I just was like, "Here, take them." I mean, I didn't know what to do with them. So anyway, I went into his room a little bit later, and he had lined these 3 stones up on his bedside table on the very edge, and he was lying on the very edge of his bed as close as he could get to these stones. I was completely baffled by the scene, and I said to him, "Houston, what's all this?" He sat straight up and he started spelling, "When you're autistic, you're a magnet for all energy, good and bad. These stones have good energy. I need more good energy."
Katie also told me a story about buying her other son a pair of dice made out of gemstones for Christmas. Right when they arrived, she wrapped them up and hid them. When Houston got home from school, he immediately went and found the box, saying that he could feel the energy of the rocks coming from it. All this said, Katie leaned into Houston's love of stones. Houston was sitting on his bed, holding one of his enormous quartz crystals. I asked him why he loved stones, and he wrote,
"All the living things I see and hear." That includes stones, plants, animals, trees, like all of it.
I couldn't imagine the sensory overload that must flood his brain.
When I started doing some investigating, I found out that stones have a very unique set of traits. They have piezoelectric energy, which means it can transmit mechanical to electrical energy and electrical to mechanical. I found out that each stone actually has a hertz that can actually be measured.
I Googled this myself, and it's true. All elements have a frequency or set of frequencies at which they vibrate. The fact that Houston is more keyed into these frequencies may be a clue into how and why telepathy is possible.
He's experiencing essentially a greater spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum. He could feel all these different wavelengths.
Katie is a voracious reader and researcher. This here is just a small insight into the lengths that she's gone to try to understand how telepathy works. Houston's bedroom felt great, and I could tell that he felt safe and good in there. So I asked Michael, my cameraman and cinematographer, to go grab some of the crew so that we could start filming. But before we started filming, Katie prayed for the shoot.
We pray for your protection.
And she prayed for the camera crew, and me, and Dr. Powell.
The other scientists that are all working with us so that we can share these incredible gifts with the world.
And I think it's really important to mention that Katie had lost her faith completely, having suffered for years, being beat down by a life that just wouldn't quit. The only reason she gained it back was by experiencing what she can best describe as miracles involving her son, Houston. Then we hung out and chatted a bit. Where we left off in Katie's story, Houston had just said, "Mama, I love you." in a moment of still clarity that shook her to her core.
I didn't care what the experts said. I'd been given one little moment of miraculous, and that's what I wanted for my whole life. I wanted to know my son. And if he could sit there and look me in the eyes, say my name, and tell me that he loved me, I knew there was hope. I had met with this psychologist, and he said, have you ever heard of RPM?
RPM stands for Rapid Prompting Method, and it's one of the methods of spelling, which allows non-speakers to communicate by pointing to letters.
And I was like, no, never heard of it. He printed off a sheet, and he gave me a mom's number, and he said, go talk to this mom. Her son communicates this way. He's like Houston. And I was like, there's no way. All right, sure, I'll go talk to her. And she's showing me these pages and pages of things that her son has written. And I'm like, her son must not be that severe. My son had the kind of autism where you smeared feces, where you ran away, where he screamed, where he would run around naked all the time. Houston had no control and no way to communicate to us. So for her to tell me that her son was doing all this, I thought the explanation was he has more control over his body.
Like many parents I meet who have been told for years their kids aren't in there, the thought of teaching them to communicate felt like a fool's errand. Beyond that, spelling is not taught in most schools, and given her situation, it must have felt almost impossible to put money and time, the scarcest resources in her life, behind something she didn't believe was possible. Katie did a bit more research.
We had a friend that uses RPM to communicate, and I went to visit him and literally sat there in absolute shock as he spelled out the answer to every single question that I asked him. I was heartbroken because I realized that my son was in there too, and he'd been trapped for over 2 decades and never given this opportunity to have a voice. So the things that he had lost out on because I didn't know, and because I listened to all the experts and how I had failed him. Those were my initial thoughts, followed by, I have to know my son. I went home, I walked right up to Houston's bedroom, opened the door, and I looked at him and I said, Houston, I'm getting you a voice. And he looked at me with the strangest look. I was absolutely resolute that this was going to happen.
And it did. They worked hard. It wasn't easy. It took practice and patience and commitment, but at the age of 21, Houston wrote his first full sentence on his letterboard.
I sat there in shock as my son spelled, I'm in here, on this board.
She holds up a blackboard with stencil letters punched out of it. The board is no bigger than a piece of computer paper, and it is surreal to think that this piece of plastic was the key to unlocking an entire human being.
Yeah, changed our lives. My hope, which had been sputtering along, now it had gasoline. And so it was explosive in our lives to get my son everything that had been taken from him.
Like all parents in Katie's situation, they go through a period of discovering who their kid is and what they know.
I began to find out that my son knew far beyond what they would teach in a classroom. A lot of history, a lot of important events, and spiritual knowledge as well. He had never had any education at all. So I didn't understand how he could know so much.
It's important to note that Houston, like thousands of non-speakers around the world, are not taught as if they're smart. They're often taught preschool lessons like colors and shapes on repeat, even through high school.
He was denied any education because they assumed, based on the fact that he can't control his body, he has no understanding of it.
To quickly interject here, if you have a hard time coordinating motor function and regulating your body, testing behavior is not a good way to test intelligence. It's almost like testing a blind person's intelligence by asking them to read. And this is what Katie's getting at. Houston was denied an education because people were judging his behavior and assuming he wasn't smart.
And when he began to explain, he had to teach himself to read. And not just him, but his friends, they would all find incredible ways to educate themselves. If one of them learned something, they would all teach each other.
But how could they teach each other if they couldn't communicate?
I was confused by that. How do y'all have conversations when none of you can speak? And he explained that they all have unique gifts and that they're able to communicate to each other telepathically.
But before exploring the idea that non-speakers can communicate with each other telepathically, I wanted to understand how Katie came to believe her son was telepathic at all. She grew up in a very conservative community and family, and things like telepathy were not ever considered possible. So can you take me back to the very first moment when he first revealed he could read your thoughts and just what your reaction was? That had to be just really...
upsetting. Terrifying. He'd been just giving me this incredible amount of information, and one of my sons was questioning, how does he know all this? And being very critical. And I was upset with him for being so critical and not believing in his brother. But the question still remained, how was he learning? The question that I asked him was, how did you learn all of this? Do you have really good hearing? And he said, I'm special. And I said, oh, of course you're special. I'm sure he was rolling his eyes in his head. And he said, I can hear thoughts. And I said, bullshit. I did not believe him. And I questioned him and I said, are you sure you're telling the truth? And he said to me, you don't get the kind of gifts that I have if you lie. So then I asked him a question in my head without speaking, and he answered the question that I had asked him in my head. Then I brought my son and his friend up to witness it, and I told the young man that was his friend, I said, Kit, get a thought in your head and sit there and don't think anything but that. And Houston spelled out what that young man was thinking. Then I called my daughter, and she didn't believe me. She said, no, he can't, Mom. I said, send me something. So she had her husband tell her something to text. She texted it to me. He never saw the text, and he spelled out what was on the text.
Did you ask him when his ability to hear thoughts started?
Houston said that he doesn't remember a time when he did not hear thoughts. He also says that everyone with non-speaking and unreliably speaking autism have this ability. All. He said it might differ in strength from one person to another, but they all have this gift.
So can he hear the thoughts of everyone?
Well, yes. So he can hear the thoughts of everyone. But if his anxiety is high, he cannot. It's like the anxiety literally cuts off parts of their brain. So it's a receiver issue. Just like with a good radio signal, you have to remove all interference. Anxiety is interference. So it prevents him from hearing in those types of environments. People's negativity and hatefulness have a huge impact on his ability to hear. Crowds are very difficult, as you can imagine, because he's hearing everybody's. That's hard. You're hearing a thought, but you don't know who's responsible for the thought. I've seen him several times, literally, we'd be at the gym and he would run into a certain room and look around, trying to figure out who had that thought.
I was eager to talk to Houston's brother about all of this. Houston's brother is a Marine, and he had a tricky relationship with Houston growing up. Houston demanded a lot of his mom, and she was stretched thin as it was. And Houston's brother did not believe he was smart, and certainly did not believe Houston could read minds. And though he was a little reticent to participate, I was able to get him to answer a few questions.
What really got me off guard was that he's actually in there.
And then what about the telepathy? When you first heard about that, did you believe it?
Not at all. I did not believe that he was telepathic in any sort of way. It's just a very hard thing to convince me of.
Do you even believe it now that he can read minds?
I have seen it with my own eyes, and it's just, it kind of changed my mind a little bit.
But how comfortable are you with this reality? Do you talk to your friends about it, like from the Marines or from school? And if yes, and they don't believe you, then how do you react? What do you say?
I would ultimately just have them see it in person. I'll bring Houston up to them and just tell him, hey, think of one little thing, and he writes it out on the board.
So he's read your friends' minds.
He has read my friends' minds before. I've seen it firsthand. It's just incredible to see this kind of stuff.
Which brings me back to the telepathy tests. The tests feel so important for the families, for the non-speakers, because it's a way for them to prove what they're saying is true. We had the benefit of having Dr. Powell with us in Georgia, so our tests were a little bit more formal. And Houston was okay with the lights around, with multiple cameras. He felt very, very comfortable. That said, I asked most of the crew who didn't need to be in the room to please leave. Because if Houston could read almost anyone's thoughts, having a bunch of people in the room could really taint the tests. Apparently, the production assistant on the shoot, Sam, was pretty bummed out that we asked him to leave the room. He really wanted to see telepathy in person. But don't worry about Sam. We'll come back to him in just a bit. All right, so anyone who doesn't need to be in the room, like I said, please exit. We're going to roll all cameras and get ready to go here. Okay, so Diane, I just downloaded a new number generator on my phone. So let's go ahead and use that. Okay, here you go. I think it's critical that Dr. Diane isn't bringing her own cues. That way there could be no collusion between her and the families, which again, I want to state, I don't think that would ever happen. I have assessed Dr. Diane's integrity around these tests, and it is unwavering and upright. So for the first test, Dr. Diane generates a number.
Okay, say action.
Okay, action. Go ahead and generate. Our main camera's vantage point is over Diane's shoulder. So we can see Diane, and we can see the number that's been pulled up onto the phone. Katie and Houston are sitting across from her. And then once the number pulls up, Dr. Diane leans over to show Katie the number. Houston is not looking anywhere in particular. Sometimes he's looking at the table, sometimes at the wall, sometimes at the ceiling, sometimes at his feet, and sometimes straight ahead. And the number is 2220. Okay, and go ahead and look, Katie. After seeing the cue, Katie holds up the black letterboard, and Houston uses a pencil to point to the numbers, and he points quickly to the correct number.
2220. Perfect. Okay.
Dr. Diane generates another number.
Okay, ready?
Yeah. A 3-digit number pops up, and she doesn't like that because collectively, I think we all agree it's just too easy.
You know, I want to generate a different number. Okay, there we go.
The new number is 5096. As Dr. Diane pulls up the number and shows Katie, Houston is tracing his letterboard, which is on the table. There's no way he could see the cue. That's a 5 and 0, 9 and 6.
Perfect.
It's always so cool. It never gets old.
It never does.
It never gets old. It's just amazing. I love this moment because even Katie is laughing and saying it never gets old. It just never gets old. We took a break and something amazing happened to Sam, the production assistant, who was bummed out when we asked everyone to leave the room. So while getting coffee, Sam expressed to Katie that he wished he could have seen Houston read minds. I was told this story after the shoot, so I called Sam, very long distance, to hear it firsthand.
All right, so my name's Sam Green. Coming into the house for the first time, I didn't really know what to expect. I had a job to do, but I want to believe it. I vocalized that to Katie. But watching it and have it happen to you is two different things. Katie had told me to write a word down. I stepped into the garage away from Houston and Katie, who were in the living space. I didn't have anyone around me. I wrote the word friend on a piece of paper and I walked straight back in. The whole thing took less than 30 seconds from me leaving to returning, and literally no one around me. I walked in and I looked at Houston. In my head, I'm saying, my word is friend. And before I could even finish the thought, Katie's there with the board and Houston's already spelling out F-R-I-E-N-D. And it was an unbelievable experience, but I was part of it. I felt it. I witnessed it. This interaction was very genuine, and what we were filming was groundbreaking.
Before we sat down to do more tests, I asked Katie how she felt realizing that Houston had access to her private thoughts
ever since childhood.
I had the horrifying realization that he had heard all of my thoughts, where I hated autism, all of my thoughts where I was so angry, where I wanted to give up.
But the most heartbreaking thing that Houston had to hold were the sinister thoughts and crimes of others.
My ex-husband was an incredibly violent, abusive, and intentionally cruel man. Houston had to hear his schemes and his plans. The abuse wasn't limited to just me.
Katie's ex committed horrible crimes against another member of the family. Katie didn't know about the horrific acts as they were occurring. Only Houston did, because he could hear everyone's thoughts. And it wasn't until Houston learned to communicate via spelling that Katie finally found out what had happened.
He said one of the hardest things was knowing all of this and not being able to stop it or tell. He'd always wanted to be a hero. And because of his inability to control his body or communicate, he had not been able to tell us the truth or be the big brother he always wanted to be. The fact that he could still love and be so kind humbled me.
After the break, we continued to do many more number generator tests, and Houston is correct every single time. And he's so quick. The second he sees the number, it's like rapid fire. Boom, 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 boom. And then I wanted to do something different that we haven't done before. Okay, so I'm pulling out this Uno deck. This is something I brought from home. Because Houston is minimally verbal, I thought it'd be cool if we pulled a random card from an Uno deck, and after his mom saw which number was on the card, Houston would vocalize it. If you're new to Uno, the card deck is comprised of 76 different number cards in various colors, each with a single number on it. So there are yellow cards 1 through 9, red cards 1 through 9, etc. There's also wild cards and skip turn cards and +2 cards. And I went through the deck to remove any of the cards that didn't just have a whole number on the front. Okay, I think we're ready. So Dr. Powell, can you just walk us through this?
All right, this is just a random Uno deck. I'd like to see if we can have him do both the number and the color.
Sure thing.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, maybe shuffle again, Dr. Powell, please.
Yeah, I did shuffle it again, but I'll do this again. All right, ready?
Ready. Dr. Diane Powell is standing directly behind Houston, and the card she selected from the deck was 6 blue. Katie turns her head slightly to the left to see it, and there's no way that Houston can see the card.
6.
There are 2 different boards in play here, one with letters on them and one's with numbers. So after Houston pointed directly to the 6, now Katie's picking up the letter board so he can spell the color.
P L U E.
6 blue. He's doing amazing. He really is. After I tested him online, I was like, this guy, we've got to come here because I knew he'd be great.
Now we set up for another Uno test.
You ready?
She pulls a +2 from the Uno deck. I gasp because I thought I pulled all of those out. Oh, okay.
+2.
That's amazing.
So he got the plus.
I was wondering, because I was looking at the 2 the whole time, and I saw his hand going somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that's Michael, the camera guy. He was anticipating that Houston would be going right to the 2. So that's what he was focused on. It was nice in the frame. And he was shocked that his hand first went somewhere else, up to the plus.
Yeah, he went up to the plus.
Yeah. We did a ton of Uno tests, and he was correct every single time. I never know how many to put into the episodes because I don't want to bore people with a bunch of repetitive, accurate tests, but they are up on the website, telepathytapes.com, if you want to see the visual tests yourself. Let's do one more just because now I'm getting greedy. Okay. Wait, can we do this? Rapid fire number.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
let's
you
do
guys
that.
want, yeah.
Let's
absolutely.
do rapid. I like the rapid.
All right, Houston,
Okay.
this is, the grand finale and fireworks shows.
Yeah, exactly.
You got this.
Dr. Diane is going to pick a card and then another card and another card and another card. And Houston's going to point to the number of the card that was pulled over and over and over again. Dr. Diane is still standing behind Houston, so there's absolutely no universe in which he can see the cue. And Katie just has to look slightly to the left to see it.
Okay. We ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just the number. Okay, you don't worry about color. Okay, go ahead.
2.
2.
Good.
4.
1. Diane
is standing about 2 to 3 feet behind Houston, and every single card she flips over, he points to the correct number as he verbalizes it.
9. 7.
tree.
The rapid fire test was jaw-dropping, and I think he could have kept going for hours if we wanted him to. His patience with us was unbelievable, and when I asked him about this later, he said it was so important for him to show the world what he could do. After we did the number tests, we did some book tests. I would hand a book to Dr. Diane Powell. She opens to a random page and then shows Katie the word or the phrase. We wanted to test if Houston's telepathy could go beyond numbers. Could he accurately decipher what his mom was reading in a book? Instead of having me go through this test, I wanted to call someone else who was in the room. In other episodes, you've heard from Michael, my camera guy, who's been with me on every shoot. And on this shoot, we had another camera operator in the room. And I thought it'd be nice if she walked you through these tests from her perspective.
So my name is Shay Jones, and I was the local producer to handle the Georgia shoots portions of this. Even in the prepping stage and the planning stage, like you hear the word telepathy, it's so hard to believe, right?
Okay, so can you explain where you were in the room and what you saw while we were doing the book tests?
Where I was with my camera, I was in the front left looking at Houston, and I was able to go behind Houston and see that there was no possible way for him to see what his mom was reading. And we started it small, right? So we started it with just a single word. We never spoke out loud what word, what book, where we were getting it from. So we would come in from behind, give it to the mom, and she read a word just in her head, not out loud. And the moment she starts even looking down at it, Houston has the pencil and he's going through the letterboard, and it was spot on every single time. You not only get to watch, Ky with you, how you approached it and made sure that we're doing this in every way to see if this is really happening in real time, changing the different books, making sure that Houston wasn't able to see whatsoever what his mom was reading in her mind. And to see not only in real time that it worked, it never didn't work. And then we slowly but surely were like, okay, well, what if we made it longer?
When we decided to make the tests longer, I also wanted to make them more difficult. I looked around the room and I saw Katie's old English version of the Bible. So I grabbed that.
What if it was a longer sentence and you would flip Ky to like a random page on the Bible and you would highlight a sentence, and those are hard words. And as soon as she starts reading it in her head, there he is again with the letterboard, getting it perfectly right, grammar-wise, spelling. No one had to decipher it. No one had to be like, oh, did he mean that? He was spot on every single time. To be a part of those tests was, it was life-changing. It really was.
After all the testing, Houston took a much-needed break to relax, which gave Katie and I plenty of time to go through some of my questions. Okay, Katie, so can you tell me more about this talk on the Hill and how you found out about it?
He calls it the Talk on the Hill, and it's where other non-speakers collaborate. You think of it like a CB radio. They all get on the same channel. So they have these essentially group conversations where they all contribute. And he said it works both ways. They teach each other. They share information. They give hope to those who are being discouraged. They pray for each other. And yes, it is telepathic. That might seem extraordinary, but if you realize that like phones and computers, we don't have to be in the same room or zip code, and that's because it's electromagnetic energy.
And then Katie told a story which I was happy to hear because it validates some of the claims about the Hill.
I got a message from a mom in Utah whom I have never met. Her son spelled out to her, "Mom, Houston is my best friend." Her 9-year-old son, whom we've never met, spelled that out. And she was like, how? It's because they're communicating. That didn't make sense to me until I did some more research. And thought is energy. And it behaves just like energy. It behaves actually very similarly to a radio wave. And essentially, their brains work like Verizon cell towers, absorbing, transmitting, and receiving information.
Or Lucille Ball's teeth, picking up a radio show with perfect clarity. Katie ends up becoming one of my most cherished and essential guides in this world, sending articles, recommending books, connecting me to other parents, ideas, and thoughts. And you'll hear from her regularly on this podcast. And one thing that she hammered into my head is the power of thoughts, that they are not just inconsequential, private, isolated bubbles in our own minds. And here's a snippet from a phone call that Katie and I just had recently, where she walks me through the idea of thoughts as things.
So name something that's in front of you on your desk.
Okay, a fork.
A fork. Okay. What was that fork before it was a fork?
Gosh, I mean, I don't, stainless steel?
Well, it was a thought. If no one had ever thought of a fork, would it exist?
No.
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 And that's when I realized that thoughts become things. Everything was a thought before it became a thing.
After I got to know Katie and witness her intelligence and curiosity, I told her she could have been anything. Anything in the world. A successful lawyer, or a consequential physicist, a best-selling author, a life-changing professor. Literally anything in the world. Her mind and her ferocity and her intelligence are just so sharp and special. And she responded to this comment by gracefully noting that her most important work, however, is taking care of Houston. By the end of our first 2 days in Georgia, we had conducted dozens more telepathy tests, each more conclusive than the last. We conducted QEEG tests with the hyperscanner, which provided some fascinating data, which we will analyze in depth in a future episode with Dr. Tarrant. The crew witnessed Houston reading minds like parlor tricks, and the proverbial hill loomed larger in my understanding, a mysterious connection that I could no longer dismiss. Yet for the sake of these remarkable spellers and their families, I needed more than belief. I needed proof. If they are truly tapping into a telepathic chat room, then our understanding of humanity, our profound interconnectedness, and our untapped potential could be on the brink of a seismic shift. In the next episode, we remain in Georgia, where we'll meet Houston's good friend John Paul and his mother Libby. If the hill is a real thing, John Paul should know about it too. But what he ends up teaching us about interconnectedness is beyond anything I could have ever imagined. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as this world expands and deepens. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to the 4th episode of the Telepathy Tapes. We're staying in Atlanta for this episode because there are multiple families here who are not only friends, but are vocal about the fact that their non-speaking children can read minds. Houston, who we met last episode, says many of his friends communicate via a telepathic chat room, which he's nicknamed the Talk on the Hill. One of these friends is named John Paul, and right now I'm standing on John Paul's back deck where he and Houston are in the hot tub. John Paul absolutely loves the water.
Dunking each other. Oh, Houston's dunking John Paul.
John Paul's mom is named Libby, and she's so quick to laugh. She's one of those infectious people to be around because she seems to find joy in anything and everything. And right now, that joy is centered around John Paul. She's with Katie, who we met in the last episode, and they are delighting in the fact that Houston and John Paul are dunking each other in the hot tub.
John Paul.
It's like, wait a minute.
Hey.
John Paul can do a backflip in the hot tub. That's what's trying to happen here.
It's awesome. I would really struggle to do that. He's like twice my size.
John Paul is enormous. He's only 16, but he's 6 feet 8 inches tall and almost 300 pounds. He's quite a presence, and watching him do a flip in the hot tub is very entertaining.
He does that in the pond. That's his favorite thing to do.
Katie and Libby seem like they've been friends forever, but they've only been friends for about 5 years. And it was John Paul's love of water that actually brought them together. Libby made a Facebook post about a terrifying moment when John Paul ran off in the middle of the night while they were on vacation.
So we were at Hilton Head. I think it was 2019. We were there with a friend who rented a fabulous house, had a great pool. And that is a really hard thing for a lot of autism families to go on a vacation like that. So it's always kind of a pleasure to have another friend and be with them, because sometimes it's just too hard and other families just don't want to deal with it.
Libby often sleeps in the same room or even in the same bed with John Paul, especially on vacation, because like many people with autism, John Paul will run off without warning. This is called eloping, and it's a terrifying prospect for parents.
So around 4:30, my friend comes in and knocks on the door, and she says, Libby, the back door is open and the trike is gone.
They had rented a large 3-wheeled bike for John Paul to use while at the beach, and it was gone. And so was John Paul.
I ran down the stairs. I got on my bike because I knew he went to the water. There's no way he didn't go to the water. I just know him so well. And sure enough, I pull in and I see the trike perfectly parked in one of the spots. My heart is just racing. I look into the sand and I see his big footprints. I'm like, oh my God. And then I look straight out. There was a full moon. So the moon fortunately cast a pretty good light on the ocean.
She ran up and down the shore, looking into the vast ocean, crying and shouting for him.
Just saying, oh my God, where are you?
And then she ran back to the house to get help. Eventually, John Paul's father, Peter, got to the beach. He had stage 4 lung cancer at the time and was not well.
He's running down the beach in the dark. He goes down 2 miles, nothing. And at that point, the Coast Guard's been called in Savannah. The fire people were there. The police car was there. Everyone was there.
Eventually, John Paul was found by a neighbor in their boat who's part of a neighborhood rescue group.
And I'm like, okay, vacation is over. I was not going to stay one more night in the house because he would have probably tried it again.
The local news pick up on the story of John Paul running into the ocean. So Libby posted about the moment on Facebook, almost to preempt the judgment. Despite the fact that parents are constantly vigilant, putting locks on doors and windows, monitoring their every move, and even sharing a bed with their child, as Libby did. They are human. Sometimes they need to go to the bathroom, or shower, or, yes, fall asleep.
And I thought, I'm going to be like the negligent mother who isn't taking care of her kid, because people are so judgmental, and they have absolutely no idea what life is like when you have an autistic like John Paul.
So Katie saw Libby's post and reached out to her to say, I hear you, I see you, I understand. And in time, they became friends, great friends. And my favorite part of the story is what happens next. John Paul returns home from vacation and was writing with his therapist. She was thinking the incident might have been traumatizing for John Paul. On the shore, our family, neighbors, police, the Coast Guard, who were terrified, and they were all reacting to him and his actions. But John Paul planned it. The entire thing was premeditated. And I point this out because as you get deeper and deeper into this world with me, you will learn, as I did, that everything that's discriminatory towards spellers comes back to the fact that people do not presume competence. And so what seemed like a traumatic, horrific incident was planned. And John Paul wrote this to his therapist. And just a quick note, John Paul's writings and poems with his therapist were recorded by his twin brother for this podcast.
There really are so many typers who escape, but who else readily plans an escape? Like getting their trike to the beach memorized for a dark solo swim. God, nighttime swimming is awesome.
And the way he wrote awesome had tons of W's and S's and E's.
Solo frees more autonomy, like my twin gets.
He just wanted autonomy. He just wanted to be left alone and not told what to do constantly.
Frustrating that Thomas is the normal son. Quite a burden am I.
And then John Paul continues to write,
Quite always my weight of stress and shame. How amazing they are, but it does not always rescue my grief at my body's craziness. I just want to be normal.
It took a lot of planning and effort and the cost of fear from the family. But John Paul just wanted to be solo and free, like his twin Thomas, escaping the feeling of being a burden.
John Paul said it was the most wonderful experience of his life.
And so this moment led to a blooming friendship between Katie and Libby. And their new friendship was a gift to their sons, too.
John Paul is like Houston's little brother, and Houston is so dear and kind. John Paul has some really tough loops. He's very vocal, and it's really loud. If you were to hear John Paul walking through the woods with his sounds, you would think there's either a bear or Sasquatch is alive and well, because that's what it sounds like. Houston, he'll hold John Paul's hand to try to calm him down. And there's probably a lot of communication going on between the two of them. Like he's trying to coach him. It's just such a great friendship. I adore it.
After becoming friends, Katie brought up telepathy to Libby.
Befriending Katie opened me up to it, because Katie and Houston were doing it, and I'm like, I wonder if John Paul's doing it. And Katie's like, of course he is. And it took someone else actually saying, have you really tried it?
Katie actually orchestrated a test, kind of like what we do with Dr. Powell, where she made Libby think of a number, and then, yes, John Paul wrote the number.
And sure enough, he can do it.
I asked her if she thought John Paul was ever reading her mind before Katie mentioned it as a possibility.
I did have ideas that he could. I didn't know if he was reading thoughts or energy or what it was. The first time I really thought about it, the boys were maybe 3, and we were driving somewhere and we were lost. And I don't know why, I was so tired. In my head, I was just bashing myself. I was just such negative self-talk, close to on the verge of tears. And John Paul just, all of a sudden, he looks at me and he bursts into tears. And he just can't stop crying. Thomas was okay. And John Paul just, it's like he could feel me and just burst. And once I calmed down, and he calmed down. And I said, I think he can feel me. Same with hiding candy around the house. I had to hide things that he wouldn't get into. And if I would be thinking about it, all of a sudden he would come running downstairs and go to what I had hidden. He could find anything. Those were the things that were indicators to me that he possibly was reading my mind. Even now when we are using the board, he will say, you have got to quiet your thoughts, because it's so hard for him to spell when I'm thinking about things.
So you were able to execute a few accurate telepathy tests with Katie, and then there's, all these moments that could feel like just deep intuition, right, as he's growing up. But did you ever ask him directly, are you reading my mind?
I know he's reading my mind, because we are at an open place now.
In the spelling world, being open is shorthand for open-ended conversation. Spellers start by answering short questions on the boards before they become fully open, expressing longer, free-form, fluid thoughts.
It took us a long time to get to open. Partly my fault for not practicing enough. That's the one thing I would love to say about this spelling, is that your child may not do it right away. You just stick with it. You keep going with it. So John Paul and I just this year really have gotten real open. And I just sometimes ask him something without even talking and he'll answer it. So that's kind of a parlor trick we like to do.
And does he openly talk about having an ability to mind read?
Oh, yes. Yes.
John Paul just appeared totally naked.
That is my life right there. And it's a new movie.
This tiny exchange with Libby is so reflective of the unconditional love and joy in which she wraps her son, John Paul. There aren't any excuses for him or an effort to monitor him with embarrassment. There's just total unconditional acceptance.
Hey, John Paul, go get your clothes. Go put them on. You've got to be open-minded to be at my house. You just have to be. Where were we?
So going back to this just initial discovery, Peter, your husband, believe you when you told him John Paul was reading minds? And what about Thomas, his twin?
I told Peter that I felt like John Paul was telepathic, and he had seen Houston do his thing. Same with Thomas. And they just sort of, oh, well, okay. But until you see it, it doesn't really make sense. So I told Peter, write some words down, and John Paul spelled them, and Peter his eyes got so big, and he just started laughing. And he said, wow. And same with his brother. So I had his brother write a few words down, and his friends were over, and they wrote some words down. And sure enough, John Paul did it 100%, and they all were just flabbergasted. And they still are in shock about it. They just can't believe it.
This whole time, we've been sitting on the back deck, and then it starts to rain. So we all head into the house. It's a beautiful and big old house, tastefully decorated, brimming with Southern charm. Houston and John Paul are back in dry clothes, and Dr. Diane Powell is in the dining room with Houston, setting up for a range of different telepathy tests that we will cover in a special bonus episode. John Paul did his telepathy tests the previous day in private because the noise, lights, and crew were just really distracting for him. To hear about how he did, I called up Dr. Jeff Tarrant, the neuroscientist who has been doing QEEG scans for us. So Jeff, just to kick it off, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name is Jeff Tarrant, and I'm a clinical psychologist and a neuroscientist. And the majority of the work that I do is involved in studying the brain using EEG technology to measure brainwave activity.
Okay, and then just walk me through the telepathy tests that you did with John Paul and Libby.
The tests were done by Dr. Powell, and she would either write down a random 4-digit number on a piece of paper and show it to Libby, and then John Paul would respond, or different words that were just kind of randomly generated. The whole thing was done in such a way that there was absolutely no way John Paul could have seen anything that was being written.
Yeah, and then how did you assess John Paul's accuracy and his abilities?
He didn't miss a single item. When you witness that, it's a little mind-boggling.
I've read about other experiments that have been done around telepathy where it's statistically relevant. Like, were the tests that we did with Dr. Diane Powell statistically relevant, or how would you describe them?
Oh, it would be off the chart. A lot of the research with telepathy or any other kind of psychic abilities, what they're looking for is statistical significance. If somebody gets 30% correct instead of the average of 20%, that's meaningful, right? If you test somebody and they get 30 or 40%, that's really impressive. And these guys are getting 100%. I've never seen anything like it.
And then can you tell me a little bit about the QEEG scans you did with John Paul?
John Paul is a very active guy and moves around a lot, vocalizes a lot. And that, of course, interferes with getting a clean EEG measurement. However, he was very motivated. He expressed several times that he felt like this was really important work and he wanted to share it with people. So he managed to be still enough that we could get a couple of recordings. We did that at a baseline with him just sitting doing nothing, and then during some telepathy experiments so that we could essentially compare the two recordings. And what was extraordinary was that there was no difference.
And then how does that differ from the scans you did on Mia and Houston?
Both of them showed significant changes in their brainwave patterns from baseline to when they were doing their telepathy experiment, which made the results with John Paul even more interesting. And initially I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I just saw him do 40 tests in a row where he got every single one 100% correct. He didn't miss anything. It was so fast. It was so automatic. How could there be no change in his brainwave pattern? But then after considering it a little further, my conclusion was that there was no change because he's always in a telepathic state. He didn't have to shift states. And it actually fits really nicely with what we observed, which was that he was responding to the information the moment that Libby saw it.
Yeah. And then just like as another outsider in the room, right? From someone coming in, like, would you say the parents and the non-speakers are trustworthy? Do you feel like Dr. Powell was doing a good job trying to make sure that the people couldn't see cues and things felt random? I mean, is there any way that this was all just like an overproduced magic show?
It was actually really nice because at the beginning of the testing, I was really an observer.
Most of the telepathy tests we do with each speller don't involve the QEEG scans. We save those for the end of the day because they involve tight head caps, uncomfortable ear clips, and finger sensors. These are irritating to anyone, but especially non-speakers who are very sensitive to their bodies. So Jeff hangs out and watches while we do dozens of tests first.
And so largely I was just observing, which was actually a really interesting opportunity because I could see that it was like there was no way that any of this could have been contrived. I remember specifically that you guys taking TVs out of the room so that there wasn't any reflection off of the TV. And, all of the steps that were taken to make sure that there was no way that there could be any kind of cheating.
I want to do an entire bonus episode where you talk through all the brain scan results. But are there any final thoughts, even maybe more personally, regarding these families that you've met?
It was so obvious that these families, they were as perplexed by how this is possible as everybody else. In fact, I found all of those families to be genuine and about as honest as you could get. But even beyond that, these young adults and kids that were doing this work, none of them had any interest in trying to cheat.
So now turning back to our day in Atlanta. While Dr. Powell does her thing in the dining room, Libby and I follow John Paul upstairs to his bedroom, where he lies on the bed with pillows stacked on his head.
Well, we are on the second floor, and John Paul is in his bedroom. And what he's doing right now is talking on the hill, which is telepathically talking to his other friends. So he'll just go in there sometimes for hours, sometimes for 30 minutes.
Okay, Libby, so maybe you can explain the setup here with the pillows.
So he will put pillows on top of his head, and what he spelled is that he has to do that to drown out everything else, like all the noises in the house. He needs to drown them out so that he can focus on communicating. Sometimes he'll have even 4 or 5 pillows on his head. Sometimes he'll be laughing, he might cry. I used to think is he in pain? I used to worry that something was wrong, and now I understand what it is, and it's just him having some social time with his friends. People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
Have you asked him how it works?
I don't know how it works, but John Paul explained it almost like how the root system works. Trees communicate with each other through their roots, that this is a whole different way that they do that. It's a different system.
When he says they, who is he referring to?
They're either unreliable speakers, very minimal speakers, or non-speakers. But it seems to be the non-speakers are really good at this.
Well, you're definitely not the only person who said that to me.
I've heard other parents talk about this as well. So I know it's real. I know it's real.
Michael and I move into John Paul's room to get footage of him talking on the hill. And then he suddenly pushes the pillows away and sits up. Libby takes a moment to make sure with John Paul that she didn't misquote him when she was explaining everything just now.
Did I explain this right?
Yes.
Yes?
John Paul heads into his parents' room, most likely for some peace and quiet, and Libby and I take the time to chat.
John Paul has 2 goals. His first goal is to type independently, because of course he wants to be a writer, and then his second goal is to marry Lily. Those are his 2 goals that are very important to him.
Lily is John Paul's girlfriend, and he calls her the love of his life. John Paul met Lily when she was visiting his school as a potential new student. Her family traveled across the country for this one school visit. Lily was not at ease on the airplane, and the family was thrown off the flight and forced to drive half of the way there. When they finally got to the school, Lily was not in her best frame of mind, and the teachers were asking her too many questions. It was totally stressing Lily out, and she became dysregulated. Her dad, Scott, is her primary communication partner, and as he tells it, John Paul goes up to the teacher
and grabs a letterboard and spells, "You all need to let her chill."
John Paul's intervention helped. The orientation went well, and Lily and her family moved to Atlanta.
It wasn't long after she started going full-time to the school that some of the teachers and other communication partners were like, yeah, I think there's something going on between Lily and John Paul.
As a couple, they are adorable. John Paul is enormous at 6'8", and he towers over Lily, who is slight with a beautiful face and blonde hair. John Paul is a gentle giant and also kind of like a playful golden retriever. And Lily has a bit of a punk rock edge to her. You can instantly tell that she's smart, can read a room, and won't take crap from anyone. She's someone I would have wanted as a friend myself in high school. And one thing that is super cool about Lily is she totally rejects the words typical and normal to describe anyone.
Lily calls us voice users. So she considers herself a non-speaker, but she calls us voice users.
And she's even called us voice users muggles in the past. I love that because in the Harry Potter world, the muggles are the ones without magic. They're going through the world not knowing that they're missing out on so much of what's really there.
The non-speakers that use mind-to-mind communication don't think that us voice users could handle that truth.
Just like the Department of Magic in Harry Potter didn't think the muggles could handle the truth. I wanted to hear a bit about how their relationship evolved. And here's Lily's mom, Karen.
Through spelling with their different therapists, they really started to spell that they wanted to be in a committed boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and they would write each other kind of like pen pals. And then they started wanting to hang out after school, on the weekend.
When you are relying on someone else to communicate, consent is critical. Lily and John Paul were spelling their desires with their coaches and therapists, so there's no doubt they were consensually aligned. John Paul and Lily became deeply intimate and committed so fast that both parents kind of wondered if they were communicating beyond just the letterboards.
There might be even more going on than we realized.
And here's Lily's dad.
At one point, she came up and asked me, "Can we see John Paul today?" So I text Libby, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, John Paul just came to me and asked me if he could see Lily, and even brought me his clothes."
That happened on more than one occasion. So definitely they communicate telepathically. There's no doubt in my mind.
For many listeners, this might feel like a huge leap, but parents of spellers witness countless unexplained coincidences every day, and their children, who are known for brutal honesty, openly say they can read minds. But instead of just taking the parents' word for it, I asked Lily if her and John Paul were able to communicate telepathically mind to mind. She picked out a digital voice to represent all of her writings and her answers.
Yes, we loved to communicate mind to mind. We were able to do this from the moment we met many years ago when I first visited Atlanta.
I then asked Lily if she hangs out with John Paul on this metaphorical hill.
Yes, all the time.
I then asked what people do on the hill and who goes there and how one accesses it.
You go to the hill to meet with other non-speakers and share thoughts. You automatically have access to the hill non-speakers go to when you can communicate mind to mind.
But to step back from the hill for a second, I relish learning about John Paul and Lily's love story. She adores his poetry and his writings just as much as his mom does.
I'm always interested in what he writes. The poetry is just so clever.
When he's writing his poems or his notes for Lily, who's he writing with? Because I can imagine some of that's pretty weird to do with your mom.
Mostly with his therapist. Autonomy is very important to John Paul. There's a lot of private things that they discuss that I don't even need to know about. His therapist asks permission, and they just say, "Can this be shared with your mother?"
One of the poems John Paul allowed his mother to see is one of her favorites. And it's Lily's favorite poem as well. And here's the writing.
Manatees and me are similar in how we interact with our friends. Making playful contact with those we love is our gentle secret. Having such large hearts may explain our need for such big bodies.
And John Paul's heart and his love for Lily are so big.
He's a hopeless romantic. He always says he wants everything he does for Lily to be given with candy and flowers. That's what he likes to do for her.
Not only is Livy an awesome person, she's just an awesome mom, and she tries to help her son have normal and cool hangout times with his girlfriend. She either gives them space or she hires a young caregiver to be with them instead of her.
I like to hire young caregivers that are a lot of fun and cool because he and Lily want their time just to be together without me or Lily's mom. That's not cool. That's not fun.
At the end of one of these dates, the therapist asked John Paul and Lily if there were any final words they wanted to say to one another. And this is what they spelled.
A lot. I love you.
I love you too, Lily.
I'm happy we got to spend today alone.
Same. It's the best.
I wish we could find more days like this.
Me too, my love.
How is your family doing?
They are annoying, but good. How about yours?
LOL, you're so funny.
Thanks, my love. I try for you.
You make me so happy.
When I received this exchange, I wrote to Lily and her dad via text message and asked why she needed to ask about John Paul's family. Wouldn't she already know the answer to that if they're speaking mind to mind? This is what Lily wrote back. I love that you're being mindful of thoughts of skeptics, and you are right to think that not all questions are necessary to ask. While I did know the answers, our conversation was being helped not through mind-to-mind communication, but through a spelling partner, so it seemed totally normal to ask this. And then her dad Scott followed up with his own text saying, it's almost like they let us in on these little conversations for our benefit, not theirs.
Everyone loves their relationship in the autism community because we all understand autism and we understand our kids. But for other people, the comment that always drives me nuts is, you leave them alone together? Because first of all, it doesn't presume competence. Neither one of them are sexual deviants. He's not going to attack her. He adores her. And their relationship is on such a different level than what maybe a neurotypical relationship looks like. It's more hand-holding and little kisses. There's so much motor planning that has to go into the other stuff. That has never been a concern of mine.
Knowing how important consent is, I wanted to get Lily's thoughts on how she and John Paul deepen their bond. And this is what she said.
Most of the time we would communicate mind to mind and we shared everything about ourselves. We would hold hands and he would be super playful.
My next question for Lily was whether or not telepathic communication gave her a deeper bond with John Paul.
Of course, it allows us to make all our hopes and dreams known to each other.
Libby shared how this might look when the two of them are hanging out.
Lily might be on a whole separate floor and John Paul somewhere else, but there is communication going. And occasionally they may cross paths and high five or something. But at the end of the time, when Lily goes home, John Paul might spell, that was great. Like, that was a fun date or something like that. Because for them, they have been communicating the whole time. We just can't hear it. And it doesn't make sense to us, but it makes sense to them.
I was excited to get Lily's parents' take on telepathy because they just found out about all of this in the past year. And they didn't know about telepathy quite simply because they just never asked about it.
There's so much we still haven't asked and haven't had conversations about, just like any of your other friends.
Which is completely true. It would never cross my mind to ask my kids or my friends if they had a knack for ESP or telepathy. And when you're relying on spelling to communicate thoughts, it's even less likely that something like this will come up.
For example, Lily knew all kinds of languages. We didn't know it because we didn't ask. She took a Spanish class and the teacher was a native Spanish speaker. And she said, Lily knows more Spanish than my kids. But we didn't know that, you know what I mean? And until we started to ask her, how many languages do you know? And it's kind of in the same with telepathy. And probably with other families too, they might just not have asked yet.
Now that they feel clued into the telepathy phenomenon, I've asked if they've discussed it with other families.
It's definitely out there, in more hushed tones. Like you talk about this, kind of making little mention like ESP or telepathy, and everyone was like, oh yeah, they experienced the same thing, that they know that their child reads their minds.
There's a lot to unpack here. Lily's mom brought up the fact that Lily knows multiple languages. This is actually a savant skill, and I'll have Dr. Diane Powell weigh in on this shortly. The next thing to touch on is very important, and it's the fact that telepathy is quietly validated once it's brought up amongst other spelling families. But there's an understanding, even an effort, to keep the information quiet.
Gatekeeping is a big topic, right now. How are we limiting our non-speakers, even sometimes our greatest allies and supporters and people that have advocated can also be acting as gatekeepers.
I appreciate the nuance that Scott is employing here because the topic he's referencing is fragile. There are gatekeepers in the spelling community who ask parents not to speak about telepathy. The reason why comes back to the presumption of competence. There is a deep fear that if it becomes known that telepathy is common amongst spellers, that society won't think spellers have their own thoughts, and thus it won't be necessary to educate them and give them resources. And I kind of understand the fear, but I also think it's preemptively misguided. There are non-speakers out there composing music, creating art, writing poems, speaking languages, and studying topics their parents just don't know anything about. So obviously hearing thoughts does not mean you don't have your own. I hear people talking to me all the time. That doesn't mean I don't have my own thoughts or my own words. We'll dive into this in depth in future episodes because the mention of telepathy is stamped out at every turn. Posts are deleted on community Facebook pages. Wikipedia pages have been edited. And parents are gently silenced when they bring up the topic at events.
I think the more speller stories get out unfiltered, I think it'll change.
It must be frustrating for parents because it seems like you're waging a war on two fronts, right? I mean, first, it's like with the school system and medical system and society at large to be like, look, our kids are in there. And when they're spelling, they're actually using their voice. And then the second war is almost like internally where the parents who realize that telepathy is happening don't want to be told not to mention it because that's a major component to the experience of your children. And it's like, maybe we need to be utilizing this in some way to help them engage in society and thrive. What's going to change all this?
I asked Lily at one point what she thought would turn the tide, whether it be like studies and academic work. And she's like, no, just pure numbers. Once the number of spellers reaches a critical mass, when enough people have personal experience seeing it with their own eyes, that's when sea change is going to happen.
Which is why everyone involved in this podcast is risking their reputations and even their careers to go public. We all want to be part of the sea change. Toward the end of the day in Atlanta, we went downstairs and reconnected with Dr. Diane. She has spent the entire afternoon doing more telepathy tests with Houston and Katie and collecting various types of data. Dr. Diane is well versed in the two topics that just came up: non-speakers who happen to know various languages and the frustration around the crushing power of gatekeeping. I first want to share her thoughts on people who know languages or other things that they haven't been taught, because those are called savant skills. And one of Dr. Diane's primary theses is that telepathy should be considered a savant skill.
Savant syndrome is when someone is able to do something, knows something that is not explainable by the traditional ways of acquiring knowledge. You don't have to be autistic to be a savant, although about 10% of people who are autistic are savants. The savant skills include calendar calculation, mathematical savants, musical savants, foreign language / hyperlexia, prime number generation.
A famous math savant named Daniel Temmet could do advanced math calculations in his head from the time he was 4. And he won an international contest for reciting the number pi to the longest digit.
It's a number with no pattern that seems to be infinite. Daniel reckoned he could reel off the first 22,500 decimal places without a mistake.
141559267944234697490857778069995. He recited it to over 22,000 digits. It wasn't really that he memorized it. It's that he would literally see almost like a ticker tape parade of different colors and shapes moving across his vision. He has synesthesia, and synesthesia is when you pair two senses together, such as seeing color when you hear a sound. And so he knew what each one of those colors and shapes represented in terms of numbers. And so he would just be reading it in this sort of his visual space out here.
Remember this idea that humans might be tapping into consciousness instead of creating it. This will be explored more as season 1 unfolds. Quickly acquiring languages without being exposed to them is another savant skill, one that many non-speakers seem to obtain. I remember being shocked when I was with Mia, who you met in episode 1, because sometimes I'd ask a question to her through the translator, and Mia would write it back in English. Dr. Diane worked with another autistic boy in California named Ramses.
And Ramses was able to read 8 different languages at the age of 2.
And not just your typical Romance languages. He knew
Arabic and Hindi and Hebrew, and he knew some Japanese. He knew Russian.
That's Ramses singing in Arabic. His mom speaks Spanish. From Dr. Powell's point of view, studying savant skills is an opportunity to study the very origins of consciousness.
Savant syndrome really stood out to me because it can't be explained by the materialist model that we have in mainstream medicine.
We talked about materialism in episode 1. Materialists believe that consciousness is based in the brain. So all of our feelings and thoughts and convictions are based on, neurons firing up there in the gray matter. But savant syndrome challenges this. Because how can you be great at calculus or piano or various languages if you haven't been taught them? So this might mean consciousness comes from somewhere else.
And I also knew that savant syndrome was widely accepted among neurologists and scientists as a real phenomenon, that there are these people. They're rare, but there are these people that have been reported in history for hundreds of years. You can't just discard that. If they have existed, then you have to be able to explain them.
And this is how everything ties back to telepathy.
When I thought about savant syndrome, I thought, that is so similar to what we call ESP, or extrasensory perception.
Because ESP means you know things you haven't been taught via your 5 traditional senses.
I think it's really a mistake by materialism to accept the one and then to say the other is pseudoscience.
She makes a great point. Materialists accept that traditional savant skills exist, even though we can't explain how or why they occur. So why is an extrasensory perception like telepathy dismissed because we can't yet explain how it occurs?
Anybody who's trying to study things like precognition or telepathy, that they are engaging in quackery. I went back into the literature about savants, and I discovered someone named Bernie Rimlin. And he was somebody who founded an autism research center in San Diego. He evaluated thousands of children. And lo and behold, in his writings, he said that ESP is a savant skill. And so I've been working from the premise that we need to include ESP in a savant skill. I would love to change how the ESP skills are considered and to have them considered savant skills along where they belong.
And when it comes to gatekeeping, scientists face it just as harshly as the parents do. When Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell published her book, The ESP Enigma, the medical board fined her and revoked her license without even reading it. The mere mention of ESP was so taboo that she paid the price before anyone considered the science behind her work. Only after they reviewed her research was her license reinstated. But the damage was done, and you can understand why scientists, just like parents, stay silent. Lily's dad, Scott, is a radiologist, so he has a foot in the world of science and in the world of parenthood. I wanted to know how he's reconciled the unbelievable claims of telepathy with his deep academic background.
Being a radiologist, if we can make a machine that can send a radio wave, an electromagnetic pulse into someone's body and alter the alignment of their protons, and then listen to the signal that it makes when those protons realign and run it through a computer and make a picture out of it. We can create that machine. Well, what can our minds do? Can our minds tune into frequencies and pick up signals? It's not outside the realm of possibility.
We wrapped up our day in Atlanta with more conclusive telepathy tests and a bit more information about the Hill. John Paul was actually on it a ton this afternoon, more than normal. So before leaving, we asked him why.
Come over here, buddy. We're going to ask some questions. Ky wanted to know how many people typically are on the Hill. How many have been on the Hill today? 1, 7, 8, 9. 1,789. Is that correct? Yes. Wow. So that's a lot.
Are there usually thousands, John Paul?
Are there thousands typically? And no.
Why are there so many today?
Yeah. Why so many today? E and E C A N U N S.
John Paul is using a board with stencil letters kind of punched out of it, and he uses a pencil to push through each letter as he spells. And Libby holds the board nice and steady, and I hate even needing to say this out loud, but she doesn't touch his wrist or his hand or any part of his body as he's writing.
Because of the documentary.
He then spells. They are all excited about it.
Why are they excited about it? B, E.
As John Paul types out each word, Libby repeats it so we don't lose track of the sentence.
This will hopefully change the P, E, R, C, E, P, T, I, perception.
He wrote, this will hopefully change the perception people have regarding autistics.
Is there any more you want to say? Mwah.
Yeah.
Yes, all done. Mwah.
The Hill is both fascinating and impossible to fully grasp. My understanding of it didn't form in just one visit. This journey into Pandora's box demands time, patience, and open-minded skepticism. And after witnessing the honesty and candor of non-speakers, I don't doubt them. My doubt lies in the world that I thought I knew, which now reveals itself to be something entirely different. Next week, the stakes rise, and this astonishing world becomes even more extraordinary as we meet the third group, who's been silenced. The teachers.
It suddenly dawned on me, these little kids are communicating with each other through telepathy.
Clearly, some kind of telepathy, mind reading, something's definitely going on there.
I was like, you're going to think I'm crazy, but your kid can read my mind.
It is an enigma, and we're really, really at the beginning stages of trying to understand it.
Teachers, spelling coaches, and therapists are often the first to witness telepathy in non-speakers, and in many cases, they're more attuned to harnessing these abilities than the parents. Why? Join me next week as we dive deeper into the untold stories of those who witness the extraordinary in their classrooms every day, yet feel forced to stay silent. This is the Telepathy Tapes, and the time for silence is over. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as this world expands and deepens. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to the 5th episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Parents aren't the only ones who are suggesting that non-speakers can read minds. Educators are witnessing this phenomenon in their classroom as well. And the teachers coming forward in this episode are brave. Many have not publicly talked about this before, and that's because they can lose their license, their job, or their reputation by doing so.
I've never talked about it before. I've never talked about this.
It's like, don't you dare say that out loud. You'll lose your job.
Other teachers, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to sound crazy.
What you're about to hear over the course of the next episode is confounding. And if you've been asking if we're all capable of telepathy, this episode will provide answers. I'll never forget when Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell first revealed that teachers have long observed telepathy amongst non-speaking individuals too. It was a revelation that added another layer of credibility to these claims. And the first teacher Diane mentioned to me was Marianne Harrington. And for great reason. She was one of the early teachers who witnessed telepathy over 30 years ago, and she has gone through great lengths to document it, validate it, and try to push this knowledge out there. She's now retired and works on a volunteer basis with some of her former students.
My name is Marianne Harrington. And I first was brought into this world as a classroom teacher for children with autism.
Marianne witnessed extraordinary abilities and talents over her time as a teacher and discovering the non-speakers' spiritual gifts, as she calls them.
It was an unfolding with many kids with many different lessons.
I asked about her first concrete knowledge that telepathy was happening. And it was when she was visiting her former student, Anthony.
I was visiting his classroom. He was no longer my student. And the night before in the grocery store, I thought, well, I'm going to see Anthony tomorrow, and maybe I'll bring him a couple of his favorite things. I know he liked the butter cookies with the hole in the middle, so I got some of those. I saw these little chocolate donuts, just those tiny packages, and I thought, oh, yeah, Anthony likes those, and then a little chocolate chip cookie thing. And then I happened to have gotten these fish candies earlier in the day.
When she visits him in the classroom, she forgot everything in the car. At the end of the visit,
I said, I forgot, I left your treats in the car. And I drew a picture of the butter cookie, and I thought, well, that's probably all I'll bring in now so I can share it with his class. And he grabbed a piece of paper, and he drew a circle with some dots in it to show the chocolate chip cookies. He drew a donut, and he drew a triangle with like a spine through it, which I assumed meant the fish candies. So that was, it really shocked me at the time for two reasons. I was impressed that he actually drew the pictures, and I was impressed that how the heck did he get that information?
In her retirement, she spends time with Anthony and works with him often.
I never really asked him until many, many years later if it was because I was thinking about him in the grocery store the night before. And basically, I sent out a signal when I was thinking about him in the grocery store about what he might like. It's not like he just jumps into my mind. He gave me the impression that he doesn't go anywhere uninvited.
That was just the beginning. More and more students start to reveal in small and meaningful ways that not only are they in there, they can read minds. With permission from parents, she started to conduct her own telepathy tests with students.
I started making some videos to send out to people. I sent it to quantum physicists. I sent it to different universities that I thought might be interested in this.
What were you hoping when you sent out the videos of these tests?
I just want them to know that you're overlooking some huge phenomena, and these kids are really quite spectacular, and they can teach us a lot about consciousness in general.
The effort that Marianne put forth to try to get anyone, to recognize the gifts in her students is remarkable.
The tape you're about to see shows 3 14-year-old boys with severe autism. 2 are totally nonverbal, and 1 has some limited verbal capability.
When I look at the video, I see a younger Marianne in a pink shirt sitting on a white couch. Marianne has layered shoulder-length hair and a beautiful, thoughtful face. There's this wonderful and nostalgic 80s look to everything.
What I'm trying to show here is just their basic ability to pick up image sending.
I love looking at Marianne's old tests. She did these decades before Dr. Diane came along, and one of the tests reminds me of the UNO test that we conducted with Houston.
I'm going to play a Lego game. It's going to be the Lego guessing game. And Marianne's going to put 1 Lego on your head, and I want you to tell Marianne what color it is. What color is this Lego, Jarvis? This is the color. Got it? Very good. See, got that? He said yellow. What color do I have on your head now? I have the color red. Got it? Very good. He said red. Okay? And the last one, I'm going to put 1 more color on your head, and it's the color blue. Blue. Okay, good job.
She did such a variety of tests.
I'm going to try the Scrabble exercise. I'm going to make a random word here, and then I'm going to ask him to come out of the bedroom and type it.
And like you've witnessed with the tests in other episodes, her students were always correct.
Where did Marianne pick up the Scrabble letters now? R-A-I-N. Excellent job. Thank you very much.
I spent the day with Marianne at her home in Wisconsin, and I asked her what feedback did she get from the world when she sent out these incredible videos in the 90s.
I was either censored, ridiculed, or just plain ignored. It just never really got investigated by the medical or scientific community.
She said she didn't have enough letters after her name to be taken seriously. And the reason why is that these claims are in a direct conflict to the materialistic paradigm.
These kids are miraculous beyond belief. We have to protect them at all costs.
Before going on to more teachers, I first want to introduce you to Dr. Rupert Sheldrake so he can illuminate how entrenched our Western world is in materialism.
I'm Rupert Sheldrake. I have a PhD from Cambridge University. I studied at Cambridge and at Harvard. Most scientists are brought up on the paradigm of materialism, and this has dominated the sciences since the late 19th century. Materialism is the belief that the whole world is made up of physical stuff or matter, but none of this is conscious.
Or as it was beaten into my head at Vanderbilt, what's real is physical matter that we can measure and observe.
The influence of this materialist dogmatism is very strong, and what they try and do is say that any educated person would agree with them. Anyone who doesn't agree with them is stupid, uneducated, ignorant, superstitious.
In short, no matter how great Marianne's tests were, they wouldn't stand a chance because even respected, credible scientists have failed to put a crack in the materialistic paradigm.
Over the last 50 years, there's been a huge amount of research on telepathy published in peer-reviewed journals, which has proved to be repeatable and seems to me irrefutable in that it's showing that telepathy really happens. The problem is that the critics simply aren't interested in the evidence because their belief system is that this is impossible. But it's not rational, it's not based on facts, it's not based on the rules of the game.
But what is based on fact is that thousands of parents and teachers and therapists are saying that telepathy is happening. So let's meet another teacher.
Hi, my name is Carrie Houston, and I am using a pseudonym right now because I am a speech and language pathologist. I have primarily worked in the school setting for the last 30 years, and what I'm going to talk about today could possibly affect my professional license, my certification, and I'm not ready for that to happen yet. So I have been working with the autistic population at least 27 years, and most of them have been nonverbal. They can read thoughts. Yes, absolutely. There's no argument there. They're not even listening to our words.
I asked what made her think initially that they could read minds. Like many teachers, telepathy is not the automatic assumption. It's something that sort of seeks in as this inevitable truth after years and time spent with many students. However, she points to a real tangible moment when there was other people in the room and they witnessed something remarkable with one student.
He's typed that he can read my thoughts. He's typed that he can read others' thoughts. And the teachers started to understand this because of the things that he was typing with them as well. But the most blatant experience of it was there were three of us standing together. It was myself, his para, and the child. And maybe the teacher was behind.
So Carrie, the paraprofessional, and the teacher were all in the room with the student.
This student immediately started acting out and was getting a little bit upset. And I said, Sheriff, what is going on? Will you please type for me? He said the name of his para is going to the beach. And I said, what are you talking about? And the para got a text message from her husband saying he's in Atlantic City and he locked his keys in his car and he may need her to come get him. And I had no idea what was on this text. And his para just looked at me and said, are you kidding me? She showed me the text. I mean, Atlantic City is the beach. And so he was reading what was going on in her mind and the possibility that she may have to go to Atlantic City. So even though I had known about his abilities, that kind of solidified it more with the paraprofessional and the teacher.
And now let's meet Casey, a teacher in the South.
I was a teacher at a school for children with developmental issues. When I started working with the one kid in particular, I'll call him Jay, there was a series of events that happened where he knew information that nobody had told him.
She gave me a bunch of different examples, and small things over time just added up. For instance, Jay one day would just start crying and acting out.
We were trying to figure out what it was, and he typed, I'm sad because he's leaving me.
Because he knew that one of his favorite teachers was changing schedules and changing buildings.
We never told them when schedule changes were happening. So it kind of was a flag for me.
And at a certain point, Casey decided all of these things just can't be coincidences. So she decided to flat out ask Jay.
I was like, Jay, this is going to be kind of a weird question, but can you type what I'm thinking? I was thinking one word, and it was the word space. And he just typed that. I was in shock. And then I was like, okay, it could be a fluke. He did that over and over. Being a mother myself, I knew that if I was going to tell anyone, it was going to be his mom. And I asked him first, of course, I was like, do you want to tell your mom? And he said yes.
They set a meeting, and Jay was so excited about this and nervous. He was bouncing off the walls, and he couldn't regulate his body enough to sit there and spell what was going on.
So I finally just blurted it out. You're going to think I'm crazy, but your kid can read my mind. I was so afraid. But immediately she started crying, and she said, I knew he was special. She definitely, looking back, had instances that made a lot more sense to her.
And then they collectively agreed that they should go tell the principal. And for Casey, just like so many teachers, they don't know that this is happening elsewhere in the world. So they think that they are witnessing a singular, independent miracle of sorts. So of course she wanted to tell the principal, just as if a teacher discovered some prodigy of another sort in her classroom.
I'm the one that told her what I found out about Jay. Right after I said I found out he could read minds, there was a little smirk. And she said something like, I thought this might be why you're here. She's not surprised by this. That's interesting. And then she went on to say that they are aware and they have a list of students that they know are like him.
Is it fair to say that you think she had been told that non-speakers were telepathic before?
Yeah, I think that they have intimate knowledge that this is very real and potentially very impactful.
And when you say they, do you mean like the school board or principals in general?
The schools like this one that work so specifically with these individuals are aware.
So now, leaving Casey, I want to take you to the other side of the Atlantic, where a teacher named Jess discovered this in a similar type of school.
I started off as a teacher. That was my first and only job, really.
This is Jess. She's a retired teacher in Somerset, England. And in the late 1980s,
I got asked to do a temporary contract in this school for children with speech difficulties and or language difficulties.
It was intimidating terrain for her, but she loved it, and it turned into a permanent post. A new 6-year-old student named Asher joined the class, and immediately Jess noticed that he was having an immense influence on the behavior of the rest of the class, although no words were being spoken.
I'd be reading a story to the class and they'd all be sort of giggling to themselves, and they'd never done that before. They were really sort of good little children.
She said the entire class started acting differently.
And this was the first time I'd ever noticed it, that they were communicating with each other in a non-verbal way. I remember one day when I saw them out in the playground and they were playing a game together. Everybody knew where everybody else was going to be and what was happening next. There was a real storyline to it, and yet none of them were speaking. It suddenly dawned on me, these little kids are communicating with each other through telepathy. And I kept it to myself, but I must have put out mentally to the children that I wanted in on this. I wanted to understand what was going on. I wanted to be part of it. And quite a few of them started to include me in this and to kind of teach me and train me in telepathy, for want of a better word.
Wow. Okay. So how did that unfold?
I was working with this girl. I suddenly got this, the sort of prickling you get on the back of your neck when someone's staring at you. And it was like an enhanced version of that. And I was really feeling uncomfortable. And I could feel that one little boy was behind me and he was beaming at me really strongly that he wanted my attention and he wanted it right then and there. And it wasn't a conscious thing. I was working with this little girl. She was really working hard. And I just said, without even turning round, Jimmy, just wait a minute, please. I'll come and help you in a sec. I'll get to you, but just be patient. And Asher was sitting across the room watching the whole thing. And he went, well done, Jimmy. She got it. She got it. And then the whole class started clapping.
So Asher had enough language that he was able to say that out loud, right? In these early years, he was verbal, correct?
Yeah. And with Asha saying she got it and the whole class clapping, I thought they do want me in on this, and this is wonderful. The next step was a little boy called Max, who kind of took on the role of talking into my head. I could actually hear his little voice in my head when he wanted my attention. I could be off in the staff room or in the school hall or something, and then I'd get this little voice in my head that was audible to me. And I'd have to then go searching around the school to find Max. And there was always some problem, you know, somebody fallen over or something had gone wrong or somebody wasn't very well. And he wanted me to come and sort it out.
So he was the first voice you could hear audibly. Did you ever hear other kids audibly in your head, or was Max the only one?
I think Max was the only one. He was quite astonishing, really.
There's a lot to unpack here, and I asked Dr. Sheldrake, the esteemed biology professor and researcher from Cambridge, how something like this could be possible. He has studied telepathic communication in animals, and he's also validated the sense of being stared at in various peer-reviewed studies.
I think that our minds are field-like. They're extended in space. They're not just things confined to the insides of our brains, as materialists assume. And the idea of fields that are extended beyond material objects is actually totally standard within science. The gravitational field of the Earth stretches out through space invisibly. No one has any problem with gravitation, nor does anyone have any problem with magnetic fields stretching out beyond magnets. And then your cell phone has an electromagnetic field.
Dr. Sheldrake has written over 100 articles in peer-reviewed journals and 9 books, and his theory of the mental field is one of my favorite takeaways of his work. Gravity, magnets, cell phones, they all do have these powerful fields that impact the physical world around them, and we can't see the fields, but we know they're there. So it doesn't feel like a leap to think of our brains as having a mental field that extends beyond our body and can possibly impact, overlap, or even merge with other mental fields.
It seems pretty clear that we and other animals have the ability to detect when people's paying attention to us. And so I think the sense of being stared at provides actual evidence for the mind being extended beyond the brain. I think telepathy does as well, because when I think of somebody and I want to call them up, that person may be 100 miles away or more, but they can feel my intention. If they're close to me and they know me well, and may start thinking about me. So then when I call them, they say, well, it's funny, Rupert, I was just thinking about you.
I imagine that most of us have had this happen when you receive a text or call right when you're thinking about someone. This happened so much in the olden days with letters that Mark Twain coined the term mental telegraphy. He once sent a book idea to a dear friend that he hadn't spoken to in over 11 years. He sent that letter on March 2nd. A few weeks later, he received a thick letter from the very same friend dated March 2nd containing the same book idea, meaning they wrote the same concept to the same contact on the same day. We've certainly upped the speed of our communication, but the sentiment is the same. I was just thinking about you. Jess is not the only teacher who's been able to telepathically hear her students back. In fact, every teacher that you've met in the episode thus far has had that experience. Here's Carrie from Pennsylvania again.
I absolutely have heard my students' thoughts. I absolutely have answered them verbally. I don't know that I've ever shared it with anyone that I can hear their thoughts. So it's tricky for me too, because I think I've turned it off because of my situation. If I really sit and really work at it, I can definitely hear it. But on a day-to-day basis, especially if I'm typing with a child, I make them type it because I need it to come from them.
And here's Casey.
Another miracle happened. I don't know how this happened. I just know that we were at school, he was typing, and I started hearing what he was typing before he would type it. I don't remember exactly what the sentence was, but he was typing it and I was hearing it before I saw it on the screen. And it happened really quick because I was like, wait, so, like I'm getting a thought, you're typing the thought, but the thought's not mine. So how is this happening? So I'm trying to process all of this within seconds. And I'm like, hold on, like, are you reading me or am I reading you? He said, you're reading me. And I was like, how? Like, how did this happen? I still am not sure, but since that moment, I have had a telepathic connection with him where we can communicate mind to mind.
And here's Marianne, who you met first. She's able to go back and forth telepathically with multiple students. And one time I asked her, what's it like? Does she just get images or feelings?
For me, I just hear the words. It's in my head, but it seems to be on the left side, through my left ear. I don't know why. I hear the words before they're typed, and I can do it with more than one person. So once you have an awareness, I think it's open to others. I don't know how the other teachers with telepathy are feeling, but I am in contact with somebody. But she gets more images and stuff that she has to decipher a little more, but I just actually hear the words. We're just like one person is what it feels like when we're doing it.
I understand that as listeners, this might be really hard to accept. Honestly, I hesitated to include the two-way telepathy information in this episode, but to fully grasp what's happening, we need to approach this with open-minded skepticism. If you're truly skeptical, you're willing to ask uncomfortable questions and seek the answers, no matter how uncomfortable the questions make you feel. And I've spoken with dozens of teachers and therapists, and all of them have mentioned engaging in this two-way telepathy. And here's Dr. Sheldrake again, giving some biological context to this.
I think this is all biologically based. We know that telepathy is a two-way process. I think there are actual resonant connections between members of social groups, that they remain linked even when they're far apart. When they're together, it's clear that they're part of a field that they all share. And you see this with flocks of birds like starlings, where you can have hundreds of thousands of starlings and they change direction almost simultaneously without bumping into each other. They all know where their neighbors are and where they're going to go. They're responding to something bigger than themselves. So I think this is true of social animals right through the animal kingdom, including termites and ants. It's true of flocks of birds, herds of bison, schools of fish, packs of wolves, and so on. And I think that in social animals, this bonding means they remain connected at a distance.
I asked Jess if she ever told any other teachers or the headmistress at the school what she was experiencing.
I think I'd have lost my job. I think it's as simple as that. I met one lady who worked with nonverbal autistic preschoolers who was picking things up, and she started sending messages home to the parents that these children had telepathically dictated to her. And one of the parents took it up with the head teacher and said, look what this crazy woman is doing. She was sent off for psychiatric testing.
In our society, Europe and North America, we've had more than 100 years of skeptical, materialistic, scientific education. For believers in that worldview, these things are simply impossible. There's no way your thoughts or intentions could affect another person or an animal who are miles away. So for materialists, they have an undue influence through the universities and through the media. And their main influence is through trying to make people who disagree with them look stupid. So they don't look at the evidence, they just discredit them.
But to admit any of this in relationship to the spellers is even more charged, because it means we have misdiagnosed and underestimated these children for decades.
Children with learning disabilities are being isolated in mental hospitals.
Suggesting they euthanise the child.
Suffocated, killed her autistic son, Jason.
They weren't trained to deal with autism.
Bare walls, nothing but a plastic mattress on the floor.
Waiting lists for services are endless.
In certain countries, non-speakers have been euthanized, and that is still occurring. There's been widespread institutionalizing and drugging of these children. And to admit that they're in there and might have gifts that we can't even begin to understand means that we have to account for the ways we've harmed and failed these children. Now to another teacher who lives in Illinois. She doesn't know anyone that we've introduced in this podcast thus far. And she upended my world when she told me that her kids talked about something called the Hill.
My name's Maria. I work in the north suburbs of Chicago in a private practice, and I predominantly see non-speaking autistic students.
Maria has been working with the non-speakers for over 20 years.
Over the past 5 years, I've learned that many of my students, all of them at this point, have telepathy and they can read thoughts and they can see spirits, and in some cases have been able to predict events happening that thoughts in the future.
Maria then brings up the hill, which you learned about in episode 3. And this shakes my very foundation. I interviewed Maria before any mention of the hill was made public. The episodes weren't out yet. There wasn't anything on my website about it, so I was dumbfounded.
So 2 of them had explained a place that they gather, but it doesn't have any dimension to it. Because they gather together, they call it the hill because it kind of makes a hill of thoughts.
Okay, so back up really quick, because this is unbelievable. So, okay, so you're in the northern suburbs of Chicago, and can you tell me what they said about the hill or how it came up?
I said, tell me about the hill. Is it a place? And the answer was, not a place. It really has no dimension. We just all go there in our thoughts, and that's why we call it the hill. Even one of my students shared, he said, a lot of the people from here are there, but I don't talk to them when I go to the hill. I talk to this person from Denmark and this person from Canada, because one talks about time travel and the other one talks about bees and the environment.
I was truly at a loss for words. And Carrie in Pennsylvania also thinks her students telepathically hang out and communicate together.
It's my understanding that they all communicate together. One student explained it as a grid. They've also started using similar words, which is interesting. The word ploink has come up, P-L-O-I-N-K, and it means like to play almost. Because I've asked, I'm like, what does ploinking mean? Well, one student told me, and then another one used it, an adult who is not even in the school. It keeps showing up, which is also fascinating to me, which also lets me know they really are on the grid together and communicating between each other. Because the times that plink has come up, that word wasn't even in my mind, my vocabulary.
I also want to include one more story from Maria, the teacher outside of Chicago, who said that her student Stephen makes telepathic meetup appointments with another one of her students when they're not in school together.
Stephen shared with me that he would communicate with Bob in his home during the school day. He goes to see him at his home in his mind every day at 2:00, and they visit. They have a set time.
As she says this, I think about John Paul, who we met in the last episode, who runs upstairs when he gets home and piles pillows on his head to block out all the noise in his house so he can concentrate on telepathically chatting with his buddies.
If you're not able to connect with your body, but you have a drive to be connected to people and be in community, you'll figure out a way to do it with your mind. And they did. They figured it out.
I love that statement so much. We have a deep drive to connect and know each other. And for those who can't, because they don't have a voice, they have figured out a way how to. It is that critical for the human condition. But these experiences do start to beg the question, are we more than just our body? Are we consciousness? Are we an illusion or a hologram? Are we spirit? Are we light? And that brings us to our next teacher, Susie Miller, an incredible and brave human being who's based in Arizona.
My name is Susie Miller, and I'm the author of Awesomism, A New Way to Understand the Diagnosis of Autism. I was a pediatric speech-language pathologist for decades and am now working with families all over the world.
So tell me about your first interaction with this population.
So my very first interaction was in 1999, and I was given a client that was diagnosed with autism. I went to this kid's daycare center to see him. He was walking around his daycare center saying, "It's the millennium, it's 1999. And through my speech pathology eyes, I think, okay, this is a strange little kid. I didn't know what to do with him because I had no training in autism at the time. So I just was giving him some space. I sat down against the door. I let him walk around the room and get used to me and me used to him. And as he was doing that, I saw this body of light floating above his physical body. I kept rubbing my eyes, wondering, what the heck is going on? What am I seeing? And I couldn't get that visual to go away. I saw it with my eyes open, saw it with my eyes closed. It didn't matter. And then I heard this little boy's voice say in my head, He said, "That's my light body. You're here to put my light body back into my physical body." And I had no idea what he meant. I had no idea why he thought I had the ability to do that, because I didn't consciously know anything about that.
In future episodes, we will delve into this, because what was Susie seeing? I mean, could it be an equivalent of an aura? Is it something like the soul? Or was this young boy able to work with her consciousness to project something that maybe wasn't actually in her physical worldview, but was placed into her consciousness view? Either way, it had a profound impact on Susie, and it changed the rest of her life.
But nevertheless, he took me through a process over a year where that's exactly what we did.
How old was this young man?
He was 4.
Oh my goodness, he was 4. Okay. So how was he communicating that to you?
Telepathically.
Had you ever experienced anything like that before?
No. But it was so clear, Ky. It was like, it wasn't like something like you're kind of going, did I just make that up? It was so clear in my head.
What was your reaction as far as communicating that to other people?
Anytime I tried to tell somebody who was in my profession, a speech language pathologist, they thought I had lost the plot, and rightly so. I thought I had to, at least initially. The very first thing I asked him is, can I tell your mother? I'm a pediatric speech language pathologist. I hold a license. I'm certified. I have a certificate of clinical competence. I mean, I want to know that I can tell his mom what I'm doing. And he said no. He said she won't be ready yet, but she will be.
And all this aside, Susie still had a job to do. She was looking at his receptive language and expressive language and trying to get a handle on what he knew and what he could do.
I remember one time he said, bring colors to me. I just need color. So I'd bring all these big colored scarves.
While doing the classwork, he wanted her to put the colored scarves over him, because when the scarf was over him, he could tell her the answers. And when the scarf wasn't over him, he couldn't.
If the scarf wasn't over us, nothing. He would look at me like he didn't understand a word I was saying. I asked him what was going on, and he said he could take all of that information, put it into a color, and absorb the color, but he couldn't absorb the pictures and the words. And I've seen this with kids later in life.
This is fascinating because it reveals how some of her students process information. Most people process things through our 5 individual senses and the integration of sensory and motor skills. The non-speakers, however, without that connection to reliable motor skills, seem to process information through the transfer of energy instead, whether that energy be thought, emotion, light, or sound, as we hear about next when her student requested tuning forks.
I went out and bought a whole array of tuning forks. I would bring them and he'd say, not that one, not that one, not that one. Finally, we got to 2 that he liked. And I hit the 2, and you could literally just see him start to regulate in his body. And he said, one of the tones is my soul tone. One of the tones is my body tone. I'm trying to get my spirit and my body to go together. And wow. I've used that in helping people integrate since then. It's like finding those 2 tones.
And eventually she started to write down a lot of her findings and stories, and also the reality about telepathy within this population in a book.
So I wrote Awesomism, and I had so many people, Ky. People were reaching out, professionals, parents, psychiatrists, educators, you name it. And they were saying, oh my gosh, I've had experiences with the kids that are similar. I didn't have anybody to talk to about it. It's been thousands and thousands of clients now, Ky. So to have all of them be telepathic, to not only telepathic, but to have other unique skill sets.
And now, as part of your work, you're able to help teachers or family members with the telepathic link. Is that correct? Are you kind of helping coach people to get there?
Yeah, absolutely. At one point, I ran a practitioner process. Its main focus was just helping people make that telepathic connection.
Wow.
It's really important when people first have telepathic experiences with the kids that we keep going back to the source and verbally saying to them, is this what you meant? This is what I heard. every single one of the kids will give you a yes or no one way or another.
Marianne Harrington, who you met in the beginning of the episode, said her former students have access to so much information and knowledge that asking them to spell it out is like trying to suck an elephant through a straw.
The knowledge, they have access to all of it. Everything's there. It's all floating around, and I kind of serve as the current so they can get the information through.
Which makes you wonder if two-way telepathy is the key to helping non-speakers share with us all that they know.
They want to share their knowledge. I think they have a lot to teach us.
In episode 4, you heard Dr. Powell mention the possibility that consciousness is something we can tap into. Listening to Marianne describe how Anthony accesses information, it sure seems that way. Anthony explained that there's a knowledge base that's just floating around and he can access all of it. But relaying this information through a letterboard is pretty restricting. And Marianne, having figured out how to receive his thoughts via telepathy, says she can act as a current to help him funnel his knowledge from out there in the ether into our tangible 3D world. To close, I want to return to Jess in England. Her student Asher, that 6-year-old boy that was causing mischief all those years ago in class, decided to stop using his voice once he became an adult. He found telepathy to be a much more streamlined way of communicating. And here's what he had to say about that.
He said, when I and some other neurodiverse people produce sound, it does not come easily. To others, it sounds discordant. Words are a kind of freezing of ideas and sounds into symbols. And for that reason, they can create a barrier or problem for some neurodiverse people. When we try to speak, we must consider volume, pitch, tone, expression and intention in order to communicate verbally, as well as creating the actual sounds with breath, mouth and throat. Those things are exhausting and difficult. It's such a crude method of communicating compared to telepathy. After all, we usually know what others are thinking. It would be so much easier if they could feel our thoughts.
Wow. So yes, telepathy may be the best way to open up this incredible group of people so they can share all that they know and have access to. But until society catches up with them, spelling to communicate will still be critical.
Telepathy is scary. It's something that we see in movies. It's something that superheroes do, but us mere mortals are not capable of doing it. And so it is something to be feared. And so the telepathic thing is important. However, we're still at this stage where so many people are not there, so we need a bridge. And as a speech pathologist, it is really important to me that they still know how to type to communicate, because that is how they are still going to be heard right now in this present moment. And I love that we can do it telepathically, but as long as the society is where we are right now, they still have to type their words so that people can understand them and unfortunately prove themselves.
And here's the truth of the matter. The non-speakers and their families and their teachers are not these uneducated, misguided woo-woo people. It took most of them months, if not years, to reluctantly accept what was happening. They aren't the ones who are wrong. Our paradigm is simply wrong. So what's right? And what does that mean for all of us? Next week, we're taking on the gatekeepers, starting with a deep dive into conclusive, peer-reviewed research on telepathy and ESP that's been buried or ignored. We'll talk with leading scientists, including Dr. Dean Radin, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, and Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. And I also want to thank Katie Asher for her incredible insight as a story consultant on this episode. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as this world expands and deepens. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to episode 6 of the Telepathy Tapes. We're more than halfway through our season, and so far you've met incredible teachers and parents who have all stated something extraordinary. Telepathy is happening amongst non-speaking individuals. And many of you are still asking, how on earth can this be true? And that's to be expected because you and I are both products of the materialist paradigm that has influenced skeptical scientific thinking for decades. Today we'll look at why and how that's been so pervasive. And we'll also look at research on ESP that's been dismissed, buried, or conveniently ignored. Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell, who has been studying non-speakers with telepathy for over a decade, is not the only reputable scientist who left a promising academic track to pursue riveting questions about consciousness. Last week, you met Dr. Rupert Sheldrake. He's a Cambridge biologist who's authored more than 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals and written 9 books. He reached out to Dr. Powell when he first read about her research. And the story that inspired their meeting is fascinating.
Rupert Sheldrake is well known for his research on animal telepathy, and not just animal telepathy, but telepathy between people and their pets who are like family members.
Dr. Sheldrake, just like every scientist I met, never set out to study telepathy. But early in his academic career, he was sitting in the tea room at Cambridge University when he learned about a disabled child who could see through his mother's eyes.
We had a tea room in the laboratory where we had breaks, and once the subject of telepathy came up, and I just dismissed it as rubbish and superstition and so on.
He had a professor whom he really respected tell him about an experiment that was done with a blind boy.
This professor, who forever changed Rupert's life, was named Sir Rudolph Peters, a biochemist with such an incredible contribution to academia that he was knighted by Queen Elizabeth.
Sir Rudolph Peters told me about an investigation he'd done with a severely disabled child.
It's impossible to know what the boy's diagnosis would have been today, but at the time, which would have been the 1950s, he was deemed severely mentally disabled, and he was almost completely blind. And the boy's ophthalmologist was shocked during a checkup because this boy who could not see was reading the eye chart from across the room.
He did phenomenally well on those eye charts, the ophthalmologist. He just couldn't believe what was happening. So then he thought maybe the mother had something to do with it. So he sent her out of the room, and this young man couldn't do it.
This boy was able to read the eye chart only when his mother was in the room looking at the eye chart as well, and couldn't if she'd left.
Sound familiar? So nearly 60 years ago, Sir Rudolph Peters looked at this and came to a very similar conclusion that Dr. Powell did when she was studying children with severe autism who seemed to be able to read through their mother's eyes.
He came to the conclusion that somehow the mother was communicating telepathically to her son.
So Sir Rudolph Peters crafted an experiment to see if mind reading was occurring between the blind boy and his mother.
They got the mother in one laboratory, sitting by the telephone, and they had the boy in another laboratory about 5 miles away, and they recorded the whole thing on a tape recorder. They showed the mother a series of cards with letters or numbers on them, and the boy then said what it was, a number or letter. And the results were staggeringly higher than the chance level.
And when Sir Rudolph Peters told Rupert Sheldrake about this research in the tea room at Cambridge, it changed the course of Rupert's life.
It made me think that at least some people can develop an astonishing ability. I think it's probably more common in animals than people to develop this ability because animals, after all, can't communicate through normal speech.
Dr. Sheldrake has done remarkable research around telepathy in the animal kingdom. And one of my favorite studies looks at the telepathic bond between pets and their owners.
About 50% of dogs and about 30% of cats know when their owners are coming home.
His study on this led to his book, Dogs That Know When Their Owners Are Coming Home. Definitely check that out if you want to know more. But here's a small recap of what he did.
We set up cameras to film the place the dog waited. And then we had the owner go at least 5 miles away and come home at a randomly chosen time they didn't know in advance. And this wasn't just one dog. We did it with several dogs. And it was replicated by a skeptic. To his surprise, he got just the same results we did.
Dr. Sheldrake's team would ping the dog owner with a pager when it was time to go home.
And to rule out familiar car sounds, we had them come home in a different taxi every time. And what we saw over and over and over again was the dog started anticipating the arrival of the owner when they received the call to start going home when their mind turned homewards.
So they tested this with multiple dog owners and their animals. And what they found is right when the dog owner started thinking about home is when their animal would go to the window or door to wait. And sometimes something unexpected happened after the page had come through. For instance, there's once a flat tire, or someone's boss would call and say, "You've got to come back into the office."
On quite a few occasions, people set off to come home, and then they were interrupted. And what happened is the dog started by waiting by the door as if she was coming home, which she was. But then when she stopped coming home, it lost interest and drifted away. So I think this shows that what was going on was a telepathic connection with the owner.
Dr. Sheldrake notes that animals beyond dogs and cats can create profound telepathic bonds with their owner. And one of the most remarkable cases he ever came across was the incredible bond between a woman named Amy and her parrot Nikisi.
Amy Morgana got in touch with me after my book, Dogs That Know When Their Owners Are Coming Home, came out. And she told me that she'd been training her African grey parrot to learn language in a meaningful way. And at that time, it had a vocabulary of hundreds of words. It's now well over 1,500 words, the highest vocabulary of any parrot ever reported.
Nikisi can speak in full sentences, use verb tense properly, and he'll invent new terms for things he doesn't know by combining other words together. At one point, Jane Goodall actually met this incredible parrot, and she marveled at the fact that Nikisi, this gray parrot, seemed to crack a joke. Here's the story from Jane Goodall herself.
And as I walked into the room, I said, "Oh, hello, you must be Nikisi. I've heard a lot about you." And he said, "That's Jane, got a chimp." Now, he'd seen all the pictures of me in the books, and I think he'd seen a video. He had never said chimp before.
So it's clear why biologists and scientists were very interested in studying Nikisi.
Chimps go like that. Very good.
Amy explains that Nikisi will talk about his future and even reflect on the past. Things that were extremely exciting, he might even talk about for months. For instance, his first car ride had a huge impact on him. And here's Jane Goodall again, recounting the unbelievable intellect of this bird.
If he sees somebody who's once taken him in a car, he will immediately start, want to go in the car, want a car. And if Amy says, "I haven't got a car," he says, "Get a car." Phone for a car.
So Amy reached out to Dr. Sheldrake after learning about the research he'd done around telepathic bonds between pets and their owners.
She found that this parrot became extremely telepathic with her, so much so that it slept in her bedroom. And when she was dreaming in the night, the parrot would wake her up by commenting noisily on her dreams. And she also found that if she was sitting at one side of the room looking at pictures in a magazine, the parrot would comment on the pictures.
So Dr. Sheldrake flew to New York to meet Amy and Nikisi and get a better sense of their bond.
This parrot was totally remarkable, utterly astonishing. And we then set up a series of controlled experiments to see if the parrot really could pick up her thoughts telepathically.
So Dr. Sheldrake orchestrates an incredible study between Amy and her parrot Nikisi, and the study is very similar to the first telepathy test Dr. Diane conducted with Haley that you heard about in episode 1.
Amy was in one room and the parrot was on a different floor in a different room.
He had a neutral and random third party pick out a variety of pictures
corresponding to words the parrot knew, sealed in brown paper envelopes.
The envelopes were shuffled, and again, neither Dr. Sheldrake or Amy knew what pictures were in the envelope.
And she then opened an envelope and looked at the picture, which she hadn't seen before. And what happened was mind-blowing.
Looking at the old visuals of the test, it's remarkably similar, almost identical to some of the telepathy tests we were doing with the non-speakers.
Say if she's looking at a picture of flowers, then the parrot said, "It's a flower."
From now on, all the words you hear are the parrot.
Yeah, if ever I hit the picture of flower, if I go pick a picture of flower, I'm going to go to camp the flowers on out.
Amy and Nikisi were about 55 feet apart, on different floors and in different rooms. They were both filmed continuously throughout the test with 2 separate video cameras with synchronized time code. And that's where this audio from the parrot is coming from.
And she looking at a picture of a couple hugging and says, "It's a hug."
Oh, can I have a hug? Can I give you a hug?
It was astonishing. All this is on film.
And here's a clip of a younger Dr. Sheldrake, almost 2 decades ago, presenting this research to a large room of people.
The results are fantastically above chance. I mean, the odds against chance are thousands, even millions or billions, depending on the method you use, to 1. These are staggeringly significant telepathy results. The parrot didn't get it right every time. Sometimes it didn't say anything. Sometimes it spent the whole time of the test shouting to Amy to call her back. It said, come back, why are you growling with me? But in many of the others, it did say exactly what she was looking at.
In a way, the test reminds me of the image generator that we did with Akil. It feels more than just telepathy, because the parrot has to interpret what Amy was looking at. For example, at one point, Amy was given a random envelope containing an image, and there's a lot going on in this picture. There's a yellow taxi cab and a man standing on the curb as if to get in, or maybe he's hailing it, and the taxi driver has his head out the window as if to talk to that man or wave to someone else.
Careful. It's not put your head out.
Nakisi says, careful if you're going to put your head out.
Careful. It's not put your head out.
There's a guy's head out of the cab window. And that's what Amy was actually looking at when the parrot said, you put your head out.
Or at one point, the image showed to Amy was a man talking on a phone. And again, this was years ago, so it's one of those big clunky phones with an answering machine. Amy, again, is in a different room on a different floor. And Nakisi, her parrot, starts to say, what are you doing on the phone? And making answering machine noises.
Take your phone. What you doing on phone?
This is all published in a peer-reviewed journal called Testing a Language Using Parrot for Telepathy.
You cannot ask for a better way to test animal telepathy than finding an animal that speaks our own language. This story and the evidence that Amy and Nakisi have given us that telepathy does exist and can exist between animals of different species is absolutely amazing.
Can I have a kiss? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too.
I'm compelled to share these examples of animal telepathy because of my dad. He's the most informed, well-read person that I know. And every step of this journey, I've had my dad in mind because he's a proud, hard-nosed skeptic. He's brilliant and logical and prone to dismiss something like telepathy immediately offhand. But there's a story about elephants that profoundly impacted him. So I want to share a snippet of a conversation between him and I.
You have been, I would say, a materialist for most of your life. Would you agree with that?
I've always thought this kind of stuff was goofy and explainable by other things, mistakes, coincidence, whatever. So I've never had much faith in religion or these things that we can't see. I've been a materialist for sure.
But there's one story that stopped him in his tracks and made his skeptical, materialist heart open to something more.
What I'm thinking about right now is a story about Lawrence Anthony, who lived in South Africa with his wife, and at some point they decided to buy a game refuge, and they did. And then later on, Lawrence found out about a group of 9 elephants that were going to be killed because they were, in some sense, terrorizing a populated area. People would try to chase them away and they would come back. So these huge elephants are causing problems, and the only solution was to kill them. Lawrence Anthony found out about that and went into the bush to live with these elephants to gain their trust so he could bring them to his game preserve. Apparently he was almost trampled while he's living with them, but over time they trust him. He moves them to the game preserve. At some later point, Lawrence Anthony died.
He died due to a heart attack.
2 days after he died, there was a commotion outside, and a herd of 21 elephants, all of the elephants now on the preserve, walked 2 days to get there. They're making distress noises.
And here's a clip from a news story about this.
Upon the passing of Lawrence, these majestic beasts walked 12 hours from Zululand Bush to their friend's home to pay their respects. They stood vigil for 2 days outside of Lawrence's house before returning to their regular lives in the bush. They had not visited the house for a year and a half. What's even more amazing is that no one told both herds about Lawrence's death. It's like they just knew about it.
It leaves you with the question, how on earth did these elephants 2 days away know that Lawrence Anthony died? His wife said that there are some things that cannot be explained by reason, cannot be seen, deep roots that connect all living things, humans and animals. It wasn't until that night, 2 days after Lawrence died, that I truly understood. To me, it's an amazing story, but there's even more, because every March 4th, for at least 3 or 4 years afterwards, that whole herd would show up at the compound celebrating the anniversary of his...
Oh, Dad, you're crying, aren't you? He couldn't finish his sentence because he started to cry. But the beautiful end to the story is that for years after Lawrence Anthony died, the elephants would come back and gather outside of his house on the anniversary of his death. They walked for miles, sometimes days, to do this. And nobody knows how they can remember the date of his death, let alone how they knew he died in the first place.
It's that deep connection, inexplicable, that, we don't see it, don't necessarily feel it, but somehow we're connected. So I find it a powerful story.
It is a powerful story, just like the other stories you've heard in the past 5 episodes. And it points to this idea that a telepathic connection is most likely to be formed amongst animals and people who are deeply loved, needed, or valued by one another. There have been numerous credible studies done on animal telepathy, but even more so on human telepathy. And one of the most influential and leading scientists in that space is Dr. Dean Radin. He's the chief scientist at the Institute for Noetic Sciences, which was started by the astronaut Edgar Mitchell. While returning to Earth from his Apollo 14 mission, Mitchell experienced what's now called the overview effect, a profound sense of unity with all things as he gazed at Earth from space. Seeing our fragile blue planet teeming with life in the vast loneliness of space, it gave him a deep and profound understanding of our interconnectedness. This transformative experience inspired him to start the Institute of Noetic Sciences, which explores consciousness. And beyond leading the Institute for Noetic Sciences, Dean Radin is also the author of many seminal books, including The Conscious Universe and Entangled Minds. And his commitment to the scientific method and rigorous statistical analysis has bolstered the legitimacy of telepathy worldwide.
His background in electrical engineering helps him to understand the very physical aspect of things, and yet he also has a background in psychology.
I asked Dean about the volumes of peer-reviewed, tightly controlled telepathy studies done over the years, and if the results prove that this stuff is real.
In science, we don't have proof. We only have proof in alcohol and logic. So what we can say is, with high confidence, telepathy is essentially demonstrated to an extent where we don't really need to do more proof-oriented research. People who just get into the field or don't believe that such a thing is possible, they will do proof-oriented research because they need to see it firsthand. The experiment that has been done the most over the past 50 years or so is called the Ganzfeld telepathy method.
This telepathy test requires a sender and a receiver.
The Ganzfeld technique for investigating extrasensory perception isolates a subject, the receiver, in a darkened room. All she sees is reddish light. All she hears is white noise.
If you're in that condition for about 15 minutes and you don't fall asleep, it pretty quickly puts you into the state like just before you fall asleep, the hypnagogic state. And so it's like a dreamlike reverie state.
Then the sender, who is far away in a different room, looks at randomly selected photographs and tries to send the image telepathically to the receiver in the different room.
So after close now to 4,000 such sessions run by at least a couple dozen laboratories around the world over 5 decades, the overall hit rate, as we call it, the number of times that the receiver correctly chose the right target, is 30 to 31%. The likelihood of guessing at about a 30% rate is a gazillion to 1 odds against chance. I mean, the number is so big, I don't even know what to call it.
So the science, the data, it's legitimate, but misconceptions abound.
Many psychic phenomena are still thought of in terms of the way that we see it in entertainment and in the movies. Very powerful stuff, shown as magical phenomena or as superpowers and that sort of thing. And so when scientists are then asked about this, and they don't actually know the evidence, they'll say, it's fun for entertainment, but of course it's fantasy, it doesn't exist. For those who do know the evidence, you'll find very quickly that in peer-reviewed academic journals, these kinds of phenomena have been discussed now for many decades.
And when you're doing research on something that society deems so unbelievable, the researchers take great pains to make sure there's nothing that could be contaminating the results. Dean says if you look at the history of these type of tests, you'll notice
how careful are parapsychological tests as compared to in what we consider mainstream disciplines.
The use of things like double-blind methods or placebo controls.
So by the time you get to something like the Ganzfeld telepathy experiment, it's about as close to a loophole-free experiment as we know how to make.
Being that Dean knows about the vast amount of research held in this space, he felt like the perfect person to ask about some of the explanations myself and the parents have pondered regarding how this could be happening. Over the last few episodes, we've wondered, could telepathy operate like sound waves or energy fields? The non-speakers themselves say that the mind-to-mind communication is effortless, almost like tuning into a CB radio. Is this just a good metaphor for explaining how this is happening?
The first thing that most scientists will jump to is an electromagnetic effect, because we're used to radios and cell phones that are working at a distance and communication is happening. And so that idea has been tested for many, many years to see whether or not one person's brain might be picking up electromagnetic signals from another person's brain.
And the scientists that conducted this research were thorough.
In many of these experiments, the receiving party is placed inside an electromagnetically shielded chamber. The chamber that we have used is 2,000 pounds, and the walls are double-walled solid steel, and then the whole thing is grounded. There are other kinds which also have magnetic shielding. So anything in the realm of radio, television, cell phones, and so on.
All of those types of waves
are completely gone, cannot pass through that.
However, telepathic messages could get through. They've even tested this in a submarine far beneath the ocean where we know electromagnetic and radio waves cannot penetrate. So whatever is happening with these incredible abilities of our mind, they can pass through things that most waves that we're familiar with cannot.
So that means we're dealing with something that's much more radical than what we currently understand.
What appears to be happening is so much more complex and mysterious than simply the transfer of radio waves or electromagnetic waves.
Those ways of thinking about it fall into the category of classical physics, where we know about fields and forces and so on. So the only opening that we can think of at this point that doesn't violate what we know about physics would be quantum physics, because in quantum physics we have the notion of non-local connections.
The word quantum simply refers to the tiniest little particles that make up you, me, and everything around us. And quantum physicists, the people studying these particles, have discovered that two particles can be linked or connected in a way where what happens to one instantly affects what happens to the other, no matter how far apart they are. They could be across the room or even across the universe.
You start encountering the possibility that information can be transferred instantaneously from here to there.
So the obvious next question is, can humans become entangled?
We don't know yet if that's possible, but maybe there is a form of entanglement between either people who are emotionally close or maybe they have to be physically close.
Not all particles are entangled. In fact, specific conditions have to be met for particles to become entangled, usually something that involves a close interaction. And once that close interaction occurs, they remain connected even at a distance. All of this reminds me of Dr. Sheldrake's theory of the mental fields and how closely connected animals can stay in touch telepathically over a distance. And this would explain something like the elephants knowing when their friend, Lawrence Anthony, had died. Or harking back to episode 2, how Akil knows exactly where his mom is, what she's thinking and feeling, even when they're not together. All of this stuff might be natural and normal, not supernatural or paranormal. But the reason we feel and think that is because of the materialist paradigm that surrounds us.
When we talk about a paradigm in science, it's really like your worldview that everything has to fit within.
We're not taught that there's a philosophy of science, but of course there is.
The materialist paradigm believes that consciousness is created by our little gray noodly brain and dies with our brain.
We assume that the world is made out of matter and energy, and that's the end of the story. Experiences like telepathy suggest that it may be more than that.
I think that these phenomena tell us that the materialist view of the mind is wrong.
And that's what we're talking about right now, is the materialist view of the mind.
Materialism works really well for certain kinds of physical things, but it is not the whole story. One way of thinking about the scientific model of reality is in the form of a pyramid. So most scientists would say that the bottom of the pyramid, the thing on which everything rests, is physics. And the next level up is chemistry. And the next thing up from that is biology. And the next thing up from that is maybe psychology. And somewhere near the tippy top of this pyramid is awareness. Where the awareness comes from is a big mystery, but nevertheless, that's generally the way that many scientists will think about the nature of reality.
The thinking here is that physics, biology, all the material aspects of the world led to consciousness. But the major problem with this model is that it can't explain how or why consciousness exists.
How does 3 pounds of tissue in your head give rise to internal experience? We don't know where consciousness comes from. It's called the hard problem. It does not seem to arise out of the brain.
If consciousness doesn't originate in the brain, then where might it come from? I asked Dr. Diane Powell if she had any thoughts on this.
Why does consciousness have to be something that's created? Why isn't consciousness something that can be accessed and tapped into? I think of the brain as being more like our smartphone, that it's got different apps, and some of us have apps that others of us don't. And it's a way of surfing the cloud. When you look at some of these savants who it's like they get a download from the cloud, not just informational download. Sometimes it's almost like they get an application download, So obviously there's something that they're tapping into outside of themselves.
The thing I wanted to know is if materialism has it wrong about our brain and consciousness, does it have everything else wrong too?
Materialism as a concept, as a way of thinking about reality, is not wrong, because from physics to chemistry to biology to psychology, all of that works really good. We're not going to throw away the textbooks, but because it doesn't account very well for experience, we need something that's a little bit broader.
There are a lot more scientists today saying, wait, we need to rethink materialism. And yet, the scientific journals and academic institutions and the funders of grants are still clinging to materialism.
They have an undue influence through the universities and through the media. And their main influence is through trying to make people who disagree with them look stupid. They try and discredit their opponents. They don't look at the evidence, they just discredit them by saying they're pseudoscientists or charlatans or frauds.
There is not an inch of me that's a conspiracy theorist. I just want to put that out there because when I say this, it's not because I have that bent to my personality. But it is true that these scientists are being censored at every turn. People go on Wikipedia and completely change and thwart the evidence around things like the Gansfeld study. Medical boards take licenses away.
What the medical board did to me really, it set me back financially, and it traumatized me because I had no idea that they could do that.
As you may recall from episode 4, when Dr. Diane Powell published her book, The ESP Enigma, the medical board fined her and revoked her license without even reading it. The mere mention of ESP was so taboo.
And I didn't do anything wrong.
She paid the price before anyone considered the science behind her work. Only after they reviewed her research was her license reinstated. But the damage was done.
It's totally about control and shutting you up. And so it's one of the things that keeps doctors silent.
And Rupert Sheldrake, the biologist who studies telepathy in animals, he gave a TED Talk called The Science Delusion. And this TED Talk was one of the few TED Talks ever to be banned. Here's a snippet that really sums up the thesis of his TED Talk.
But there's a conflict in the heart of science between science as a method of inquiry based on reason, evidence, hypothesis, and collective investigation, and science as a belief system or a worldview. And unfortunately, the worldview aspect of science has come to inhibit and constrict the free inquiry, which is the very lifeblood of the scientific endeavor.
You can find this TED Talk on YouTube, and you should. It's thoughtful, rational, intelligent, just like Dr. Sheldrake. And so yes, the materialistic paradigm does have a grip and control over science and scientists, what they do and what they say.
One reason that materialists remain so committed to their worldview is that for many it's become a kind of belief system. So for materialists, indeed, it's become a kind of fundamentalist religion.
Some refer to this dogmatic and stubborn brand of science as scientism.
Scientism, the belief that science can explain everything and has all the answers, at least in principle, leaving any of the details to be filled in. There's a tremendous arrogance associated with this worldview. It hasn't occurred to them that their own beliefs might be false.
10 years ago, there was a conference in which several hundred scientists from around the world got together and said, we are going to sign and create a manifesto for post-materialist science because we believe that there is sufficient evidence for us to say that materialism is dead. It was basically like nailing the, was it 95 Theses by Martin Luther, saying we are declaring this incorrect and we're not waiting anymore.
Diane connected me with a woman named Marjorie Wollicott, and she is the president of the group that became the outgrowth of this manifesto.
Marjorie Wollicott is the president of the Academy for the Advancement of Post-Materialist Sciences.
I find it a wonderful role to be in because I'm able to interact with scientists all over the globe, including people like Dean Radin, learning more about the phenomena like telepathy and the fundamental nature of consciousness.
And just like every scientist that you've met in the series thus far, Dr. Wollicott had an impressive career and started as a materialist.
I am a member of the Institute of Neuroscience at the University of Oregon and an emeritus professor in the Department of Physiology at the university, having worked there as a professor for 35 years. I was a strongly materialistically oriented scientist. I was very, very skeptical. I thought that everyone around me that had a spiritual inclination was weak-minded.
But after her sister introduced her to meditation and she started to meditate regularly, her materialist worldview started to crack, and she started to think more deeply about consciousness.
In 2015, I decided to retire because I wanted to go into broader areas of research.
Marjorie wanted to understand more the origins of consciousness, and in doing so, it became clear to her that our mind is not just a physical thing locked in our skull. As a quick sidebar, you're going to start to hear the term psi phenomenon, PSI, psi phenomenon. And this is a broad term for abilities or experiences that go beyond the laws of physics. So things like telepathy or clairvoyance, precognition, or even retrocognition.
I never thought to look to see if there was research on near-death experiences or on psi phenomena such as telepathy or on after-death communication. I simply, quote unquote, knew they weren't true. And it wasn't until I wrote my book, Infinite Awareness, The Awakening of a Scientific Mind, that I found out, my goodness, there's all this research that's already out there. And it's done by credible people. These are peer-reviewed articles in highly ranked journals.
So Dr. Wollicott began to rethink the materialist paradigm. Because here's the thing, if research is telling us that telepathy and these other psi phenomena exist, then we have to account for it. Burying your head in the sand is not sound science. So Dr. Wollicott began to think of the world in the same way that Dr. Powell and Dr. Dean Radin did after accounting for the evidence. Consciousness might not be the result of all the building blocks of our material world. Maybe it's the foundation of it. Enter the idea of consciousness being the most fundamental element of the universe. So from that perspective, consciousness is the base of the pyramid.
Consciousness as fundamental is saying the pyramid is pretty close to correct, except that it's not consciousness at the top.
It's at the bottom.
It's actually below physics. In that case, the pyramid of reality is resting upon awareness. So if that were true, it suggests that ultimately everything is mental. From this perspective, your awareness is actually distributed throughout all space and time and the entire universe. So if that is true, it would mean that it's not surprising at all that occasionally your thoughts, your mind are overlapping with somebody else's thoughts and mind because they're all coming out of the same place to begin with. So that would explain telepathy. And then the question is, well, how come we're not telepathic all the time?
It wouldn't be very good for survival on Earth if you're constantly aware of the thoughts and feelings and placement of everyone around you. You're not going to make it in the jungle or New York.
Conscious awareness is usually the worst condition for somebody to be in order to receive these kinds of telepathic connections.
This is why many successful telepathy studies, like the Ganzfeld experiment, put people into a state of sensory deprivation. Because when our brains are fully alert, taking in everything, firing on all cylinders, they aren't as open to telepathy or other psi-type abilities.
A person's brain is constantly rejecting that kind of information.
Meaning our brains may have developed to help us block out more psychic and telepathic states.
So if we now look at people who are neurodivergent, perhaps they're already in that state.
Meaning maybe some neurodiverse people are missing the shield, so to speak, the shield that keeps out everyone's thoughts and feelings and all the information floating out there. A sciencey way to talk about this shield is called a dissociative boundary. I have a boundary that says I'm Ky and Diane is Diane and you're you.
What we might call my dissociative boundary, meaning my feeling of separation from someone else, at looking at them as other.
But if the basis of the entire world is consciousness, then we aren't really separate at all. It helps us to survive in the world to believe that we are, to keep our bodies functioning. But that separateness, it might be an illusion.
In order to have experiences, we have to create the illusion of separation.
As you talked about with children with autism, they don't have that dissociative boundary.
And if the non-speakers that we've met don't have the same dissociative boundary that the rest of us do, then they may be tapped into every aspect of consciousness, all the psi phenomenon that evidence shows us exists. They might be the gateway to validating that this new way of thinking about the world, the paradigm that says consciousness is the base of everything, is correct. I asked Dr. Wollicott if there's anything from her research that might show that telepathy is a basic underlying form of communication that our little physical dissociative boundaries might choose to ignore.
There are a number of cases of people with near-death experiences. So they have died, the cardiac arrest, the EEG is stopped, they come back after maybe an hour or something like that, where they have not been present in this reality, but they come back with special new skills, including this ability to sense what other people are thinking. And I should say that it drives a lot of these people crazy because they didn't want it and they don't know how to deal with it, because suddenly they have what you might call too porous a boundary between them and other people, and it can get in their way of living a normal life.
I'm not totally sure what to make of this, but if your body flatlines and your consciousness is less tied to the physical body and brain, maybe it's allowed to access the broader sea of awareness and come back with a bit more of that awareness, like telepathy. So is all psi phenomena tapping into the same thing, this underlying fabric of consciousness?
We'll give a label of telepathy for mind-to-mind communication. We'll have a label of precognition for perception of something in the future, or retrocognition for something in the past, or clairvoyance for just perception in general through space and time, psychokinetic effects for mind-matter interaction. There are ways that phenomena appear and the ways that we create labels to explain how they manifest, but it's really one thing. That's why the jargon in the field is psi. It's all psi, but it's all coming out of the same underlying phenomena.
And that underlying phenomena would be the base of the pyramid, the foundation of consciousness, which is at the root of everything. Some people might call this the quantum field or collective consciousness. Other people might call it God. Some might call it the universe or energy or the Akashic record. Whatever it is, it seems to be describing this one powerful, unifying foundational force. And each of us experience this consciousness individually, with a unique personhood while we're here on Earth. The power of this force feels both personal and unifying. It's beyond each of us, but also somehow a part of us. So bringing this back to the non-speakers, if the materialist paradigm is wrong, if this ocean of consciousness is real, and the non-speakers can tap into it effortlessly, making things like telepathy easy breezy, it stands to reason, based on their past comments about accessing information and knowing things that they haven't been taught, that their abilities may transcend the physical boundaries that limit most of us. Can non-speakers harness more of the psi phenomenon and tap into consciousness more readily? And if so, do they hold the key to ushering in a new scientific paradigm and unlocking human potential that we can only begin to imagine? Next, we're heading to Wisconsin to meet a 10-year-old girl named Amelia. Her mom, Maura, has been desperately trying to make sense of the mysterious connections and abilities Amelia has shared with her, and they check off every single psi skill mentioned in this episode.
I don't think telepathy is the only gift that these kids have. Amelia seems to have a bunch of them, for sure, the telepathy, but then also, the spirits and precognition kinds of things. She for sure is seeing people that aren't there, and she's also talking to God or spirits or someone at night and getting directions and insight. They are all connected somehow through this idea of collective consciousness.
Please note, there will be a longer 2-week wait for this episode, but I promise it will be worth it. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us in 2 weeks as this world expands and deepens. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to episode 7 of the Telepathy Tapes. Throughout this series, you've heard parents and teachers say, telepathy is just the tip of the iceberg. Today, we're going to explore what they mean by that. But before we dive in, it's essential that you've listened to the previous episodes, and in particular, episode 6, as it's foundational to everything going forward. In that episode, we learned that the reigning scientific paradigm, materialism, fails to explain the origins of consciousness and things like telepathy, precognition, and other psi abilities, despite substantial evidence supporting their existence. A growing number of scientists propose a new paradigm, suggesting that consciousness is the foundation of the universe, predating everything else. If this is true, it opens up an explanation for telepathy, clairvoyance, savant skills, and even the survival of death. Given that non-speakers can communicate telepathically, could they be more attuned to this foundational consciousness? And if so, do they hold the key to validating this new emerging scientific paradigm?
People always say that these kids have disabilities, and it's funny because it's actually us that has the disability. They have these abilities that we don't have. The mind reading and, all the other stuff that comes with that.
This is Maura. She lives near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and she has a 10-year-old daughter named Amelia. Maura and I both stumbled into this world right around the same time, both by the way of Dr. Diane Powell. She was a mother seeking answers, and I was a filmmaker searching for them too. And we became close due to our shared wide-eyed curiosity. We are both very logical and don't take anything at face value, and we had many conversations early on comparing notes about what we were learning and hearing and what could possibly be true and real. Beyond that, our lives were just kind of in the same place. We both have daughters that were born days apart. We both have families and roots in the Midwest. Maura works in advertising, loves the outdoors, and she's not devout or dogmatic about anything. She's the type of person that makes everyone feel disarmed and comfortable.
What's really hard as a parent is when you get a diagnosis, like Amelia has DDX3X syndrome, and some of the traits are intellectual disabilities, developmental delays, autism is a trait of that, a list of all the things that they're not going to be able to do or all the challenges that they're going to face.
And yet, so often the doctors and schools don't get it right. They assume because a child can't talk or has a difficult time controlling their body that they're not competent. And that is far from true.
With Amelia, she is the opposite of having intellectual disability. She's brilliant. She is very aware. She's very emotionally intelligent. But her body doesn't demonstrate that. Everything that you're seeing falls in line with what you've been told.
Thankfully, Maura and Mike looked beyond the diagnosis and found their daughter. The first time Maura and I met in person, we went to a brewery in Wisconsin, and we ended up outside where it was cold, as far away from everyone else because we were both conscious of how bonkers our conversation would sound to anyone nearby.
When she learned how to type, her whole world really opened up. And that's when we discovered she could read.
Okay, so how so?
She was writing things that were literally what I was thinking. And at some point I said, "Can you hear what mommy's thinking?" And she said, "Yes."
Maura thought what was happening in her home was a singular, rare event. She had no idea this was a common phenomena. And like in many households, she and her husband weren't on the same page about what was happening, at least not in the beginning.
Mike is a little bit more logical, former military, works a lot in spreadsheets, and is practical.
I'm more a person of science than I am of faith, right? And science, you can see it and touch it. So I think at first, I just definitely more skeptical.
It wasn't until other people,
her teachers at school,
some of her therapists, her babysitter said that they were experiencing the same thing about the telepathy, that it started to become more real.
Having other people come out and say it confirms the case, right? More than one data point starts to prove a fact.
I'm Katie. I am Amelia's para. When she was in 3rd and 4th grade, I worked with her in the classroom.
So Katie, when did you realize she could read minds?
She wanted a video one afternoon at school, and then she kept reaching for my computer rather than hers. And I said, "Do you know my password?" And she said, "Yes." And I'm like, "Prove it." And sure enough, she knew my password.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. And there'd be times in a busy classroom that I would think of a question for her, and she would be able to answer it without me actually talking out loud.
In time, almost everyone working with Amelia became aware of her gifts.
I'm Jody Hertz, and I'm Amelia's treatment therapist, which means I come in and set up programs for her and supervise her other technician. I work with Amelia mostly on her iPad. We found that typing is a much quicker and more efficient way for Amelia to communicate with us. When we first started typing, we had to have our hand completely under her hand so that she felt confident enough that she could do it.
When I visited Amelia's house, her therapist Jody was actually there for her weekly session.
And we tried to back off all the way up to the elbow. She now can do it more independently. So if we're not right here, she could still type.
Amelia, are you able to show me what you do with Jody?
Come here, kiddo. What do you think you could say?
How's your day?
Very good. That would be a great thing to say to somebody.
Amelia has this awesome speaking device where she can type in letters, but there's also buttons to make it easier that have a predictive text type feature. And Amelia can type independently now without being touched.
What would you want your new friend to know about you?
M-Y-N-A-M-E.
She types, "My name is Amelia."
You got it. You could say, "My name is Amelia." What's one thing you could tell them?
She typed that she loves music.
You love your music. Great job, Amelia. Thanks for telling me those things. Okay, you can take a break and play.
Amelia has so many toys in her basement, it's like a huge playground, and she was very happy to take a break from her tutoring sessions.
Because she has some motor planning issues as well, it takes a lot of effort for her to be able to type out the words. So she knows in her mind what the letters should be, but it's hard for her to get her hand to do what her mind wants it to do.
We talked for a while, and then I asked what made her initially think that Amelia might be reading her mind.
I asked her questions that she would have no reason to know the answer.
For instance, one Monday, Amelia knew that Jody had an oven fire over the weekend and burnt a cake.
I asked her, I said, "How do you know that?" And she said, "I read your mind." And I was like, "Oh, you read my mind." And so then I would ask her more difficult questions that I knew for sure I didn't just mention in passing, or it had literally just happened.
One time, Jody was late to school. And when she got there, she said, "You would not believe the reason why I'm late." And Amelia picked up her talker.
And she typed 3 turkeys.
And sure enough, 3 turkeys had waddled into the road, making Jody late.
She also knows if I look at something and I ask her, "What did I look at?" she'll know things like that too. Again, I can't explain that, but I would say I was definitely not so much a believer to completely convinced this is what she's doing.
And like most non-speakers that I've met, telepathy is just the tip of the iceberg. And in time, Amelia revealed that she knows other things, like she can understand multiple languages.
She wrote in Portuguese. She often writes in Spanish. She, in one sentence, went from Spanish to English to Portuguese.
And how does she say she knows that?
She'll either say God taught her or the gods, plural. And she says that he teaches her at night. Sometimes she will say she was born knowing that. And one time I did ask her, I said, "So you knew it as a baby?" And she said, "Before." So whatever she was referring to.
When Amelia was younger, she used to tell us that she would see the god or the gods at night and she would learn things from them. Recently, I asked her about, different religions and different gods and different things that people believed. And I asked her, do you think that there are multiple gods out there, or is it just one god or one being that everybody has a different name for? And she typed different names.
And again, oftentimes I don't push a lot of that because I don't want to accidentally be steering her one way or another. So whatever she says, I tell her mom, and then her mom will ask more follow-up questions to get more information.
So Jody often gives us updates after their sessions if anything interesting or noteworthy happens. And this one is about the different languages that Amelia speaks.
And to me, this is fascinating because there are actually 3 therapists in the room, Jody, and then 2 that you haven't met, Allie and Sydney.
Allie showed Amelia some Hebrew, and Amelia read it and translated it. So Allie showed her again today, and Amelia typed out what it meant. I said, "But who taught you Hebrew?" And she typed the rabbi. Then I asked if there was anything else she could read. She wrote Hiero. I said, "Hieroglyphics?" And she wrote, "Yes, pictures." So Allie pulled up a few letters and we showed them to Amelia, and she knew what letters they were, written in hieroglyphics. And they were ones that they hadn't looked up the meaning of yet. They just pulled them up and identified them after. Allie asked her if she saw these letters before, if it was the first time, and she wrote, first time. I asked her who told her about hieroglyphics, and she said, the God told.
I asked Maura if she tried to press any deeper.
She tends to be better at understanding versus speaking languages.
Why do you think that is?
So I had this interesting theory and the whole idea of consciousness. So if her baseline is talking telepathically to people, she is technically translating it into English and having to put words to something that just is.
If there's no language in the realm of fundamental consciousness, which why would there be? Because from my understanding, there's no bodies there. It just is consciousness. Then all communication would be via telepathy.
The way that she talks, the language that she uses is, it's almost like she's translating.
So it's almost then like she can pick up on any language because she's not focused on the words. She's focused on the emotion and the meaning and symbolism behind the words, which then makes sense. You could pick up any language.
I had this conversation with her recently about this. My question to her was, are you actually hearing those words in that language and like able to translate and understand that language, or are you just telepathically understanding that?
Yes. What did she say?
She said that she telepathically could hear them.
The thing that fascinates me about this theory is that so many spellers use language that feels poetic and almost old. Like sometimes it almost feels Shakespearean, and other times it feels like it's from the time of the Torah. And a lot of people that work with spellers, including teachers, talk about this.
They have a way of speaking, a style of speaking that is not of this earth. It's not English grammar.
This is Carrie, the teacher from Pennsylvania that you met in episode 5.
There's a lightness to it. There's often love infused with it. There's wisdom in there always.
The vocabulary and the construct of her sentences is often very different. And so anybody that spends enough time with her recognizes this very quickly.
And for me personally, getting to know each speller is beautiful and fascinating because their personality is wrapped in this wise and ancient language, but their tangible, age-appropriate personality always does shine through. For instance, with Amelia,
she has said quite a few funny things. So again, she always tells me about these God visits, as she calls them, that happen at night. And so I said, did he talk to you again last night? And she said, yes, unfortunately. And then she does ...
And sometimes what Amelia says is laced with heaviness.
Sometimes if she looks tired, I'll ask her, did you sleep okay last night? And she almost always says no. And I'll say, well, why not? And she'll say that she had a God visit. And she will say that she's being told things that are going to happen, and then they actually do happen. She knew that a boy in the South was going to kill children and that he was going to be killed by the police. And she typed that all out completely on her own.
3 days later, the unthinkable, tragic shooting at Robb Elementary School happened. And Amelia had no specific details about exactly where or exactly when or why or who. Only in hindsight does what she was spelling make sense. And yes, this could have been a coincidence, but she typed cryptic warnings days before other tragedies. Imagine how scary and difficult this would be if you were a child, and imagine being parents, not knowing how to protect your child, and not having enough information to prevent or warn others about a possible tragedy. One silver lining during this whole dark time was that at least Amelia's teachers and therapists understood and recognized her gifts, and that what she was writing wasn't a threat from her, but rather she seemed to be passing along information that was coming from somewhere else.
I want to make sure that she is able to communicate and not getting frustrated or sad, and then that she's not overwhelmed with all of this stuff and I don't know how to help her.
So after talking to Amelia's therapist, it sounds like she has precognition, meaning she can predict things. She knows multiple languages that she's never been taught, and she says she travels to a place to learn knowledge. Is all of this part and parcel to tapping into the greater foundation of consciousness that we discussed in episode 6? In order to fully wrap my head around this, I wanted to talk to Susie Miller again. She's the teacher and speech-language pathologist that you met in episode 5, who saw the light body floating above her young student and who's used tuning forks and fabrics to help integrate non-speakers. Susie has worked with hundreds of non-speakers around the globe.
Because the skill sets far exceed telepathy. The clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, all of those clairs give this population
the ability to experience life and reality in ways that most neurotypical individuals don't even consider possible. The ability to heal, the ability to see into another, telekinesis, the ability to converse with and interact with other realms. All of this is just commonplace for this population.
And yet, despite these gifts that are remarkable, Amelia, just like all the other spellers, is a human being first. She's a 10-year-old girl with the same interests, hopes, dreams, and annoyances of every other kid out there.
She has this very funny personality, and one of the first things that she ever did that made me realize that there was more going on is she was doing her math homework.
And as any parent out there knows, the way they teach math now is super weird and annoying, and it's redundant. And when they get to the end of this long problem, the math book asked,
"How did you get the answer in the previous box?" And Amelia wrote, "I am cool." And she was very proud of herself. And that is Amelia all the way. She's both this very, very wise 10-year-old, but she's also this silly, smart, sarcastic, funny kid.
Other than not being able to speak and not being able to sprint across the yard, there's nothing else different about Amelia. But with being nonverbal, she gets put into a box a lot. And every year when she goes to school, it usually takes almost a semester to get the teachers and the teachers' aides to understand how to communicate with her. And once they connect, a whole world opens up, mostly for the teaching staff. I think it's frustrating for Amelia. You can see it in her face and in her tone that she's not understood.
Not having it easy at school, Mike and Maura really step up to the plate to make sure Mia has some semblance of childhood joy and innocence.
She's fun. She's a good kid. She's very understanding and compassionate and funny. She likes to do a lot of pretending and funny voices.
I've spent time in Amelia's household, and it's full of love and play, but it can get heavy at times, especially when Amelia can see and hear something that her parents cannot.
She talks to people that have passed too, and that's been a big piece of this with her. Early on, there was an instance where she was going to bed and she was terrified in her room, and she begged me to go into our bedroom. So I brought her into our bedroom, and then she was okay for a minute, and then she was terrified again, and she begged me to go downstairs to sleep on the couch, which she had never done before. And she crept down the stairs and peeked around the corner as if she was expecting to see like something there or somebody there to scare her.
Once Amelia started communicating, they were able to ask more questions and learn more about what was going on.
I asked her on a different occasion if we knew any of them, and she said yes. And I was curious. We had lost my sister-in-law not too long ago.
She died of cancer, and her name was Lori.
And I showed her a picture of Lori, one of the most recent pictures that we had. She didn't really look like herself. She was sick and had been going through treatment. And she said, no, that's not it. And then I showed her a picture of Lori when she was healthy. And she was like, that's it. That's who I saw. And was like very, adamant about that's who it was.
This was hard to comprehend, maybe even believe at first for Mike and his sister Trish, because Lori was their sister. But there have been enough strange occurrences, messages about things that Amelia just shouldn't know, that they do believe now that Amelia is communicating with Lori.
I had dinner with my sister last week, and it was closer to Lori's birthday.
So Mike and Trish were having dinner, and they connected with Amelia on FaceTime.
And she said that Lori had visited again and said hi. Trish asked if Lori ever says anything about her, and then it takes Amelia a while to type.
So Amelia got off FaceTime so she could work on typing her response, while Mike and Trish waited for her reply.
And Amelia comes back and says,
on behalf of Lori, who passed away.
Yeah, I gave her a gift in her dreams.
And this turned out to be true.
Trish said, I just had this really vivid dream of Lori the other night, and I forgot what she said, something from their childhood that they were doing.
This feels very specific, especially because Trish noted it had been a long time since she dreamt of Lori. And these types of kind of uncanny knowings that feel far greater than coincidence are being conveyed by Amelia all the time.
I'll take a breath here because I was pretty close with my sister. I think you would have to be ignorant to doubt the fact that some people can touch that space. Most of us can't, and I guess you call it a gift or an ability or whatnot, but sometimes maybe a curse. Amelia's been a little anxious lately. She's having a lot of voices come to her, and it's hard for her to think. And she typed the other day, she just wants an hour alone.
What I've learned the past few years is that the spiritual gifts vary among the non-speakers. They all have different ones, and in some people they're much stronger than others. But seemingly communicating with people who have passed is a very common gift these spiritual savants have. In fact, Maria, the teacher from Illinois that you met in episode 5, her students were talking about spirits before she even discovered the telepathy.
I had a very sudden start of things happening. Not so much the telepathy, but more having to do with spirits that they're seeing.
Maria had been working with spellers, many of them the same ones, for years. And then out of nowhere, they started sharing information about spirits with her, and it snowballed.
I came to work on a Monday, and my student said, "Awesome spirits in the room today." I just went along with him because he has a big imagination, and I love it. But I was like, "I don't see them." And he's like, maybe you should turn the light off and maybe you can see them then. So I turned the light off. We're sitting there. I'm like, nope, still can't. I've had several people in my life that have passed. So he went on to list names
of Maria's family members who had died, but he said were in the room.
Listed very specific details of our lives together, who they were, things that we did together. There's no way he would have known. So that was Monday. Tuesday morning, another student said, "Oh, my grandfather's here today," and wanted to talk to him. That was Tuesday. It just kept going. It kept getting more. Every week, a new student, another week, another new student talking about someone, either in their life or my life that had passed. I thought, am I holding these memories in my subconscious and they're picking it up? Am I somehow thinking and not knowing I'm thinking about these things?
Which, even if that was the case, that's remarkable, because that's not telepathy then. That's digging into deep private core memories. And I have yet to be told that anyone can do that. But I do put a big emphasis on yet to be told, because every time I think I've heard it all or something's impossible, I get verification from a parent or another email or phone call telling me something I've never heard before that seems absolutely out of this world. So anything is possible.
I was kind of numb, actually, for a couple months, just kind of processing everything that was happening and then trying to keep a balance of, I want to keep the lessons going with them, but at the same time, I feel like they really want to talk about this.
In the last episode, we talked about the dissociative boundary, the quote-unquote shield around our brain that might help block out the mass of information that surrounds us that we can't see. The scientists in that episode questioned whether non-speakers have the same dissociative boundary or this shield, and thus they are dealing with a flood of uninvited knowledge. Some parents have told me that as their kids grow and mature, they can better handle what they choose to let in. So there is a way to stop it, but it also seems as though there's a way to encourage it and start it, and a lot of that has to do with belief. I've heard from scores of parents and teachers that spellers need to be believed and trusted to allow their gifts to shine. If you're open to receiving what they can do and what they might share, there's just more they'll share with you. Belief is important. And again, we all know this because of things like the placebo effect. The placebo effect is real. So there is evidence of efficacy or a strong belief changing what the mind or body is capable of doing. And what's been fascinating, and I'm still trying to understand it and wrap my head around it, is that over the past month, I've heard from spellers who are saying that because this truth is now out there, the belief in them and what they're capable of has risen so dramatically that they're actually able to tap into more. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. But for Amelia, she's feeling it, and she's trying to sort through a bunch of new information suddenly coming to her.
Especially since these telepathy tapes have come out, there's been this influx of people reaching out to her, both non-speakers and people who have passed. She's hearing all these people, non-speakers are coming to her now and have problems or want help, and she's been overwhelmed and has asked me to help her manage that.
And she means that they are reaching out to her telepathically.
There was a day that Amelia was typing from what she said was a non-speaker. She typed, "I'm so lonely, I wish I would die." And Amelia was begging me to help this person. And so I was trying to gather more information because I don't know if they're in my town, across the country, in a different country. I got a name Gerald, and they lived across from a park. But it's a helpless feeling having that information, but not being able to do anything about it. And that's happened a couple of other times where she was really worried about something happening or somebody and tried to get me to help, and I couldn't get enough information.
There is an epidemic of loneliness plaguing so many non-speakers. I've observed different extremes of this isolation, but the most unbearable is for those who never learned to communicate via spelling, who are trapped inside their own bodies, unable to share their thoughts, personalities, or intelligence with the world. The second extreme of loneliness is social isolation, even for those who can communicate via spelling. When I first started to learn about Amelia, it was clear that she was deeply impacted by feeling different and also feeling lonely.
So she wrote this poem and she named it The Smart Horse, which was not what I was expecting her to name it. And it says, "There once was a unicorn. The unicorn looked like a horse. The people thought she was dumb. Then the friend of the unicorn thought she was smart. Then her teachers thought she was smart too. They taught her like she was smart." And I asked her after that, I said, "Well, who's the unicorn?" And she said, "I am." And I said, "Who's the friend of the unicorn?" And she said, "You are." And it just kind of gets you when you hear her articulate that, because she knows that people think she's dumb, and she knows what it means to have somebody believe in her.
And she wrote another poem where she talked about an ugly unicorn.
And I said, "Who's the unicorn?" And she said, "Me." And I said, "Why do you think you're ugly?" And she said, "The other kids look at me funny." And she said, "I can't talk," which of course is heartbreaking.
And for a long time, Amelia was listening to the song "It's Not Easy Being Green" by Kermit the Frog on repeat.
It's not easy being green.
I asked her what she thought it was talking about, and she said being lonely. And I asked her if there was anything that I could do to help change that, to help her not feel that way, and she said friends. And that's been an ongoing request with her, is helping her trying to make friends or be in places where there are people that accept her.
When I first heard mention of the hill, I shared that with Maura, and she asked Amelia about it immediately.
And I asked, "Do you talk on the hill?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Do you have friends on the hill?" And she said, "Yes." And I asked, "Well, who are they?" And she said, "Fiona." And the funny thing is that like 3 years ago at school, I said, "Who's your best friend?" At school, trying to figure out, can we do a play date? Can we do something? And she said, "Fiona." And so I tried to find Fiona at school, and they couldn't find Fiona. And so we kind of dropped it. And this is like now 3 years later. And, now she's telling me this friend, Fiona, is her best friend. And I was like, oh, okay, so not at school, your best friend on the hill.
And I'd hedge the bet that these friendships are lifesavers. But if you're going through your life every day, not able to communicate with anyone, not even your own parents, you can understand why Gerald, who lives across from the park, may be reaching out telepathically, begging for help, because he feels so lonely and so trapped.
That's all kind of new for us, this influx of people coming for help and asking for her advice.
No 10-year-old should be saddled with the responsibility of saving people.
As her mom, I want to protect her and make sure that she's not facing any more challenges than she needs.
And yet, Amelia deeply believes it's her duty to help.
She typed, "People hoping I persist, people outpouring. I have a job to do."
I told Maura that I wished a wise adult could just, drop into the hill, make a list of all the people that need help, and then find a way to get all of those people on letterboards. It seemed like pure fantasy. And then I met a minister named Joe, who has a remarkable story to tell about just this.
I was a trial attorney for 25 years in New York before moving to Arizona, and became an associate pastor of adult education at Highlands Church. And we have one of the largest special needs ministries in the Phoenix Valley. I've been privileged to work with closely 4 of the non-speaking persons with autism.
Joe had to go through his own process of confirming both the legitimacy of spelling and the reality of spiritual gifts being shared by the non-speakers before he could believe either.
When the spellers first started communicating, especially on spiritual issues, my first reaction was way skeptical. And so I started looking at what was happening, and I almost instinctively kicked into trial lawyer mode. I'm trained in argumentation, how to think, how to analyze arguments. I looked early on and I saw that there were sources that were skeptical of spelling, And I actually looked into some of the academic papers on it. And what I found was the 40 or so negative papers were earlier on in the process. They were back in the 90s. And then at one point, the spellers improved their methodology.
When facilitated communication evolved into newer, more independent methods, like pointing to a letterboard, or pointing a pencil through a stencil letter, or typing independently on an iPad or a talker.
You find later on, there's like over 100 papers that are now saying, wait a minute, we missed something here. And they're at respected places. There was a recent study out of the University of Virginia where somebody even said, let's track eye movements and hand movements and see what happens first. And what they found is the eye went first to the letter, then the finger followed the eye. So I think those old notions that spelling is kind of phony or fake, those are being dispelled. And I have no doubt whatsoever that the information I'm getting is coming from the spellers. It's their own thoughts. The spelling facilitators working with them do not ask leading questions.
I really dislike that we always need to validate that the non-speaker's words are their own. But there it is again. We can trust their words. So when the conversation with the non-speakers at Joe's church started to breach things that were seemingly impossible, Joe believed them. And Joe is very close to one of his spellers named Cody. And the other day, Cody was on a Zoom call with another speller named Josiah, who lived in Minnesota.
It was the first time they met. The connection between them is just amazing. It's like they know each other. They're commenting on gifts about each other. And Josiah made this interesting reference. Come and join us on the hill sometime. And now the rest of us in the room are looking at each other. Join us on the hill?
Joe had clearly never heard of the hill. And as he's telling me the story, I can tell that he had no idea that I had.
It's like, okay, what's going on here? So today we asked Cody, do you know what Josiah meant about the hill? Yes. It's a place where people with autism were able to gather and we can visit there with others with autism. It's a time they're not encumbered by their bodies. Somehow he knew exactly what Josiah was talking about. Cody added further, the spelling facilitator he works with, he said, she's seen the hill. So when we looked at the spelling facilitator, and she had tears forming in her eyes, and the spelling facilitator was saying, all I can tell you is there was this perfect peace and joy. It was like I never wanted to leave. And that seems to be the common theme.
So the woman that was the spelling facilitator, she was just like neurotypical, right? She's just like you and me, and she was able to go to the hill?
She's neurotypical. She went to the hill in a dream, and it only happened one time. And when I asked her more about it later, there were children there. And we asked Cody, why do you think she was able to go to the hill? And he explained the children that she saw there had autism. She's prayed to go back and it hasn't happened. She thinks she got a glimpse of it to help her tune her heart more to the people with autism to understand what they're referring to.
So it seems as though some neurotypical people can access the hill.
She's one of the most gentle, humble, sweetest people I've ever met.
I've learned from the non-speakers that they're much more likely to let someone into their gifts and knowledge if they have pure intentions and a good heart.
I think that curiosity with the spiritual savant is a lot of those skill sets are skill sets that people don't even really think about. What's beautiful is that the kids have the capacity to open us up to experience their telepathy, to experience their bilocation, their healing ability.
I started approaching like a trial attorney. I said, if these were witnesses I was cross-examining, what would I be looking for? The first most obvious question is simply whether someone is telling the truth.
Joe took me through a big list of questions that lawyers typically ask to figure out if someone is telling the truth.
They do not want attention. They're not incentivized by money. I researched hallucinations as well. Hallucinations are not shared events.
Meaning thousands of non-speakers would not be hallucinating about telepathy or going to the hill or seeing ghosts or talking to God. And so many say all of those things.
Hallucinations are usually caused by something like a tumor or a biochemical imbalance or something like that.
Joe's process of determining honesty and truthfulness was epic, and it literally took him about 20 minutes to explain all the ways he examined the validity of what his spellers were saying about their unbelievable abilities.
The bottom line, I discovered these are among the most honest people you will ever meet. It's well documented that people with significant autism have great difficulty lying. And what seems to be impossible for them is to perpetuate a lie and build on it and keep going.
And Katie, Houston's mom, once told me, it takes so much effort and motor planning to get one sentence out. They're just not going to do that for a lie.
Two that I've seen prominent in our spellers, I would say, would be prophecy and a word of knowledge.
You mentioned the young woman that you said can often like see something going on the other side of the world. What are some of the things that she's seen?
She'll see a war, or she'll see this terrible destruction coming to a city or something like that. And, you know, as you know now, our spellers can become easily dysregulated by emotion, especially intense emotion. My mind wants to know details. Where, when? Should I rebalance my IRA before, I know it's upsetting to her, and I don't want her to become dysregulated. She'll have to stand up and walk, but she'll see like catastrophes and things happening.
Have you ever been privy to something that she's seen that has come true? Or
Oh, yes. I mean, this was very interesting. She kept warning her father, be careful, you're going to slip on ice and fall and have a bad injury. And she says, you're going to hurt your hip. And we don't get much ice here in the Phoenix Valley. So that's one of the nice things about living here. Well, he got sent on a business trip, and he was outside his hotel, missed a patch of dark ice, went down, and he texted me from a hospital saying, Joe, you're not going to believe this. I fell on ice. I have pins being put in my, he sent me some of the pictures on his phone of the x-rays. And he said, I don't know what to say. I'm astonished. She has this gift. She sees these things.
So in a way similar to Amelia, this young woman was seeing and hearing things that can feel traumatizing. And at one point in Amelia's journey, she was really struggling and shutting down a lot. And she more or less stopped spelling. And I connected Maura with Katie and Houston down in Atlanta, thinking that maybe they could help.
We went to see one of the therapists that Houston had seen to help with that body control. And so we went down to Atlanta. We did an intensive week with this doctor, and we got to spend some time with Katie and Houston.
When I heard this trip was happening, I was thrilled. This was the first family that Maura had ever met that could validate and share her experience around telepathy.
So when we were visiting Houston and Katie in Atlanta, we were able to ask Amelia questions and have Houston type the answers for her, because he was so much more fluent. He was so much more further along in his connecting his brain and his body and in his fluency. We'd ask her a question and he would type an answer for her as they spoke telepathically.
Oh my gosh, did it work?
So Houston was able to give us some insights into some things that Amelia liked, because she wasn't able to effectively type all these thoughts out at that point. So let me see. I know I wrote it all down. She wants chocolate milk for breakfast, loves chocolate milk. We didn't know that. Cheese hurts her stomach, but she loves it. She can read sheet music. She has perfect pitch, which I had no idea. She can speak many other languages, but picked English. She said school is too easy. Her angel is Cleopatra. She came to take her to meet God. She wants me to know how much she loves God's house.
I paused to ask more about this. So she brings up God a lot. And what's interesting to me is, I mean, you aren't particularly religious, right? I mean, I remember you saying like you rarely go to church, like not even on Christmas most of the time.
I know that there are other families that are, you can make the argument that, well, if they're reading your mind and you're really religious, then they're probably picking up on that. But that's not the case with our family. And it just hadn't been a part of our family. Amelia was baptized. We went to church on those times. We still don't even go on Christmas or holidays a lot of times. So she wasn't getting us from us. And that is so telling to me that she is so strongly connected with God And that's on her own. That's coming from her.
Houston's approach with Amelia is both effective and heartwarming. And of course, it raises the question, if more of us could tap into telepathy, how much could we benefit the spellers? Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to the 8th episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Spelling is the greatest hope parents have to unlock their kids, and it's also the sharpest weapon used against them. If you're not in this world, it's difficult to understand how contentious and vicious the attacks are against spellers and their method of communication. Lily, the speller that you met in episode 4, sent me this message.
Spelling is the only method that has given hope to non-speakers and shown the world our beautiful minds. But so many people don't want to believe that the words are our own.
The very existence of this episode is controversial because there is so much at stake. For the parents, it's hope. For the spellers, it's their autonomy and education. And for those railing against spelling, there's money, systems, and the ramifications of admitting a mistake that has costed thousands of kids their education, their hope, and personhood. In episode 3, you met Katie in Houston. And Katie had lost all hope that her son would ever communicate. And just before he was done with high school, he found his voice.
When Houston first began communicating, I was so excited. I was writing down every single word he spelled and telling every single person I knew. And of course, one of the most important people to tell was his school and his teachers and the administrators. And so I was thrilled when I finally got his teacher on the phone and over the summer and let her know about what Houston was doing. And she shocked me by saying, oh, that's been discredited. And I was shocked by that because I was looking at it. I knew it was true. I was watching it. And I thought to myself, she must have never seen it. And I think this is a great example of how we have prejudices and don't believe things until we see them. If someone else says it's not true, then we just take their word for it instead of actually finding out ourselves. He only had a few months of school left, but I wanted him to be able to be included in a general ed classroom for the tiny amount of time he had left.
So Katie and the principal scheduled an IEP meeting to get Houston on a different educational track for the remainder of the year.
At that point, I'd been to about 20 IEP meetings, and I was shocked when I walked in that day and found triple the number of people that were usually there. There were people I had never met before. And this was not normal at all. I was nervous and I sat down, and I had always had such a good relationship with his teachers and everyone in the schools. And before I even sat down, this woman who was the director of speech services for the county leaned forward very aggressively and very aggressively gestured at the stencil and said, "We don't believe in that. We don't support that." And I was thinking, what, you don't support letters? I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was clueless that anyone could possibly be against letters or pointing. She then went on to say that ASHA, who I didn't know what ASHA was, had put out a statement saying they didn't support it, so they weren't going to support it either.
ASHA is the American Speech Language Hearing Association, and they're in charge of certification of speech pathologists in this field.
My heart was just beating through my chest. I didn't understand why they weren't for him, why they weren't supportive. They knew him, and at the end of the day, they let him attend a U.S. history class for his last few months of school. And that was his whole education.
Houston had been educated like he was a toddler for his entire life. Nobody believed he was in there. and he had no way to show that he was because learning to communicate via spelling was not taught in his school.
And this is happening all over the country where parents are having to fight for their children. They're having to fight school systems. They're having to fight teachers.
Maria, the speech therapist from Chicago that you met in episode 5, said,
Many of the students I have, they're hitting roadblock after roadblock. In order for them to spell at school, they need to prove that they can use this letterboard. Prove it. Kids don't have to prove they can read before they're taught to read. So why would they need to prove that they can use this letterboard before they can be schooled? That if they speak Spanish, they don't have to speak English completely before they come to school. So it's just a different language.
Carrie, the speech pathologist from episode 5, teaches spelling under the radar. She even used a pseudonym when talking to me.
If we are using it as professionals, that we risk losing our license. I know that threat, on me, it even sits heavy. I know that behavior specialists, they say right out, if you engage in facilitated communication, you will lose your license.
Spelling as a way to communicate has been controversial based on outdated research, stigmas, and the long-held belief that non-speakers just aren't competent. I think one of the key things to understand is that facilitated communication, the first method of spelling ever devised, utilized touch. The facilitator would often touch the wrist or hands of the speller. And after some high-profile court cases, which we'll talk about shortly, that method evolved into new methods like spelling to communicate and the rapid prompting method, which don't use touch at all. Maria, who's worked with non-speaking students for over 30 years, explains the difference.
With the spell to communicate and the rapid prompting method, one of the prime rules is you don't touch them.
Carrie, who has also worked in this space for decades, uses these newer methods of spelling.
There is no physical touch involved at all from the get-go. And the problem is ASHA has lumped RPM and ASHA has lumped SGC in with facilitated communication.
And ASHA posted a statement saying they warn against using all forms of spelling. And many schools point to this statement as the reason they don't teach it.
I am a speech language pathologist since 1999, and I am a member of ASHA, and I do spell with my child.
In episode 4, you met John Paul and Libby is a member of ASHA.
Therapists kind of have to be a member of ASHA if they want to get jobs, if they want to be able to bill insurance, if they want to have their certificate of clinical competence.
But Libby is also a mother.
And we tried every therapy around. I mean, I have an extensive list. And then when John Paul was about 8 years old, I was at a conference.
And another attendee told her about a new spelling technique called the Rapid Prompting Method, or RPM, where non-speakers can point to a letterboard. This uses gross motor skills, unlike speaking, which requires fine motor skills.
I literally was looking at her and thinking, I've never heard of it. I needed to see it for myself. I know I had tried everything else.
So she went to a workshop to observe kids who were communicating with RPM.
I saw kids just like John Paul coming in, and they were spelling. I couldn't believe it. And I just burst into tears. And I just couldn't stop crying. This is it. I knew from being a speech pathologist and taking biology and understanding the brain, it all made sense to me.
And as you all know, John Paul started communicating.
He was able to spell. He was learning age-appropriate academic. It just changed his whole world.
And he became quite the poet. He had a ton of language and knowledge, and even knew other languages. And Libby had to reconcile that understanding with her professional organization, who forbids parents to teach their kids to spell to communicate.
Why would people doubt this? And I really, truly do not understand it.
A lot of parents and teachers feel gaslit. They can see with their own eyes that their children or students are expressing unique, independent thoughts, often about topics that they know nothing about, and sometimes even in different languages, and nobody is pushing their hand or touching them. So when you're told it's not real and it's not happening, it's frustrating. It's maddening.
It is life-changing. And once the parent learns the method, I mean, we just would converse at dinner with the letterboard, and John Paul is a part of the conversation. I just don't know why there is so much pushback on it.
I visited the ASHA website, where they listed several reasons for opposing spelling, including uncertainty around who's doing the spelling. And this feels just so bonkers to me. I've seen Akil type into an iPad while sitting by himself across the room from everyone else. I've watched Houston point to letters while vocalizing them, as you heard during the Uno tests. Spellers are often relaying totally shocking information to parents, stuff that never occurred to them.
He said that I cannot see my body in my mind.
Like when Akil relayed to his mother that he didn't realize he had hands and fingers. This was critical information for his mom, and it allowed her to get him the therapy he needed.
There were so many things that Houston spelled that I didn't understand when he spelled them. He explained that he felt like he was falling out of the bottom of his feet, and he was talking about how he couldn't feel his tongue, and how he would flap his hands so he knew where his hands were, and about having alternating blindness. And all of these things didn't make sense to me until I started doing the investigative research. Their physiology doesn't work even remotely the same.
John Paul could do math. I have dyscalculia, which is a math disability. I could never do the math that he could do. And his poetry and his writings, they were just effortless for him. They aren't coming from me. I can't do what he could do.
The accusation that most spellers are not actually communicating, that someone is pushing their hand around or moving around the letterboard, is unabashedly, unequivocally false. I have filmed dozens of spellers, and I have never witnessed such a thing. You can watch the clips of the spellers you've met at telepathytapes.com. I also recommend the Spellers movie, which you can watch for free on YouTube. It follows many incredible spellers who are communicating independently. The ASHA website also lists as a concern dependence on another person, thus preventing independent communication. Yes, most spellers need a communication partner, just like those using interpreters or translators or sign language do. ASHA also claims the technique lacks evidence, which reminds me of what Joe, the special needs minister from Highland Church in Arizona, said about evidence in the last episode.
I looked early on and I saw that there were sources that were skeptical of spelling, and I actually looked into some of the academic papers on it. And what I found was the 40 or so negative papers were earlier on in the process. They were back in the 90s. And then at one point, the spellers improved their methodology. You find later on, there's like over 100 papers that are now saying, wait a minute, we missed something here.
I double checked this, and there are over 100 peer-reviewed studies using various methodologies that confirm that non-speakers are authoring their own messages.
There was a recent study out of the University of Virginia where somebody even said, let's track eye movements and hand movements and see what happens first. And what they found is the eye went first to the letter, then the finger followed the eye. So I think those old notions that spelling is kind of phony or fake, those are being dispelled. And I have no doubt whatsoever that the information I'm getting is coming from the spellers.
The thing is, Ky, we can't all be lying. It's frustrating because everyone listens to the experts and take their word for it. In my case, I honestly didn't know that this was so controversial. So I looked into it, I tried it, and it changed our lives. It makes me sad they say we're these desperate parents that are making this up or whatever, because that's just not true.
I believe that stigma is a big reason ASHA hasn't changed its stance. A series of high-profile court cases in the 1990s cast doubt on facilitated communication, an earlier method that involved more physical assistance than today's independent spelling techniques.
As ABC News had reported on Primetime Live in 1992, a new therapy had appeared on the scene, something called facilitated communication, or FC. It seemed like a revolutionary idea that if someone holds an autistic child's hand or arm a certain way, that child can type their own thoughts.
In several cases, facilitated communication produced accusations of sexual abuse against family members or caregivers, sparking court cases and intense media attention.
It was just a few keystrokes, a couple of sentences on a computer screen. The severely autistic Aislinn Windrow is describing her weekend and types this on her computer at school. My dad gets me up. He puts his hands on my private parts. Wendrow's lives would never be the same.
Allegations like this that turned out to be false turned public opinion against facilitated communication.
Several different cases where individuals who were not trained and got their messages with the person who was spelling discredited.
ABC News reported that the facilitator in this case was not adequately trained or prepared to serve as a communication partner.
She sat through 1 hour, she said, of unpaid training.
1 hour.
1 hour.
That was enough for Scarcella to facilitate those sex allegations and everything to follow.
The allegations were just horrific.
There's a lot of suspect activity around those cases.
Untrained or barely trained facilitators were working with non-speakers, and they should not have been. But due to these awful cases that really uprooted lives, facilitated communication took the blame, not the facilitators.
Every child who was learning something and being able, they lost their voice. It happened so fast.
What was so tragic is that facilitated communication got wrapped up in this controversy, and that seemed to be the story that continued to run in the papers, even though all of these other incredible individuals were independently communicating.
A valuable tool was villainized and taken away from thousands because a few untrained people weren't properly using the tool. And it's easy to say, great, let's make sure these other forms of spelling are the norm and facilitated communication is gone forever because it involves touch. But Carrie, who has worked with hundreds of non-speakers, says this approach isn't helpful either.
We know that autistics have difficulty knowing where their body is in space. I've had kids who told me they don't feel their hand. They don't feel their arm. So if they're not feeling their arm or their hand, how can they type? But if I touch them and I put a backward pressure on their arm and they have to push forward, which is what happens with facilitated communication, they know where their arm is in space.
Libby also says that we shouldn't completely throw out facilitated communication.
It actually brought our spelling to a whole new level because I didn't realize that there were times John Paul couldn't feel his arms. You know, he needed just a little resistance to get things going.
So Libby would touch John Paul in the beginning of a spelling session just to help him out.
And without having tried doing from FC, I wouldn't have gotten to an elevated place of spelling with John Paul. Some parents get to where they just have to put a finger on their shoulder so that they can feel their arm. One parent, I know this sounds crazy, but she actually just had to grab a strand of hair of her child and pull a little bit so that her child could feel herself. And that's where they got to. But John Paul sometimes needed me to just put a hand on his wrist just so he could push back initially to feel.
And that helped John Paul get to the place where he can type totally independently without being touched at all, like I witnessed when I was with him.
Not everyone needs it, but the kids that need it have to have it.
I want to pivot back to telepathy now, because the spiritual gifts in non-speakers exists with or without spelling. Like, remember that Marianne Harrington, the teacher in Wisconsin, first realized her student was reading her mind when he drew her pictures of the treats that she had left in the car. Libby first realized that John Paul might be reading her mind when he'd find the Halloween candy the second she thought of where it was hidden. Spelling gave parents and teachers the validation that they needed to know that this was indeed happening. But the telepathy isn't because of the spelling. And there are some parents and non-speakers who have foregone letterboards altogether, utilizing only a telepathic link or nonverbal communication to communicate.
We don't use the letterboarding or sign language because that's just something that Kyle's never gravitated to, but you know, music and dreams seems to be our own personal language.
This is Caroline, and she lives with her son Kyle in Cornwall, England.
I've been feeling it for years, ever since Kyle was little, that I could understand him from a non-verbal perspective.
Kyle is 38 years old, and he and Caroline have communicated via telepathy for most of their lives. He's never spelled using a letterboard. I would have never met Caroline had she not made the bold choice to come out about her telepathic experience online during the COVID lockdown.
I think I put it up on Eventbrite to start with.
She created an invitation to an online discussion that she was hosting, and she asked the broader community,
are you a parent, caregiver, or professional working in the field of autism? Have you ever felt that you've had a telepathic connection with the children that you either teach or care for?
For over 30 years, Caroline was hesitant to expose this truth, to publicly put this out there.
I've just come to a point in my life. If I don't do it now, I never do it. You know, as we get older, one never knows how long one's got left. And I thought, I'm just going to put it out there. And I really don't know how it's going to be received.
And sure enough, RSVPs started pouring in to attend her online discussion.
I had people just saying, yeah, I have this experience. And yes, I do believe that my child has telepathic skills or can read my mind. Teachers were coming forward saying, I've definitely experienced this in the classroom, but I didn't want to jeopardize my career in any shape or form.
Caroline was hearing from people from all over England and Europe.
Teachers and practitioners and parents have been doing this right from the get-go, but it's just something that's not recognized. We all agreed that safety in numbers. So the more of us that there are, the stronger and more galvanized this whole movement is becoming.
The movement of speaking this truth. Non-speakers are capable of telepathy, as well as other unexplained psi skills and spiritual gifts. And one of Kyle's unique gifts is that he's able to communicate with his mom telepathically through lucid dreaming. A lucid dream is when you become aware that you're dreaming while you're in the dream, which allows you to control it or influence it.
So the first time he came, he must have been about 8. I was in a dream. I wasn't lucid. I was just kind of hanging out in this dream. And then Kyle was there and he seemed really like your average guy. And he kept looking at me as if to say, come on, mum, wake up. And I was still unconscious in this dream. I still wasn't lucid. And then he handed me the Ace of Spades playing card.
Kyle, just a boy at the time, had to find a way to get his mom out of a deep dream and into a lucid dream so they could communicate.
He sort of looked at me as if to say, right, wake up. And I just didn't. And then he took the card off me and folded it up. And then he started to rip the corners, a bit like how children make the little snowflakes that you put in the window. And he held this card up with all the holes in it. And then he put it up against my eye and he said, now wake up. And at that point, I went into a lucid dream. And then he started talking to me. And then I was saying to Carl, you're talking to me, Carl, like you can talk. And he said, in dreaming, Mum, I can talk, but you have to wake up.
The next morning at breakfast, Kyle took an Ace of Spades out of a deck of cards and held it to his eye like he did in the dream, validating for his mom that what happened in the dream was intentional.
That dream enabled me and Kyle to create a bridge between the dream world where we can have conversations and I can understand Kyle in that world, where I can't always in the physical world.
There's something called dream bridging that traces back thousands of years across many different cultures. Indigenous shamans use dreams to communicate with spirits, ancestors, and guides. Mongolian and Siberian shamans called it soul journeying, and they believed one's spirit or consciousness could leave the body to explore other realms, including other people's dreams. Once Kyle is in his mom's dream, he'll do something unusual to get her into a lucid dream state.
Hand me a pink umbrella or something. He's handed me a glass of water that's had ice in it, and I've held the ice in my mouth in the dream. Whatever it is, the cue is for me to wake up and have a deeper experience with him.
And the reason Kyle makes sure his mom goes into lucid dreaming is so that she doesn't forget their conversation.
I get to hear what his needs are and the adjustments I need to make in his everyday to make his physical world, his physical body happy. So if he's not feeling well, or even to things like food allergies, sometimes he will be like, I can't eat that anymore, Mum. Like tomato ketchup, he's always liked tomato ketchup. And I'm like, okay, I won't give that to you anymore. And even myself, he will say to me, Mum, you need to listen to me and get rest and stuff like that.
I wanted to understand how often Kyle and his mom communicate via dreams.
The more we do it, the more accessible it is to us and the easier it is for me to get into a dream. It's a good couple of times a week. If I've had a busy day, then I might just go to sleep and crash out and not necessarily go into a lucid dream. But if I'm pretty well restored, then I'll be much more open at nighttime to have those type of dreams.
And so Kyle and Caroline have just never relied on language the way most of us do. And this has become Kyle's way of telepathically communicating his needs with almost anyone.
He comes to other people too. People say, I dreamt about Kyle last night and he was trying to wake me up in this dream. And then all of a sudden I was having a conversation with him.
I wanted you to meet Kyle because he demonstrates that the spiritual gifts and telepathy exists whether someone is spelling or not. Spelling certainly seems to open up a deep merging or telepathic channel between people. But the telepathy and the spiritual gifts are there with or without spelling. And the second thing Kyle demonstrates is that non-speakers are in there, regardless of whether or not they communicate via spelling. And we know this because Kyle can write and play music.
I didn't know he could sing, and I certainly didn't know he could play an instrument until he started having music therapy 14 years ago.
The first time his music therapist, Corinne, came to the house,
she gave him her keyboard, and he had a whole repertoire of songs that he'd obviously heard and remembered and logged in his memory somewhere. and started singing Sealed with a Kiss, and he started playing it on the keyboard.
Sealed with a kiss, it's gonna be a cold, lonely summer.
Because I have absolutely no idea that that was in him. I think now he kind of, he takes music from somewhere else. It's like he can access like perfect pitch, which is really difficult to do. And he has an ability to pick up an instrument and play it by ear without any sort of lessons or being shown what to do.
Kyle is always communicating something with his music. And one song Kyle played a lot in the beginning makes perfect sense.
Dream, 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 when I feel blue in the night and I need you. Don't mean times whenever I want you. All I have to do is dream.
He's never had any formal music lessons or formal singing lessons as such. It's all what he hears and he remembers and embodies. And I don't think that's just happening in the physical plane. I think that's happening somewhere else for him when he's on his own playing his keyboard, and he can pull on this repertoire that he's gathered. He's able to almost like store it in like his own personal iCloud.
Singing has also become a way that Kyle can communicate his needs quickly during everyday life. Like if Kyle is hungry,
he would find a song that had food involved, or like he's thirsty and it has drink involved, and he will just choose from his thousands of songs that he's got in his mental archive. Some people talk about it as it's echolalia, but yeah, Kyle always chooses song titles that are relevant to what's going on in the situations. They're never just a random thing that he comes out with. They all have meaning, and they are a way that he can make his feelings and emotions and his needs known to me.
Caroline leaned into Kyle's interests, surrounding him with other musicians and music therapy and even a music producer.
He's written 2 albums and he's just writing another one at the moment.
And one of the ways he writes these albums is through the telepathic link he establishes with people in dreams.
We bridge through dreaming, and that's how the songwriting started, where Kyle started giving me words and would hum a tune, and I'd wake up remembering that tune or almost humming that tune as I was waking up in the morning.
For his album named Beyond the Syntax,
he came to me and he's told me that he wanted me to write songs about what it's like to be autistic, what it's like for him to experience the world. He said, these songs I want you to write for me. You've just got to try and remember. So I dreamt pretty much all the songs in one night. So I woke up trying to write all the words down that I could remember, and then I fell back to sleep again. And then I got up in the morning, started carry on writing again, seeing if I could recall the themes of the songs and some of the words he'd given me. My job is to get pen to paper as fast as possible to be able to get those words down on paper for him.
And then once they get into the music studio, Kyle can really insert himself regarding any changes he wants made to the song.
When we're in the music studio and we're actually recording them, that's when he's really telling me if he's happy or not happy, because it either flows or it doesn't. He either sings the songs that we've written for him and put the music to them, and it's a very organic, natural process, or he kind of gets almost a bit catatonic and he stops as if to say, no, this doesn't feel right. So sometimes we have to change the melody, or we might have to change the bridge of the song so it feels right in his body. Sometimes if there's a word that doesn't fit with him, he will actually change that word while he's singing. And he also changes the timing sometimes.
Come now, just take my hand.
And then actually the song ends up feeling a totally different song sometimes. But I think that's him orientating energetically to how he wants that song to feel inside him as he's singing it. He's the vessel for the song.
My voice once heard, it's now lost in the ether. Who's hearing me now? Tell me, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I know he does it for autism and the non-speakers. He feels this to be his mission, or he's being of service to all the other people like him that can't express how they feel and think and what they experience on a daily basis.
The letters take up too much of my time. The letters take up too much of my time. By choosing this, you miss what's mine. By choosing this, you miss what's mine. Just listen now and listen on. My silent voice, my words and songs. Just
I think he's singing that on behalf of other people that are like him, that can't communicate through conventional language to the everyday world.
Caroline has also learned to engage in two-way telepathy with Kyle during the day, where she can hear his thoughts too. And if Kyle wants to communicate with her telepathically, she said it's almost like she can sense or feel him coming in.
There's like a sort of an invisible pressure that he's impinging a kind of energy on me that makes me take notice.
This reminds me of the sense of being stared at that Dr. Sheldrake has studied. This innate sense we all have when someone is focused on us or looking at us without words.
That's my cue to empty out and have nothing in my internal dialogue. And if I'm quiet and I'm receptive, then that's when he will give me a stream of words or even song lyrics.
Parents and teachers capable of this two-way telepathy say that emptying out is key.
When I think nothing and I'm just in my body awareness, then that's when we really go into that deeper field. And it's like the waking dream. And sometimes I get a massive download
where Kyle might send her lyrics or music for almost an entire album in one sitting,
which I will sit and write. And I wrote a whole album lyrically in a whole afternoon, and I kept showing him and I went, good. And he would go like that,
shaking his head
as if to say, not good, and I would then change things and he'd go, yes, like that. So I hear music and tone and frequency and melody through this channel.
Of all the things I've heard from parents, this one was actually something that felt utterly familiar to me because I've experienced it myself with ideas. I've woken up in the night with a fully formed script or story and can barely write fast enough to capture it all. Many creators talk about moments like this. Mary Shelley described Frankenstein as coming to her in a vivid dream, and Paul McCartney described the melody for Yesterday coming to him in a dream. J.K. Rowling said Harry Potter came to her almost fully formed on a train ride.
It shouldn't have been 4 hours, it was delayed. And Harry was there. Harry's star was there.
She's described this experience as something that happened to her, almost like the story was ready to be told and she was just the channel through which it arrived.
It's a very strange thing, but I know I'm not alone in this among writers. It was as though I was given a piece of information and I just had to find out the rest of the information. It wasn't really as though I were inventing it. I was working backwards and working forwards to see what must have happened.
Caroline and others have shared that this is what it's like to receive a telepathic download from another person. Caroline once explained that if someone says the word Christmas out loud, it's just a word. But if they send it telepathically...
It's everything. It's the Christmas tree, it's the decorations, it's the turkey, it's the complete embodiment of an experience.
A speller once told me that telepathy is the purest form of communication. With telepathy, there's no deception or sarcasm, there's no white lies or omissions or exaggeration. You receive exactly what someone is feeling and intending, unfiltered by ego or worldview.
Can we all become telepathic so we can receive these messages? Yeah, I'm sure we can, but maybe we've got to learn how to meet in the field.
Caroline's brave post on Eventbrite, inviting people to talk about telepathy, has grown into a supportive network where teachers and parents can share notes and experiences.
I've been talking to some of the mums and the educators in our meetings online that we've been doing. Some of these educators are almost like, I don't want to say the chosen ones, but certainly they have a faculty that I don't actually have, Ky. I can't hear the hill and the fields that they talk about. I can feel some of it.
I didn't ask Caroline about it at the time, but I certainly took note that she said some of the educators and parents in their meetings say they can access the hill or other fields along with the non-speakers.
For me, it's about normalizing telepathy, normalizing non-speaking communication. I know we all do it very differently and very uniquely, which is amazing because we need to open the field and widen the field.
Because the truth about telepathy and spiritual gifts within this community have been kept so secret, there's not yet a shared language to describe how it works or the elements of it. But Caroline uses a great metaphor to help explain everything.
I think normal, average, everyday, conventional language is in the first bandwidth. The second bandwidth, I think, is where me and Kyle communicate through music, when I can feel the lyrics that he's portraying or he's conveying to me. And that's more of the creative field. And then the third field, or the field beyond the second field, if you like, is more of this collective consciousness, the realm, the field. You're more likely, I think, to connect with another being or another consciousness of some description, whether it's human or non-human, that further bandwidth. So I think the further you can go out, or the further you can expand your consciousness into these different fields, the more information there is available to you.
And so when non-speakers explain going to a different realm to get information or to even talk to a higher power, it seems as though their consciousness has expanded enough to make this easy for them. And most non-speakers will say the reason this is so easy for them is because they are not as bound to their bodies as the rest of us.
I don't use the word savant for Kyle. He's just tapping into something not of your normal bandwidth. It's not from the narrow field, it's from a much wider field. I think this is just like you say, Ky, it's the tip of the iceberg. We know that language is the minor, not the major. It's the micro, not the macro.
And this is what's missing in the war around spelling. The non-speakers are working from the major, the macro, the third ring or beyond of consciousness, where information can be accessed and shared without pointing to letters. And to get them to point to these letters takes so much motor planning and effort that they need someone in the room to help them regulate, to know where their body is, maybe even to help them come down to our little narrow first ring of consciousness, where language rules the day.
It'd be really interesting to ask people that are letterboarders, like, does it take too much energy for non-speakers to actually speak? Hence why they don't. I just wonder if they lose their sense of self by speaking, it almost like dilutes them and they can't stay in that field.
Like maybe for the non-speakers, being in that expanded farthest ring of consciousness is preferred, and to come back into the language space, they would lose something of themselves or lose some of their access.
I do wonder that.
And now to bring us back to spelling.
Parents, and they get gaslit all the time.
Parents often say they are facing a war on many fronts. One front is against ASHA and the outdated misnomer that spellers aren't speaking for themselves. But they're also fighting a war against their own, the gatekeepers in the spelling community, who are trying to shut down any mention of telepathy and other spiritual gifts.
What happens online, on Facebook, or even at conferences, parents will ask, is anyone else having this experience of feeling like their kid is reading their mind? And they get shut down immediately.
We get shushed a lot.
Every time someone posts something about telepathy or this podcast, it's removed.
They think that this information about telepathy getting out to the wrong people could hurt our spellers. And they've just decided to take it upon themselves to remove any information about the truth.
In our first few episodes, you heard this mentioned.
Sometimes our greatest allies and supporters and people that have advocated can also be acting as gatekeepers.
Nobody wants to even get the word telepathy near this. They all know it's telepathy, but they are hush-hush about it.
And this goes back to the very beginning.
Mainstream proponents of facilitated communication were so opposed to telepathy, they did what they could to suppress it. And they were successful in doing so. They were concerned that if we got into this type of thing, that people wouldn't consider it to be scientific and they wouldn't do it.
Meet Arthur Golden, a retired lawyer who has spent the last 30 years documenting the journey of spelling in the education system. Arthur is like an encyclopedia on the battles surrounding spelling and telepathy, with an incredible memory for names, dates, locations, and details. Now retired, he lives in Israel with his family, immersed in a conservative part of the Jewish community.
What you would call ultra-Orthodox parade. My son, Ben, he chose to come here, leaving the modern, sophisticated Boston, Massachusetts area, and to become part of a community that was very traditional and spiritual and not modern Western civilization.
Ben is not only telepathic with his father and other non-speakers, but he seems to channel thousands of spiritual messages.
They fully accept what he's doing. They were actually printing 80,000 copies every week of his messages, distributed throughout Israel. And now, by the way, any of the messages that he's writing, which are now in Hebrew, well-versed rabbis, which I'm not, that the Jewish law says that everything Ben says is consistent with the strict Jewish laws and Jewish viewpoints, everything.
And it's critical to note here that his dad, Arthur, lived most of his life in America and thus didn't speak Hebrew very well.
My Hebrew is not so good.
So, Arthur, when did you become aware that Ben could read your mind?
I became aware at least of telepathy with him in April 1994. There were some times when he was younger that I would think something that I needed without saying it, and Ben would be immediately responsive to it. He somehow developed an alternative channel. That alternative channel is something that we would call telepathy, although my son says, and I can't prove it, that it's not a psychic ability, but it's a spiritual ability. It's a gift from God.
The first time I met Arthur a few years ago, I told him about the Hill.
They're not the only group that does that. Ben basically has his group here and they communicate that way. And you have the group in Arizona that does the same thing, even though they're hundreds of miles apart.
I asked for more specifics about the Hill that Ben visits.
He just restricts himself to the Jewish people. In terms of his knowledge of things and so forth, it goes beyond telepathy.
In the last episode, I shared a story about Asher, who could put a hand on a book and receive all information or give the information to someone else. And Arthur said Ben can do something sort of like this.
He accesses the mind of somebody who's read the book, and then he knows all the contents of the book.
And much like Kyle and Caroline, Arthur and Ben can engage in two-way telepathy.
I've had two-way telepathy with my son from the beginning.
Okay, so you've been able to receive his thoughts back this whole time.
Yeah, but I usually prefer not to. I prefer to have him actually write it on a letterboard.
When you've been tracking the war against spelling as long as Arthur has, he knows how important it is to make sure the spellers type independently on the board so their words can be legitimized by skeptics. Arthur says the first murmurs of telepathy began when facilitated communication was introduced to thousands of people in the 90s by a woman named Marilyn Chadwick.
She found among these thousands of students that there were hundreds, maybe like 10% of them, that were also reporting having telepathy.
And in the early years, parents were really eager to discuss what was going on.
The Autism Society of America,
along with Syracuse University, held an annual event in 1992.
The group of parents spoke to the people from Syracuse University and said, could we discuss this telepathy and what's going on? And the response from the Syracuse University people, or the Facilitated Communication Institute, they said, oh, no, there's no such thing. They felt that it would hurt the credibility of facilitated communication. And by the spring of 1993, they had managed to completely suppress any talk about telepathy.
Like any good lawyer, Arthur has an incredible paper trail. He has saved articles, emails, chat room conversations, Facebook posts, and journal entries that exemplify over and over again the number of teachers, parents, and administrators who have been fired or intimidated into silence because they mentioned telepathy. He has sent me a lot of this stuff, and it would honestly take an entire season to go through it.
Tom Smith, they made sure he got fired because he said there was telepathy involved. Ann Donovan was considered one of the leading experts on autism in the world. They basically threatened her, and she lost a lot of her positions because she mentioned the possibility of telepathy. There was an email group called FCNet, which was run by Pat Edwards. These were just classroom teachers, and they found that there was telepathy involved.
What Arthur paints for me is a clear picture of knowledge and gatekeeping that persists to this day. And while facilitated communication has largely given way to more independent forms of spelling, the fear remains that discussing telepathy will undermine the credibility of spelling.
These children who are still trapped, their parents need to know the truth.
I understand why early spelling groups aiming to prove spelling's credibility were concerned that mentioning spiritual gifts might undermine their efforts. But after 30 years, keeping quiet has not helped non-speakers. It's actually made things worse. If a skeptic were to test a speller, which they have, they might find it surprising or even disqualifying that a trusted partner's presence must be in the room, and it helps them to communicate, even if they're not being touched at all, even if this partner is 10 feet away. Just having them there is necessary. That's hard to explain and justify unless someone understands there is some sort of physical regulation or merging or something that is going on where the non-speaker needs another person's body to help them ground.
Part of this process is the regulation of one body
Susie Miller notes that a trained spelling partner will know how to get their bodies ready for the communication that's about to happen.
They learn to clear things out. They learn to be present in their bodies. They're grounding. And the minute that system is set like that, the kids find it easier to communicate.
And Marianne Harrington, who has been working with spellers for 30 years, says,
"It is very hard to describe unless you've experienced it. It is an energetic link. There's joint attention going on. They can see through my eyes. And they've even said they can hear through my ears. They're almost stepping into my neurology."
And here's Casey from Georgia.
I'm like a lightning rod. Like, I ground his energy.
We're merging our energy together, our consciousness together, our higher selves together. I don't know what we're doing, but that was the way they told me.
The reason they can't type with everyone is because their energy signature may not be compatible with everyone. So they can't be in their body long enough to type.
From what I've asked the kids directly, sometimes they'll use the information fields that the parents have.
Marianne thinks it's essential for everyone to know about this telepathic and energetic link because
influence can occur, and that's dangerous not to tell everybody who's using the process.
Because if communication partners aren't aware of this telepathic link or the merging of consciousness or whatever you want to call it, then they won't be able to clear their mind or shield their thoughts to ensure that the speller is only communicating their thoughts.
The person can influence the other person, not knowingly, and be totally unaware of it.
The people who I've interviewed for this project, however, are aware of it and do a lot of creative things to make sure the non-speakers are typing only their own thoughts.
I stand behind him when I facilitate with him so he can't see where I'm looking.
I first started singing "You Are My Sunshine" whenever Houston was spelling. Then I started tapping my foot or just humming one consistent beat, anything to keep my mind completely clear.
Sometimes if I'm doing a lesson and someone starts picking up my thoughts, I'll stop and say, "That was my thought. Tell me what you think." And I say pumpkin in my head over and over and over until they finish spelling. Nobody spelled pumpkin yet.
I try to be really careful of the influence that I can have over Amelia. I will even think of like the wrong answer if I'm doing homework with her.
Also, with hiding things in the house like candy, I would sing a song in my head so that he couldn't hear where I was putting it.
I do not want them taking my word. I want their word to be their word.
This is why the truth about telepathy needs to be shared, and why spelling groups and ASHA need to stop censoring it. Working with non-speakers requires people to totally clear their minds.
It is an enigma, and we're really, really at the beginning stages of trying to understand it. I don't think we necessarily can wait for science because they haven't jumped on board, but I want them to, you know.
There's another hurdle standing in the way of full acceptance of spelling, and I think it has more to do with materialism than spelling itself.
Having heard from tons of the kids, I know that spelling itself is not the issue.
To accept the spiritual nature of spelling means we have to accept the spiritual messages that they have to share with us. And that threatens the materialistic paradigm.
Spellers consistently challenge us to go beyond what we've been taught.
And this is exactly what happened to me. Once I validated that the spellers were capable of telepathy, and I got past the wonder of how they were communicating, I turned to the wonder of what they were communicating.
They care about love. They're worried about our behavior.
What they all will say is at the end of the day, we're all one. We have to see that we're more than we perceive ourselves to be.
They're worried about our planet. They're worried about climate change. They're worried about the effect emissions we put out in the atmosphere are having on other planets. It's not just about us.
They're talking to me about new science, new medicine, new education, new forms of parenting.
This is a lot. And in order for the non-speakers to help us to achieve our full potential, we need to help them to achieve theirs. And one gigantic step we can take is by legitimizing spelling, despite the fact it means admitting our paradigm is wrong and telepathy is real. Only then can the non-speakers help us to usher in the future of medicine, technology, spirituality, and science.
Yes, it's bigger than all of us could ever have imagined, but we have to accept that that's the reality, and maybe what has to change is us. It's the only way we save these kids is by telling the whole world the truth.
The whole truth. Katie talks about this a lot. Since I started this journey 4 years ago, I've watched truths that I once held about the world unravel before me. wading into this world has been like slowly walking into cold water, allowing my body and worldview time to adjust with every step. And in 2 weeks, I'll take you deeper. We'll meet Josiah, a young non-speaker in Minnesota who heard the prayers of a complete stranger, Max, in Louisiana, a profound connection his mother helped validate, and will contemplate the enduring strength of love when a beloved non-speaker loses his life, but finds ways to comfort his family and friends from the other side. Once again, there will be a 2-week delay before we drop episode 9. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as this world expands and deepens. And in episode 5, we've learned that it's actually pretty common for teachers and therapists to develop telepathic abilities with their non-speaking students to help them learn, but also to help keep them safe. But that connection goes even deeper. In episode 5, you also met a teacher named Jess. And 30 years ago, a first grader named Asher entered her class. He created some telepathic mischief, but also helped loop Jess into the telepathic communication that was happening between students. They formed a lifelong bond. And what she's experienced with Asher not only validates everything we've heard thus far, but also gives us more insight into maybe explaining it. The new paradigm idea that maybe consciousness is the base of everything, Asher affirms that.
Asher lost his mum when he was 9, and I'd become very friendly with his mum. And a day or 2 before she died, she asked to see me, and I went into the hospice, and she said, "You've got such a good relationship with Asher. Can I ask you, even after he's left your class, even after he's left your school, to stay in touch with him and be a friend to him and be a kind of mentor?" So I said, "Well, yeah, absolutely. I'll just be a lifetime friend to him." I was happy to do that. I ended up spending quite a lot of time with him outside of school, and every few weeks we go off on a train ride together. That's when we really started talking to each other, because we had these long journeys. That's when I started to pick up on the spiritual stuff that he was sharing with me, all the really amazing things he just seemed to pick up out of the ether.
Asher has autism but was verbal.
He had a good vocabulary.
What were some of the messages he was sharing with you, or things he was explaining to you?
Sometimes he'd have visions, he'd see things happening in the future. And there was one occasion that really blew my mind when I was desperately trying to keep up with him, because he was talking about stuff that was so metaphysical and so advanced. I was reading all these books on esoteric subjects to try and keep abreast of his ideas. And there was one book, and it was completely beyond my comprehension. And I was only partway through the book, and he said, "Have you got it with you?" And I said, "Yeah." And so he said, "Just put it out flat on the palm of your hand." And so I did. And he laid his hand on top of it for a few seconds. And then he just gave me a complete summary of what I'd read up to that point and what the rest of the book was about. Very concise, very clear, just the basics of it. And I said, "Do you do that with all books?" And he said, "Yeah."
Wow.
I know.
And he was talking to you at this point. So this was still, he was using his words.
He was still using words. He carried on using words right up into his 20s.
Just to back up, because you're right, that is so astounding. It's like you have to take a minute to take it in. So he could put his hand on a book and basically absorb all the information in the book.
Yeah. And that's what he now does when he moves out of body and goes to what he calls the realms, this sort of psychological landscape, if you like, that he contacts me from.
To me, this realm sounds like the foundational consciousness that we talked about in the last episode, this field of information where all knowledge and creation is sourced.
And I can ask him a question on anything. What is consciousness? Or tell me about reincarnation or whatever. And he says it's like a huge library. He feels guided to us specific bit of the library, and he said, I can just absorb the information I need to answer your question.
Holy cow. That's unbelievable. What has he said about consciousness?
He says that consciousness obviously precedes and proceeds on, and that the Earth experience, the 3D body, is a temporary part of consciousness, and we're basically building up huge amounts of information. Every new thought we have, every new idea we have is new information, and that way we're expanding the cosmos, because each new piece of information that we come up with then goes into this library of his and becomes available for everybody else. But we have to get this knowledge through direct experience in 3D light.
Does he have a foot, like, in this realm of consciousness all the time?
He doesn't have complete access to it because he's still got a physical body. Some of the stuff that the non-speakers know and are aware of is so mind-blowing that there's going to be a lot of people who just go, whoa, I can't take that. You know, that's just beyond my ken.
So can you share when you finally developed the telepathic link with Asher that you have now?
In his 20s, he went more and more monosyllabic. And he says that during that time, he was trying to reach me telepathically. And I would pick things up from time to time. And I would always say to myself, yeah, wishful thinking. I'm just imagining that's what I'd like him to say and all the rest of it. And then one day, I was feeling really low. It was the middle of winter. And I sat down at my computer and I just typed all my feelings, my frustration, the way I wanted to be back in contact. I knew he had more to tell me. I knew there was more to come. And that was the first time I got this message that came through completely clearly to me. Feel into my heart.
So you received a very clear telepathic message from Asher saying, feel into my heart.
Yes, so I put the computer aside and I sat there and I went as deep as I could and concentrated on Asher's heart. And I saw this image of it was like a sort of monk's cell, if you imagine, sort of in the Middle Ages. And it was this stone building with one little window up high in the wall. And there was a table there, and there was an old-fashioned pen, one of those ones you have to dip into the ink, and there was an ink bottle next to it, and the ink bottle was empty. And I got this whoosh of feeling inside me saying, I need you to give me the ink for my pen. And I interpreted that as, you need me to write the thoughts that you're sending to me. And that was my breakthrough moment, Ky. That was the minute that I just thought, yeah, okay, this is for real.
When you got that vision of the priest cell, were you asleep? Were you meditating?
I was fully awake, but I was consciously emptying my mind of all the clutter. And I suppose that's what I learned to do with him regularly now. Yeah. Taking away all the expectations and all the thoughts about what might happen and what he might say, just emptying my mind as far as I possibly can, but staying alert and staying ready. And I always have a pen and notebook so I can write down my questions to him and his answers to me. And I've got stacks and stacks of these notebooks now. I think I'm on number 15, something like that.
But how do you know it's Asher communicating with you telepathically and not just your own thoughts? Have you ever been able to kind of like prove something that he conveyed telepathically?
Telepathically asked him about a member of his family who I'd lost touch with years ago, and telepathically he told me quite a strange thing that surprised me. I went onto Facebook and tried to find this person's profile, and sure enough, exactly what he'd said was there on the screen. And I thought, yeah, it really is Asher I'm picking up.
I asked her for a few more examples of tangible proof.
Occasionally he'll say something and it'll be a word that I've not even heard of. And that's quite good, because then I have to look the word up and it's exactly the right word for what we're talking about.
One time she telepathically told Asher that her friend was having these horrible headaches, and he sent her a word
that sounded like myelin. And I don't know what myelin means.
So then he sent her an image.
because he doesn't always just send words. And it was like electrical wiring that's sort of in those plastic cases, and the case was all scuffed and messed up, and you could see the copper wire through it.
So she typed myelin into her phone.
I got something called a myelin sheath, which is apparently the casing of nerves in the brain that stops them all shorting and banging into each other, and they're casing very much like electrical wiring, which I knew nothing about. I have no background in human biology at all.
Wow.
Telling me that was the problem. So yeah, when I get stuff like that, I think, well, that couldn't have come from me because I've never heard of this thing.
It seems impossible, I know, but I've heard variations of this story now from dozens of people, including teachers Casey, Susie, Marianne that you met in episode 5. But this last thing here, where Asher was able to diagnose her friend, gives a small insight of the potential of non-speakers.
I've seen kids who had family members who were diagnosed with cancer that started working with them energetically, only to have those issues go into remission or be cleared. They've said repeatedly, we're the new science, we're the new medicine, the new education, the new technology, and even the new currency, which they call the currency of love.
I mean, honestly, Susie, if I had $1 million, I'd want to open a healing and education center where non-speakers could work with the best minds in science and math and, healthcare. So they could, heal the planet and people and relationships and animals. My mom is having all these issues with her back and knees, and she just got a CAT scan and MRI, and no one can tell her what's actually going on. And I mean, if someone like Asher could just scan her body and give her a diagnosis, it would save people so much pain and effort and money every year.
And I don't know of any person on the planet that doesn't want to contribute all that they came here to be. And this population is no different in regards to that.
From what I have seen, the non-speakers can absolutely tap into these spiritual gifts and use them to deeply impact and change and heal our world. But to believe that, we have to be open to the idea of a paradigm shift. And paradigm shifts have happened before. In fact, Maura summed this up so well.
So a long time ago, people thought the earth was flat, and then it wasn't. It's round. And it was a real shift in people's understanding of something that was so real to them. And that's what I think this is like. And as far as telepathy goes, I'm telling you, the earth is not flat.
And so back to Amelia, just 10 years old and working to navigate this world and wishing she could be seen for her incredible abilities, not disabilities.
Amelia definitely has big plans for when she gets older. She wants to be a genetics doctor. She knows the challenges that a lot of kids are going through being nonverbal, and she wants to help them.
And knowing Amelia and her parents who love and support her beyond words, she could end up being the best genetics doctor the world has ever seen. Amelia, just like so many of these kids, have the gifts and talents and knowledge and seemingly the access to even more knowledge. Now it's on us to help them. And there's something enormous standing in their way.
A lot of families have their school districts telling them no, they can't work with them using spelling. We actively have people working against it, saying that their typing is not an acceptable form of communication.
For the life of me, I can't understand the pushback and the resistance to doing this. I get angry.
She wants to go to Harvard or UW-Madison. She also said that she wants to help ailing libraries. She's just a very kind, thoughtful kid. And Amelia's going to change the world, as are all these other kids too.
In the next episode, we'll explore why spelling has become so controversial and what we can all do to help. And we'll head to England to meet Kyle and his mom, Caroline, who only communicate via telepathy, often through their dreams. And though Kyle can't speak, he can write and perform music with ease. And this challenges the spelling critics and naysayers who defend their stance because they don't think non-speakers are competent. Well, you can't write or play music if you're not competent.
Listen now and listen on my silent voice by words in song.
You'll hear more of Kyle's amazing music when we're back in 2 weeks with episode 8. And just a reminder, for the last 3 episodes, there will be a 2-week wait between each one. A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as this world expands and deepens. Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Ky Dickens, and you're listening to the Telepathy Tapes podcast.
My son said to me, I can hear thoughts.
What is this phenomena happening? Why are his mind and my mind completely connected?
Telepathy is the tip of the iceberg with their spiritual gifts.
People don't understand that they can do this. They don't even have to be in the same room, the same zip code.
For decades, a very specific group of people have been claiming telepathy is happening in their homes and in their classrooms. And nobody has believed them. Nobody has listened to them. But on this podcast, we do. Welcome to the 9th episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Today we're exploring the limits of telepathy. We already know that mind-to-mind communication can happen over extreme distances. But can it happen between dimensions? We also know that telepathy is possible between people who are deeply close. But if you can see or hear a stranger, is that telepathy or something else entirely? Today we'll explore 2 unbelievable stories that reveal how deeply we're all entangled and may shed some light on the nature of our reality. But before diving in, I want to note that some of the themes and topics non-speakers talk about in this episode can be triggering or comforting based on your worldview. My only objective is to give a platform to voiceless people who are often not listened to or believed or supported. And this is why when the non-speakers talk of certain things, even though it's hard for me to even share some of them because I so desperately don't want to be perceived as having an agenda, it feels critical to share their words exactly as they came out. And the mission of the show is really to prove that our paradigm is wrong, that there's more happening than we realize, and that more amazingly, the non-speakers can really validate, if not prove, these claims. So whether you're agnostic or atheist or deeply religious or somewhere in between, some of this is definitely going to be new terrain, and it might feel uncomfortable to hear or be contrary to what you believe. But please hang in there with me for this whole episode because the information shared is relevant to understanding our greater reality.
We actually didn't necessarily have the same experience of like, oh, is he reading my mind? That was not how we started seeing these things. It was pretty much solely spiritual unfoldings from the beginning.
This is Tani, a mother in Minnesota, taking me back to the time her son Josiah first started communicating his thoughts via spelling when he was 7 years old.
His first ever independent sentence was the most mind-blowing, miraculous thing because he had not spelled anything beyond 3 to 5 letter words at that point given to him, as in choices.
So what was his first sentence?
God is a good gift giver. I'm like, what?
how do you know that? And he spells A-U, and I'm thinking he's going to spell autism or something. He goes on to spell A-U-N-T-I-E. Auntie told an angel to tell me. Auntie was my great aunt, and she died at age 89. Josiah, as far as I know, had never heard us talk of Auntie. He wouldn't have known Auntie. He wouldn't have seen pictures of Auntie. How did he know Auntie? And so that was the major pivotal point when our lives took a whole different direction.
After this exchange, the floodgates just opened. Josiah started typing about, everyday kid concerns and 7-year-old interests and musings. But he was also typing profound, dense spiritual messages.
Josiah's language was definitely very different. He would write in proverbs and in poetry. It sounded very highfalutin.
Tani showed some of his writings to an acquaintance who was a linguist.
Like a professional linguist. And she read a bunch of his writings and she said, every language and culture has certain rhythm and cadence, a language style. She said, this is unlike any language that I really have ever studied. He would know things about me, about God, about others that I didn't know.
Josiah could explain places that he'd never been, and he had loads of knowledge and even vocabulary that he'd never been taught and certainly was not a part of his everyday life.
He started having prophetic type of gifts. He would know things about people, even people he didn't know.
And what I love about this is he'd ask his mom to deliver messages to complete strangers, even at the mall.
The hard part was laying down my own sense of fear and reputation to actually deliver those words.
Because his insights were often very personal and private.
But they were always inspiring to help that person continue on in their journey. And that was an amazing thing to witness.
This was all new and deeply transformative for Tani. But because the mention of telepathy and spiritual gifts are shut down, usually by those who teach spelling,
I didn't know that there was anybody else experiencing this out there, that there was anybody that was like us. I was trying to get a handle on what in the world was happening. In fact, I remember asking his communication partner, do any of your other clients talk about things like angels or spiritual matters? And all she said was, oh, that's just his special interest.
Tani's experience was par for the course. It was just tossed aside. But Tani could feel that this was bigger and more profound than special interests. So Tani decided to write a book, to put everything out there in hopes she might find someone else who understood.
I was working with someone who was helping me write the book, Josiah's Fire. And her name is Cheryl. And we would often have morning phone calls where she would interview me, I would answer questions.
And during one of these meetings, Cheryl just happened to mention another book she'd written and how another author named Max Davis was touched by it and reached out to say so.
And that was that. Josiah comes home from school later on that day, and he starts spelling something very profound about somebody. I have no clue who he's even talking about. And then all of a sudden, he uses this phrase that links back to the conversation that I was having earlier with Cheryl about this guy, Max.
And so Tani asked Josiah, who are you writing about?
And then he goes, it has to do with Max. He writes all this stuff about Max, like he's a major novel writer. He doesn't write like other people do. He was talking about how his house was popping. And then he says, are you a barn man, Max? Like there's animals or there's a farm by you. So there was all of this kind of stuff.
Josiah lives in Minnesota and Max lives in Louisiana. He has absolutely no association with Josiah or his family.
I don't know this Max. I don't know details about his life except that he had a author-to-author conversation with my friend. And so I share this with Cheryl and I'm like, get this. How did he know about Max? Not thinking that she's going to share that with Max. She goes on to share what Josiah had written.
to Max.
Max is an accomplished author. He's written over 40 books, and I was excited to get his side of the story. But he wants me to disclose that a COVID injury left him with slurred speech, and he's a little bit embarrassed to talk.
I'm thinking this lady's loony. She's trying to get something from me. And I actually made her cry because I'm a skeptic. So that's how it began.
It bothers Max because he's going, what? How does this person know this?
Because they were building a new house and it was popping. They were using the nail guns. And he doesn't live himself on a farm, but he's right next to his in-laws' farm, and they have like peacocks and animals and that sort of thing. Max is like, are you looking at my house from Google Earth or something? I'm like, I do not have that kind of time.
He almost made me cry. I'm like, dude, I did not want anything to do with this.
And this went on for 5 years.
Josiah goes on to write like 23 pages of stuff that was highly prophetic, directional.
And Josiah seemed to be most keenly aware of both Max's work as a writer and his prayers.
One night, I decided that I'm going to go in the woods and I'm going to spend the night in prayer. Now, you have to understand, I've never done this. So I go into the middle of the wood. There's no electricity. It's completely dark, except the moon shining.
So there were no cameras or witnesses that could have, watched this and relayed the events to a little boy in Minnesota, despite how even unlikely that scenario is. And the next morning, Josiah wrote a message directly to Max, which Tani reluctantly delivered to him.
He heard your prayers or whatever in the wood last night. It was kind of like undeniable confirmations down to phrasing and words and things that no one would ever know about.
Max's house was under construction, so he would often leave town to write, and his favorite place was unknown to almost everyone else.
It was this little quaint motel on the Gulf of Mexico, and I would go to that motel, and I would lock myself in it, and I had a YouTube playlist of songs, and then I would go out for these long walks on the beach and do my writing.
And sure enough, the next morning, Josiah had a message that he wanted to send to Max.
The second word I got from Josiah, he says, Max loves sacred times in his motel. He bans his music for sacred times in motel.
And Max is shocked.
Even the word like motel is specific. So I band songs together, like in a playlist that I will play.
Max shared another story where he was up against a deadline for a book. He was so swamped, he even asked his wife to help him, so they canceled all plans for the day to stay home and write.
We stayed home and we worked on this chapter. Well, about 1 o'clock, I got really sleepy. And I told my wife, I said, man, I need to take a nap because I'm so sleepy. But I feel bad because we stayed home to work. And my wife goes, go ahead and take a nap. So I took this long nap, got up, and I wrote all night. The next day, I get a word from Josiah, and this is what he said. Naps are nice, aren't they, Mac? Just get the first fruits out.
First Fruits was the name of the chapter. And in that very poetic, prophetic style, Josiah wrote,
the spirit on your fingers, like night braille on the keyboard.
I mean, just that phrase, your fingers like night braille on the keyboard. It's so beautiful and specific. And Josiah knew that Max took a nap, the name of the chapter was First Fruits, and that Max worked all night.
So that happened like many times.
And it has changed my life so tremendously that it has opened me up to things that are beyond what I knew and what I could see.
And after Tani released her book, dozens of people from around the globe reached out to say,
your story is our story.
And Josiah, now 19, recently launched a small batch popcorn business with another speller friend called Kernels of Joy. And as for Max, this experience felt profoundly personal. He doesn't interpret Josiah's insight into his life as sheer telepathy. For him, it was proof of something bigger.
It's God using that boy to let me know he sees me when I pray. So that pretty much summed it up for me.
They're opening up us to the things that are beyond our wildest imaginations. We all need to be changed. We all need to come out of our paradigm.
The idea of a paradigm shift comes up a lot with these families and teachers who have witnessed these gifts. Because once you've witnessed or experienced the telepathy and clairvoyance and messages from beyond again and again, you kind of have to confront the truth that these things are not supposed to exist in our world. But because they do, it means our understanding of reality or our paradigm is flawed. This realization has sent me on a bit of a quest to figure out what the new paradigm is, and if it's new at all. I mean, maybe our ancestors understood it better than we do, and some convergence of, science and technology and media persuaded humanity a few hundred years ago to dismiss their wisdom as small-minded and naive, and that kind of ushered in this new it reality of materialism. In episode 6, we talked about consciousness being the basis of all reality. What I wanted to understand more deeply is whether or not this consciousness field is the same thing as the hill. And if so, is it also the same place the non-speakers visit when they say they travel to the realms or to school at night or to the library of information or to heaven? And just to go back to the basics, as I was trying to piece through this, I asked artificial intelligence to scour the internet for me and define heaven based on all religions and beliefs. And this is what it came back with. The concept of heaven varies across religions, philosophies, and cultures, but it generally represents a transcendent realm or a state of existence associated with ultimate peace, joy, and fulfillment. It went on to explain lengthy interpretations of heaven within Judaism, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, and even indigenous and spiritual traditions, who often depict heaven as a sacred or ancestral realm closely tied to the nature of the cosmos. Hold this context close to your heart as we travel back to Georgia. And as a quick refresher on the families we've met down there already, Houston was trapped in his body for almost 20 years before learning to communicate via spelling. His mom, Katie, is a tenacious fighter. And when she finally did unlock him, she marveled in what he knew and who he was.
I began to find out that my son knew far beyond what they would teach in a classroom. A lot of history, a lot of important events and spiritual knowledge as well. The most important thing in Houston's life is his relationship with God.
And it was through Houston that we learned about the hill.
Houston said that he doesn't remember a time when he did not hear thoughts. He also says that everyone with non-speaking and unreliably speaking autism have this ability.
And through Houston and Katie, we met Libby and her son, John Paul, the 6'8" gentle giant.
John Paul is like Houston's little brother, and Houston is so dear and kind. It's just such a great friendship. I adore it.
And that friendship often includes Lily, John Paul's girlfriend.
John Paul has 2 goals. His first goal is to type independently, because of course he wants to be a writer. And then his second goal is to marry Lily.
Houston, John Paul, and Lily often hung out together, both in real life and on the hill. And as Lily described in episode 4,
you go to the hill to meet with other non-speakers and share thoughts. You automatically have access to the hill non-speakers go to when you can communicate mind to mind.
Life was good in Atlanta, but everything tragically changed on September 24th, 2023. A day that Libby has relived many times.
We had had such a great day. We had gone to Bike Squad that day, had so much fun. The day was gorgeous. Then we get home, we order pizza, just lovely. And then I was so tired because I tried to run next to him the whole time that he was riding, and I just wanted to take a little nap. So he comes into my room, and I said, sweetie, I'm so tired. And he just looked at me, he sat down, he looked at me, and he smiled, and he touched my arm, really sweet. And then he just smiled and he just left. And that was the last time I saw him alive.
On the other side of Atlanta, Katie had a deep urge to nap at the same time Libby did.
That day was so beautiful. It's just a gorgeous late September day. Houston was out. He was so out of it. And so I decided to take a nap, which is something I never do. And I just felt this sleep just overtake me. The strange thing was all of these different people, other non-speakers, were sharing that they had all napped that day. And of course, Libby was napping too.
John Paul, he was a big boy. He was 17. He went in and out of the hot tub. We didn't guard him in the house. That's impossible to do. When I woke up, it was just too quiet. and just something felt funny. And I went to our bedroom and I looked down because we have a 2-story house, and he was floating in the water, face down. So I screamed, and Peter, we were just so panicked. We were running down the stairs trying to get to him. And then he's so big. It was such a horrible scene. We could not get him out, but also there was moss around the bricks. So we were slipping and falling, trying to get him out. And then I started giving him CPR. He had a choice, I think, because he threw up and his color's getting better, but then he was gone. And then when all the rescue people came, they worked on him for about 45 minutes, just nothing, and he looked so peaceful. So peaceful.
And then Libby laid down on the grass next to him in a scene that is just unimaginable to any mother.
Laid there with him for quite a while and just talking to him, telling him what a wonderful son he had been and how wonderful he was.
After Houston woke up, got him dinner, and he wanted to go to sleep again. So I took him to bed and he went straight to sleep. I hadn't seen my phone most of the day.
When Katie finally checked her phone, she saw a missed call from Libby and a text message that delivered the news.
He had a seizure in the hot tub and most likely drowned.
It was a death to Katie. The life that we were living, she just was screaming no. It was horrible. It was just horrible.
After calling Libby, Katie ran upstairs to wake up Houston.
And I honestly wasn't even thinking anything at the time because I was in shock and I was just trying to think it untrue. And the very first thing he spelled was, John Paul is finally free. And I never told him. I never said a word. And the next thing he spelled was, John Paul said, I, Son of God, am home. Make your whole life about love.
Similar events were occurring elsewhere as well. For instance, John Paul's friend Zahari, who you haven't met this season, felt deeply lethargic.
The day before John Paul passed away, Zahari was just super lethargic on the floor. He was just very tired, and we let him sleep out in the living room. And then the next morning, he woke up before I even had a chance to know anything that happened. Zahari gets his spelling device, and he had written,
Glad God is faithful to give JP a home. Don't worry, JP is God's beloved voice now. Libby, your JP wants you to know he loves you and talks now.
And I was like, what? And then I looked on Facebook, and Katie had posted that our precious JP passed away. He knew John Paul had passed away before I even knew.
The love of John Paul's life was Lily. He adored her. He wanted to marry her. And Lily felt the same way.
That afternoon, she took an exceptionally long shower, which is normal in the morning or maybe before bed, but not in the afternoon. And she was in the shower at the time of John Paul's passing. And they both loved water so much. And I can just imagine her, you know what I mean, almost being there in the water with him and needing to be in the water.
Here's Lily in her digital voice.
Just as he passed, I felt him go. Totally felt as though all worldly cares vanished and real life was now a blur. Wanted to go with him, but needed to stay to share the story of our love.
And back at John Paul's house, a saving grace was the incredible community who supported the family, especially Libby.
The pain of it is almost unbearable. For him to just be suddenly gone. My friend Liesel, she said, we have to have a shiva.
A shiva is a Jewish tradition where family and friends gather to mourn and comfort and support one another in a house for 7 days.
All my girlfriends came to my house. I couldn't even really function.
Libby just laid on the floor in the living room.
Nobody told me I had to be up and talking to people. No one did.
And for 7 days, Libby was surrounded by people bringing food, sleeping over, sharing memories.
Great, great tradition.
One of Libby's dear friends, who was there during this time, becomes key to all that unfolds next.
My name is Jay Watson. I'm a journalist. For 25 years, I was in local broadcast news, and now I do a syndicated PBS show on the brain and mind called Your Fantastic Mind, which explores all areas of brain-mind science.
Jay's been a friend to Libby for over 15 years and has witnessed all the trials and triumphs that John Paul has experienced.
John Paul, when he spelled, oftentimes he sounded like a professor, not a 17-year-old boy.
And Jay was there when John Paul started spelling some pretty wild things.
Libby would call me every week to tell me the latest thing John Paul said. I remember when she called and told me that John Paul had seen heaven. And then Libby's stepfather died, Sam, who was just a treasure. And he came to John Paul and began speaking through John Paul to her. And I remember that phone call. I remember when she called and told me that the angels began showing up. And he told her they were 10 feet tall and they were very loud. And sometimes they would be talking at the same time, and he would run from the kitchen to his bedroom and slam the door shut.
You're kind of like how I was, coming in as a total outsider with this, journalistic eye. Did it impact you?
I'd say, like a lot of people, I struggle with faith. How does this all make sense? What is this all about? And then you see in this population that is so judged for their exterior that they are connected to this thing that's a mystery to the rest of us. And for them, it's just real.
Katie took on the task of sharing the news of John Paul's passing with social media.
That's when Libby and I started getting these messages from all of these other non-speakers that John Paul had been reaching out to them and sharing with them that he was going to leave, that he was saying goodbye. And they all knew. They all knew before we did.
His friends wanted to come over and pay their respects. And some of the friends were really hesitant because they thought it was going to be too emotional for them. But what we found out is that John Paul had told many of them that he was leaving.
A friend named Noah spelled this to Libby when he visited her.
JP told me the day before that he had to leave this world because it couldn't contain him and sustain his mission as God had designed it for him. I was afraid of coming because of the tide of emotions and how my body would react, but it is like he never left and is wrapped completely around me and integrated into my energy like he never could be before. He is in us, Libby, so much more a part of us than he could possibly be if he was physically here.
So sweet.
So comforting. The autistics all said that he said goodbye. And they knew. And as Noah said, he just couldn't continue the life he had to get the things he wanted to get accomplished. And so it was a choice. It was a choice.
I asked John Paul's girlfriend, Lily, if they had communicated since his death.
I communicate with him every day. I see him as energy. He tells me he loves me and for me to tell our story.
I also asked if his passing was something that was talked about on the Hill.
Yes, we talked about it and we mostly comforted each other, slowly realizing that John Paul was actually still with us. He told me to tell Libby that he was happy and whole and that everyone cared for him so well.
I want to shed some light on Zahari as well. He's the friend who took a nap on the floor when John Paul was passing. And he knew of his death before his mom did. Zahari and John Paul had a special relationship because it was almost entirely formed on the Hill.
JP lived silently in this world and I do as well. Sometimes our bodies do things that we cannot control. You may not believe that JP and I could be close friends, only meeting physically one time. God thankfully allowed our friendship to evolve in the spiritual realm, having conversations often.
Zahari wrote this the day after John Paul passed.
Yes, the day JP went home, great celebrations took place on the Hill. The Hill is so awesome, sometimes I'd rather be there than sitting here spelling. Going to the Hill allows us to see heaven and people there.
I asked Lily how often people who've passed visit the Hill. Is it like every day, or is it rarely, or just right afterward?
The amount of time since they passed makes no difference. Silly question to ask how often, because why does it matter?
This mattering might be from my narrow human perspective where time is linear. I really like seeing the people I love as often as possible. But I also asked if there might be something that, encourages them to appear.
Almost always when there is a big, all-encompassing event that affects non-speakers, they show up. And everyone is encouraged.
And then I asked if the Hill in the afterlife was limited to people who'd been on it in Earth life.
No. There are those that make their way to the Hill after never having been there while their physical bodies were alive.
I talked to Libby about a week after John Paul's passing, and she said his friends that were seeing him were saying that he looked ginormous. I mean, he already was gigantic in life, but his friends were saying he looked to be 10 feet tall, and he was surrounded by children and lived in a cabin by the sea. And it was just so hard to imagine that John Paul had like a life in another dimension. And then things got even more fascinating. Earlier, you met Libby's good friend Jay Watson, the journalist. The week John Paul died, Jay was in the midst of producing an upcoming episode for her show, which was featuring wounded warriors. One of the veterans was a woman named Becky, and Jay had to call her to set up an interview just days before John Paul passed.
I called Becky to set her up to interview her for our TV show, Your Fantastic Mime. And we get on the phone, and she has the loveliest voice.
After college, I served in the Air Force and went into combat in 2003. I wound up with 4 traumatic brain injuries.
She had shrapnel in her brain left over from the Iraq War. She had surgery in 2017 to remove that shrapnel.
In recovery that night, I had a major stroke. I lost my speech.
And Becky ended up having a grand mal seizure that caused her to die in the hospital.
For 3 solid minutes until I was brought back.
And she said, anyway, since I've died, the door to heaven has stayed open. And that was like the first thing she said to me. And I was like, wow, that's a heck of a lead off.
Stacks of research validate that often when people have a near-death experience, they have unexplained gifts afterward. Things like telepathy or precognition and the ability to see spirits. In short, they're a bit more similar to the non-speakers you've met.
And she told me how difficult it was in the months afterwards. And I don't know if difficult's the right word, but knowing the difference between heaven visitors and the rest of us. And she told me a story, which is the story that has stuck the most with me, that she was at her Publix in line at the deli, and there was a fellow in front of her in a black leather jacket. And as soon as she saw him, she felt this pain. And she closed her eyes and said, God, if this person isn't real, please make him go away. And she opened her eyes, and he was still there. And he turned around and he said to her, will you go get a can of 7-Up and take it up to that guy at the deli and say, make 7-Up yours. So she goes and gets a 7-Up. It's her turn for her order. And she says to the guy at the counter, and she's very funny and very charming. And she's like, hi, I had brain surgery and I have a hole in my brain. So I've been with this gentleman in a black leather jacket and an afro. And he just asked me to come bring this to you and say, make 7-Up yours. And the guy fainted. And she said when he fainted, she saw like a Rolodex in her brain, photos that the two of them were good friends growing up, that they worked at a mechanic together, and that the guy in the black leather jacket had died in a shooting. And so when this guy came to, he wanted to talk to her. And she went and spoke to him. And he wound up telling her that he had planned to leave work that day and end his life.
Jeez.
So that's my favorite story.
Becky's story is similar to those of accidental savants, people who acquire extraordinary abilities like music or math following a brain injury. One example of this is a guy named Jason Paget. He was a futon salesman, and after a head injury during a robbery, he began seeing math everywhere, visualizing complex geometric pattern and fractals in everyday objects like flowing water or tree branches. What's kind of validating about Becky, though, is that she validates Dr. Powell's hypothesis that ESP should be considered a savant skill. If scientists recognize that savant skills like math or language, art, music can be acquired through head trauma, then spiritual gifts like Becky's deserve the same acknowledgement.
If I'm out in public, at a gas station, grocery store, it really doesn't matter. But all of a sudden, a beautiful soul from heaven pops in as if they're right with me. And I will physically feel on my body what caused their passing. I take note of everything they're wearing, everything they're showing me, everything they say, because it's insider jokes. It's so many crazy stories. And in the beginning of those times, when I chose to ignore what I thought I was seeing and would try to leave like a grocery store, I would feel like I would be eaten by a whale if I did not turn back around and go share that message right now. And I would go back and share it, and every time it was beautiful.
The history of mediums and psychics is a sordid one. It's littered with charlatans and frauds who take advantage of innocent and vulnerable people. But just like the research into telepathy, there's a mound of research about legitimate people with these gifts. And Becky was one of those people. And I trusted her right away when she said,
I would love it if you'd just call me Becky and skip my last name, mainly because if I am meant to share a message, then
That visitor from heaven will find me first, not someone here in front of me.
She's not doing this for personal gain or profit. She doesn't even want people to know her. She shares messages only if someone from the other side makes the effort to connect, and not the other way around. And seemingly, John Paul made the effort.
On Sunday night, I get the text from Lily that John Paul has died. I went there first thing the next morning. We were there all day and night. I came home late, and I had a missed call from Becky. So I texted her that my friend's child had died, and I was sorry I missed her. And she texted me and said,
"Could this boy be incredibly tall? He doesn't speak, and there's something different about him."
Because I've been seeing him. And I'm like, what? And I called her and said, what's going on? And she said, when I was on the phone with you Tuesday, I saw him. And Becky's uncle was like some renowned police investigator up north. And she said, for whatever reason, because she wasn't very close with him in life, he's her person in heaven, and he will bring her people. And she said, when he has his pocket watch out and it's open, I know that within 24 hours, that person will be in heaven. And he had John Paul with him, and his pocket watch was out, but it wasn't open. And she didn't know that I knew him.
For a solid week leading up to his passing, I saw him walking with my great uncle, an incredibly tall boy. And I saw it, and I was thinking, well, what's the message? There is no message. I did not understand it. It was something very different.
And after John Paul died, he finally communicated with Becky. And not just one message, lots of them.
His message was his passing would have happened no matter what. He also passed with no pain. He did not drown. And there's not a dang thing she could have done to fix it, to keep it from happening.
He told her everything about his last day on earth. Everyone in that house was where they were supposed to be in order for it to happen. Libby laid down to take a nap, and Becky said that John Paul said goodbye to her, and he knew where he was going. And John Paul also said goodbye to his friends on the hill. And Becky described in detail for me how he walked out of the house and towards his hot tub. And she said when he got in the tub that there was no fear, there was no pain. She also described when Libby and Peter came out to try to get him out of the tub. Libby's great-grandfather, who worked with cattle, who had died in 1941, was trying to give them the strength to get him out.
And she said, when you were laying with John Paul on the ground, you had generations of family trying to comfort you. They still are with you. They're always around you trying to give you comfort and love. She said, my dad and my stepdad were there together to take him to heaven. They were there together. Becky said they were there all week. They knew they were going to take him. They just didn't know when. And I said, well, why were they together? It was my dad and my stepdad. I mean, they weren't enemies, but they weren't, buddy-buddy. And she said, because when you die, your ego goes. It's just love. She said, and they loved you so much, and they loved John Paul. And she said they were there together because none of that stupid earth stuff matters. It's just not important. And the funny thing is, for some reason, a few days before, I shot a little cute video of John Paul in the hot tub, and he kept looking up and smiling. And just looking up, then he'd look at me and wave, and then he'd go right back to looking up and smiling. And a lot of times I'd ask him, who's here? What's going on? Because he'd see things, angels. He saw so many beautiful things.
Though Libby often asked John Paul what he was seeing, she never inquired who he was smiling at the week he died.
For some reason, I didn't ask him.
But from what Becky says, his grandfather and step-grandfather were there. And though Libby couldn't see them, John Paul could.
It was a whole new dimension to what I had already been experiencing through the non-speakers, through a so-called regular person.
She said he looks incredible, and he is just busy. He's having the most wonderful time.
Becky said that John Paul, he was enormous here on earth, 6'8", that in heaven he's 10 feet tall. She said that John Paul is in charge of children in heaven who did not have a voice here on earth. And she told me that they were all clamoring for his high fives. She didn't know him, John Paul was famous for his high fives. She also told me that he was building his house, and she was describing these brown wooden walls and a couch and a rocking chair with a tie back on a cushion. She was describing the cabin I've been to as the home that he was building in heaven.
Which she's never seen. I don't know how it works. I don't know anything about this, but it's like he created this heaven, this beautiful heaven. And she's like, if you understood that he's just right here, he is right here. He's just, I guess it's a different dimension, but she's like, he's always with you. He's here. And she said, if you could see what I see, you'd feel happy to see him this way.
John Paul's funeral was unlike anything most had ever experienced.
It was the loudest funeral I've ever been at in my life. It was so awesome. Houston did a eulogy for John Paul that Katie read, and Houston said a couple of the sentences.
It took so much time to lovingly and painstakingly type out this eulogy, letter by letter, and Houston started it.
The entire reason for being on earth is to love. Love is God, and God is love. Nothing else matters but love.
I'll put the entire eulogy on our Facebook page and online at telepathytapes.com in the test library.
A lot of the non-speakers who were spread throughout the sanctuary and the church were all spelling the same thing to their parents at the same time that said, you can't believe how many angels are here right now.
And Zahari wrote this to his mom after the celebration.
JP did love having his guests at the funeral celebration. You should have seen all the angels around there. They were everywhere.
But for most people close to John Paul, their hearts still break for Lily. She lost the love of her life. I asked Lily what she misses most about John Paul.
I miss everything about him. His never-ending optimism and love, his playfulness, high fives, and kisses. Much more to say, but not enough words to capture his awesome essence.
I asked how she was doing almost a year later.
Yeah, you don't get over something like this easily. I still have a void in my soul that I doubt will ever be filled.
And if she still communicates with John Paul.
Yes. Each day, my JP slowly makes his presence known, and I see him as energy. He still feels the love we shared.
I asked if there are any situations that allow her to connect with him more easily.
We both loved water, and when I'm in the water, I feel the most connected to him.
I also asked if she had any thoughts on religion or God that she wanted to share.
The religions of the world try to point us to God and to a more complete understanding of our souls and how we are made to love more and more, like no human can. But love like God loves.
I asked Lily what she believes after having gone through all this.
I believe our souls are eternal and we will never die. Very much believe each of us has a purpose on this earth and a purpose when we pass on.
And one of the most beautiful, comforting things Lily said was,
after John Paul passed, I came to realize that everyone you love will take all that love with them as they go on to fulfill their purpose eternally.
And for Libby, these magical moments have continued. I've heard many of them over the past year. In fact, about 6 months after John Paul passed, she went hiking with a few non-speakers. And his friend Noah was there.
And Noah, who doesn't love to be touched, went up and hugged her 3 different times. She told me how he buried his face in her hair, smelling it. And they were like, wow, what's going on with Noah? And after he got home, he spelled for his mom that John Paul asked if he could inhabit his body so he could hug his mom and smell her hair.
All of this had a dramatic impact on Libby.
After all this, basically, I just think of our bodies as our casing that our spirit is in, our energy is in. And when we die, it's just the energy goes, and this is the casing that remains. That is literally how I think about it now.
John Paul's story shows us that even in the face of heart-wrenching loss, there's a deeper reality, one that hints at an eternal, interconnected existence where love and purpose continue to thrive. When working on this episode, I reviewed hundreds of pages of interviews, and a common theme amongst all non-speakers, regardless of background, was that they talked of something more. They go to places most of us can't go. They see things most of us can't see. At one point, I actually did a search for the words realm, heaven, and school, and I was shocked to see just how often over the years and how many spellers talk about visiting a place like this, often at night. Josiah, who you met at the beginning of the episode, actually shocked his mom with this type of news when he was 7.
He goes on to tell me about these classes that he's taking in heaven. And that is very peculiar because he's talking about how he is sitting at a classroom table, and a lot of times it's like shaped like a triangle. And there are these different kids that are at the triangle desk, and they're discussing these ideas. And It reminds me of what later you would hear is like the Hill, or where they're getting like this information and exchange of ideas between each other. He wrote, "Class in heaven spans the most brilliant minds that ever lived." And then he goes on to say, "It's quite a sight to see the daily workers do what they did on earth. Scientists, chemists, carpenters, kings, lofty, rich ideas are kissing their mind." And he said, picture this school in eternity.
To be honest, the first few times teachers or families told me that non-speakers were visiting heaven or another realm, I dismissed it because it felt so far out there and impossible that I just couldn't take it seriously. I didn't know how. But this idea of traveling somewhere else, often at night, is common.
Houston said that the first time I went to school in heaven, it was snowing at home. The wonder of snow had the most comforting beauty. That night, the angels took me to school. There were 9 hats that were on the wall. The hats held writers' words. Each time I wore a hat, I learned their stories. That showed me I really was capable of learning. The hats were Twain, proud Twain. The other hats were names like Steinbeck.
And Houston was able to quote from the books that he absorbed through these hats.
He spelled, "The third hat was hours of my best knowledge of powerful stories. My favorite was Fitzgerald. Love really hates when we choose money."
It's so deeply telling to me that when Houston visited this extraordinary place, of all the knowledge he could absorb, literature was prioritized. He put on a hat and instantly learned everything there was to know about the Great Gatsby. Knowing that these great works are celebrated and preserved in another realm, it's just such a powerful insight that creativity might not just be transformative, but perhaps eternal.
I asked him, who were your favorite characters? He spelled Thomas Sawyer and good-loving Huckleberry Finn. Tom played hooky and Huck ran away. I had never read those books to Houston. I'd actually never read them to any of my children.
Remember that Katie was a single mom of 5. She was working multiple jobs. She just wasn't reading Twain or Steinbeck to her kids.
We were just trying to survive. He also explained that other hats were funny books and private worlds like fantasies. Over the many nights I wore hats, I heard the most amazing stories.
And Amelia from episode 7 also said she goes to a place at night where she learns things. She's talked about learning from rabbis, from Buddha, from God.
She said her angel took her to meet God. She talked about what heaven looked like. She said it looked the same as here.
And Josiah, who's only 8 years old at the time.
He's talking about literally getting taught by people who, he said, kissed the skies when they were on earth, but they're like in heaven teaching the things that they learned about. And then they have just a higher understanding of it from a different perspective. It's kind of a mind-blowing idea that there are things that happen on earth that then there's a spiritual perspective behind the veil to those things. In fact, that heaven is feeding a lot of the most brilliant minds on earth.
Wherever the non-speakers are going to at night, they are coming back with profound knowledge about things their parents don't know. So they're not mind reading it. And I personally love that much of this knowledge circles what's been created here by us mortals. Literature, art, ideas, the things that best reflect the wholeness of humanity. I've always felt that the only things that truly make a person immortal is what they create. And these descriptions, pouring in from the spellers about the knowledge they acquire in the skies, is deeply consequential. It shows us what we should be focusing on.
Houston also said, "The wonder of the place is the work inside it. It is like a windmill that spins to generate ideas. On the windmill, small tails spin off and spark someone with an idea. Most of the ideas are developed inside."
Katie and Houston wrote a book called The Book of Heaven, which goes into much more detail around Houston's experiences visiting this other realm.
Houston has said that all the jobs in heaven tie to what we loved on earth.
You can find it on Amazon, and it's a transformative, beautiful read.
And it made me laugh because he said, trying to explain heaven to you takes great elasticity. Each wonderful thing to word is beyond comparison.
From what I understand from the spellers that I've met or parents and teachers I've talked to, visiting this dimension or this place at night is a great source of a lot of the non-speakers' knowledge about art and culture and history. And I asked some of the parents if going there has to do with the ability to see the future as well. And the answer I received about, this gift of prophecy kind of varied.
I asked him, what exactly happens when you have all those supernatural experiences? And he says, an open vision is when I see something in front of my eyes, like a reel, but it isn't yet happening. So I see it like it's going to happen, and I see it while I'm awake. I see it with my spiritual eyes like full pictures. Another thing that he says is a closed vision is symbols or scenes that represent something else to understand it better. I see closed visions all the time in my mind. So there's kind of a decoding going on, right, with symbols and scenes. Then he goes on to say a dream is a sleeping ordered to ring in truths only the spirit says to you without your studying it. So it's downloads of information.
At one point I asked him, Houston, how much do you see what hasn't happened yet? He spelled, time is happening all at the same time. The angels open windows to let me see some things. Other times they tell me.
In England, Asher says he visits a place called the Realms to access information about any topic. And he talked about time when his former teacher, Jess, asked him about reincarnation. And he said,
well, reincarnation, definitely yes, but he said it isn't past lives because they're all happening at once and we're all having all of our lives all of the time, but we're just not aware of that as 3D people, but they're all going on at once and they interact with each other. So if something happens in this lifetime and you suddenly get a eureka moment and you find something out that's wonderful and amazing that you hadn't known before, that will actually have repercussions in other lives because they're all interconnected. It's all parts of our soul exploring consciousness in different ways, and we're basically building up huge amounts of information. Every new thought we have, every new idea we have is new information, and that way we're expanding the cosmos because each new piece of information that we come up with then goes into this library of his and becomes available for everybody else. But we have to get this knowledge through direct experience in 3D life.
I hopped on Zoom with Dr. Powell to explore whether there's a scientific framework for understanding how so many non-speakers seem to be able to access information and even places that most of us can't. And how is it that many of them describe the place they're going to as feeling more real or even more expansive than here? And brace yourself, because Dr. Powell brings up simulation theory. This is a hypothesis that's been gaining steam as a way to explain our reality. At its core, the theory suggests that our reality was created by someone or something else. The first time I heard this, I really recoiled. I hated it, in fact. But this conversation with Diane gave me a little pause and a little peace, because it truly could explain everything.
Well, if you think about our experience is really a created experience, a simulation. And our physical body is like our avatar. We don't even realize that the reality that we're experiencing isn't the full reality.
The pillar of this idea is that base reality is somewhere else. There's somewhere more real.
Whereas these autistic children, they don't feel that they are their body. So it's like they're not as immersed in the simulation. And if you're not as immersed in the simulation, then you have access to the greater reality.
Before anyone tunes out, just bear with Diane here. Because even though simulation sounds cold and technological and far from what it means to be human, this concept might actually be a scientific, unifying way to actually describe a spiritual reality.
The problems with the way people think of simulation theory is they're thinking that we're implying that there's some computer that's generating a simulation. And I don't think it's necessarily anything like that. I think that we live in an informational field.
I pressed Dr. Diane a little further.
If it's a simulation, it feels like there wouldn't be a spiritual element to it, at least to me. But so many of these people who are not as materially in their body and they're able to experience more of reality, they talk about angels and demons and seeing spirits and that type of thing, which makes the simulation seemed to have a spiritual element to it, or I don't know. I believe the non-speakers because they seem to be all saying the same thing, right? And they seem to be tapped into more.
Well, there are all kinds of philosophical questions that come out of all of this. One of the things that I've thought about is whether or not we can actually, through our imagination, manifest things.
Like maybe how John Paul manifested his own heaven, complete with his cabin from Earth on an ocean filled with manatees where he can swim every day. Maybe when we're free with our mind and in this informational field, we can create anything we want.
Whether or not consciousness is that powerful that we can manifest it. That's a godlike property. I mean, that may be how God created the universe, was through God consciousness. And God consciousness in all of its complexity is going to have angels and demons and fairies and all kinds of things. Because just think about how many people, how many cultures have not only reported seeing those things, but how many have truly believed in them. And it's like, what even creates these things? Well, if it's all part of the creation, if it's all really just consciousness and thought forms, and that we kind of can co-create.
Yeah, it's really a bender, a mind bender when you start to get into it.
And another thing is that there's something called change blindness, which is sort of the opposite of that, which is that people don't see what they don't expect to see. Part of how they've tested that, they'll have you go to a tiny little motel and you go to the front desk and nobody else is there. And there's this person behind the counter that says, oh yeah, we've got a room, and then goes underneath the counter to get like a key or whatever. And they've swapped out the person with a whole other person that doesn't look at all like the person who went underneath the counter. But the person who is there to check into the room doesn't even blink an eye because they're just assuming it's the same person. So it's like you're not going to incorporate something into your simulation of reality if it doesn't make sense to you.
After this talk with Diane, it occurred to me that one can look at the simulation theory similar to how one looks at religion. The two might not be at odds. In fact, they may explain each other. I was pondering this while watching my son play our old school Nintendo console. Mario's world in the TV has its own laws of physics that are true, and Mario can only operate his experience and understand the rules of Super Mario World. He can't comprehend that there's a living room and a house and a country beyond his gamescape. But maybe, just maybe, certain people among us on Earth can do the impossible. And they can pop their heads out of Mario's world in the TV and look into the living room, or hear the conversations happening in the living room, or maybe even jump from the living room and back to the TV, or from a spiritual sense, from heaven to earth.
The difficulty in gaining an appropriate understanding of the interaction between spiritual and physical is made more complicated by a fear that even trying to understand the connection is taboo. I had these same thoughts, but the problem was my son could clearly hear, see, smell, taste, and feel things I couldn't. So I knew he was experiencing it, not studying it.
Katie sums it up so perfectly. And this is why the non-speaker's experiences feel so compelling. They simply know. And what I mean by that is, over 2,500 years ago, Socrates warned that relying on writing and reading might give people the false belief that they understand something just because they've read about it. And if you think of something like a marshmallow, right, you can read its ingredients, you can see pictures of it, but you can't truly know a marshmallow unless you've tasted it. And every non-speaker I've met says that they know that time is an illusion, that other realms exist, that telepathy is the norm, that angels and demons and other intelligent beings are real, that information can be downloaded, that dimensions overlap, and that consciousness survives death. And that is so intense, and it opens up a whole new world for many of us. It's so unfamiliar. It's so challenging. And even this whole episode alone, living it and crafting it answered so many questions for me, but it also gave rise to so many others. And in fact, I felt so lost at times writing this episode that I ended up reaching out to Jess and Asher in England to see if Asher, with all his access to knowledge in the realms, wanted to comment on the mysteries of our reality and whether we're alone in it. And this is what he said.
There are, and always have been, beings, entities, visiting and interacting with our world. Some people are more open to sensing their presence and influence than others, just as some are more able to receive telepathic communication from other humans. Our skills vary from person to person. Some are gifted at maths or music, others have wider fields of perception. Those who became aware of the intelligent entities interpret them according to their personal socialization and belief systems. Some will view them as gods, saints, or angels. Others will see them as sci-fi aliens, complete with spacecraft. Similarly, the human perception of their purpose or intentions will vary according to our beliefs. Some interpret the entities as threatening. Others see them as guides or advisors. This is not dissimilar to the varied ways in which our own non-speakers are perceived. There are those who refuse to accept their intelligence due to fear of the unknown, and others who treat them as prophets. In all cases, the solution is for the so-called experts to broaden their perception, accept that there's far more going on in and beyond our reality than their instruments can measure, and adopt a humble and wondering attitude. Mastering telepathy is a valuable and helpful first step.
Asher's instructions here are perfect. We need to adopt a humble and wondering attitude, because our instruments cannot measure all that is taking place in and beyond our reality. And yes, he said in and beyond, implying there's more than one place that's real. It's going to take us a lot more time to explore and understand our actual paradigm and how we should think and feel as we adapt to this new truth. But next week, we'll get a little help as we hear directly from the non-speakers. Dozens of individuals, many who you have not met yet, will share their perspective and insights.
I am always listening and begging to be included in significant parts of my own life.
It's time to completely tear down the false reality bubble. What awaits you is a new human, the real human actually.
A very special thanks to my incredible collaborator and producer, Jen Mirza, who created all music and sound effects for this episode of the Telepathy Tapes. Remember that you can review some of the tests and see some of the film recordings on our website, thetelepathytapes.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us next week as teachers and parents step aside and the non-speakers take center stage.